you always lie. I tried to get on with somebody that's not you. Must I hide the pain that sits before my eyes? Dreaming about the idea of you, whilst you decide if I fall or if I fly. You know I'm dying to reach out to you. I'm trying but you can't see. You say my calls never come through. Why can't you just hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the semifinals here. The first semifinals of the CEA Dota tournament. CEA, what is that, you may ask? Or you may not, because you found your way here to this broadcast. But of course, we're talking about the Corporate Esports Association, who are running quite a few tournaments actually, not just in Dota, but also in many other esports. $30,000 on the line, all in all. And all of it for charity here. The share for Dota is $3,333. $2,000 go to the first place team, $1,000 to the second place team, and the rest to the third place team. And of course, each of these teams are not playing for themselves, they're playing for charity. And in this case, we've got a team from Facebook, New York Yahoo. Yahoo, if I pronounce that correctly. Jayo, there we go. Thanks, Gibbs. We'll need more training on this one. But yeah, it translates to New York fighting, or come on New York, and basically just cheering on the New Yorkers who have been hit quite hard with the coronavirus, of course. And that team, they're supporting Doctors Without Borders. So if they win some money, they'll go straight to them. And they're up against the Google Cloud players, unsurprisingly, a team from Google. And they're supporting the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for the 2019 novel coronavirus. So, good things are going to be done here no matter what happens. But, well, Kips, it's time for us to get into the Dota. Of course, my name is Dragon Drop. Happy to be casting again here. Happy to be bringing you these games and, yeah, being a part of this process. You know, it's always nice to be able to contribute to charity in one way or another. And Kips, of course, my trusty sidekick, the co-caster of dreams. Girl with a big brain, how are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here as well, just because I've been personally very lucky to be in a great place while this coronavirus has been going on, but so many others have not been so lucky. So I really like that there is this huge charity drive and that people from big companies like this are using, their passion for esports and their desire to help people and make it all come together in something that I get to commentate on.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
good stuff.
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
most of this prize pool has also been funded by the
5
companies, more or less
seconds remaining.
indirectly. I mean, they've all paid an entry fee to be able to actually play in this tournament in the first place. And of course, that's in most cases, I believe that's been reimbursed by the companies themselves. So yeah, it is very nice that we can enable these very creative ways of delivering charity in a way that's is more accessible to everyone, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
And that also sends a signal in other
Dire
ways.
team pick.
But hey, it's Dota we should be talking about. And that's something that we are a lot more knowledgeable about, I would imagine, as we see some interesting picks going first here. First pick, Bane. I mean, I haven't casted in a while. I haven't been following too much of the pro Dota. Is this something that's happening now? Is this just due to the fact that we're not talking about pro players?
10
Bane's on the
remaining.
rise.
Bane's on the rise. All right, that's good to know.
With the fact that we have pretty dedicated dual lanes right now, not a lot of people are tri-laning at all. Bane becomes really strong just because of his ability to trade super hard, not just because of his incredible stat gain, but also because, of course, Brain Sap is a heal on top of a nuke. And if you want to kill people on lane, it helps if you can just keep one out of the fight for 5 seconds at all. So Nightmare is a really powerful ability there as well. And Google Cloud players go with Snapfire Lich, and I guess that since they pick up the Snapfire this early, that must be a signature pick, right?
Remaining.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also it's certainly a hero that's very fun to play. I know that much. And it would also fit in well with that same kind of argument, right? It's a hero that can trade very effectively with the scatter shot. Then you add the Lich on top of that too. If I'm not sure if they're gonna be ending up in the same lane, or whether it's just gonna be the 4 and 5, respectively.
Yeah, I think that the Jayo here have an interesting possible support setup here. I actually like this quite a lot myself, just because you can actually threaten the tri lane with this, as opposed to on the other side. I don't think Snapfire Lich +1 is a tri lane threat.
Yeah,
Snapfire really wants her levels.
Snapfire wants a level. Lich is the kind of hero that can I feel like he can be very aggressive, but he can also just stabilize any sort of carry in the safe lane now too. So it's at the very least, it's a very flexible opener when it comes to these kind of dual lane setups.
Hmm. From both sides. That's actually
Yeah.
something that I'm interested in. Like, I haven't seen any of the previous matches, but I know
Dire
that we
team
are
ban.
watching the result of a bracket already having been played out.
Yeah.
And that means that these people certainly have some skill and they have some ideas about playing together now as well because they've been doing it for a while. So I am very curious to see like what kind of strategies are we going to be rocking here? How do the skill levels of these people match up against each other? It's we could be in for
10
for
seconds
some very
Oh yeah,
interesting Dota.
absolutely. Like I for one have no idea what to expect
5
here. I
seconds
haven't
remaining.
looked into any of these players' Dota buffs or anything to try and find out what level they might be playing at, or yeah, and indeed how they're matching up against each other. But of course, we're in the final stages of the tournament, so it stands to reason that the matches should be good. They should be fighting for their chance to make it to the grand finals, and it should
Plus,
be
one of them
very
has
exciting.
GH.
Dire team
That too, yeah. I highly doubt that it's a real GH, but we can just go with that if you want.
That would be an
Um,
amazing
that
flex,
would
though, wouldn't
that
it? You
would
just
be
get Maroon
yeah.
to stand in.
I work for Facebook now. Surprise, but no, yeah, absolutely right. I mean, there's been 2 rounds before this one, and the Facebook team, New York Jajo,
10
Jayo,
seconds remaining.
Jayo,
Sure,
yeah,
yo.
Jayo. There we go. I'm getting there.
5
I'll get there.
seconds remaining.
They've 2-0'd their opponents, one with the Microsoft teams and an Amazon team, whereas the Google Cloud players, they've 2-0'd also Microsoft team in the first round, but then they team killed another Google team actually in a 2-1. So they've had a little bit of extra playtime. And of course, we don't know how much scrimming they might have done in the meantime as well.
That
Yeah.
would be really cool. Like, I actually imagine that since these are all tech company people, right?
Radiant
They would be
team
pretty
pick.
big tryhards, wouldn't they?
Faceless Void.
I don't know if you
Ooh.
do you really want to stereotype tech people like that. I mean, I'm one of them too, technically, you know.
I mean, I dare. I dare. They can tweet at me if I'm wrong.
All right.
That's okay.
Everyone yell
Anyway,
at Kips, not at me, please. Only at
Void.
Kips.
Void pickup. So these people are combo players right here.
10
They pick
seconds
Snapfire
remaining.
Lich and they pick that Snapfire first because they want to go combo with this
Yeah.
Void. Like this
5
pick was already
seconds
planned out.
remaining.
I gotta say that it feels a bit rough to pick the Void here just because you can always get Nightmared in the Chronosphere. You could get Fiend's Gripped in the Chronosphere.
Yeah. That's something that
And
the BKB won't even save you from.
yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, if the Snapfire is going to be the one doing the damage, that's all fine because right now, Shayo have nobody to actually jump into the backlines and stun that Snapfire.
Yeah. I certainly played many games where that was not an option, and then the Snapfire just starts spitting all of these globs at you. If you're slowed at all, or once you get to the talent where these globs themselves slow for what, 30%, it can get
Mhm.
very hard to not take 1500 damage or something from that alone. And of
Yeah.
course, as you said, the control is there. Lich can slow up people as well in the earlier
Dire
stages
team pick.
to make that a little bit easier. And then, of course, the big one being the Chronosphere. Slaughter coming out now. That's certainly your jumpy hero once you get that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, for sure. And he's also pretty good laner up against the Faceless Void. Though you gotta be careful. Like if this is a 1v1, the Void wins out eventually, just because he can RNG you. And
10 seconds
you know,
remaining.
anytime you bash, he can go walk it off, whereas you have no such option.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
if you ever get behind in that matchup on Slaughter, your lane is basically over. I've seen this play out before, which means that there is some pressure on the support of the Slaughter now, whether that's going to be the Lina or the Bane. I presume it's going to be the Lina.
Yep.
To actually help equalize this matchup, which means she's going to have to outplay presumably the Lich in order to
Yep.
grab pressure on that Faceless Void.
Absolutely, because if Faceless Void does not have help and that's a Slaughter Lina up against you, I mean, you're gonna get bashed, you're gonna get crushed, you're gonna get the Lina stun on top of it, and by the time all of that is done, there's gonna be another bash, and there's no way you'll time walk and all of that damage off.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the long cooldown of the time walk early on, and the comparatively low cooldowns of that pressure, that aggression, the stuns from the other side coming at you. So yeah, do like this lineup here from the Facebook team so far. But here comes the Razor, and I'm not sure about this one. It seems like a weird hero to pick up if you don't know the carries of the other team already.
But it is a good flexible pick right now, and you're going to have to pick a core in some way. I do agree that if they don't flex it to the offlane, it's kind of weird. Like the only thing I can think of is that they would really value their offlane player and his ability to shut down the enemy carry. And then you just pick Razor because you're pretty sure you can win the mid matchup anyway.
Yeah, and I guess if you are if you see a Slaughter, a lot of the combos that go with the Slaughter would be heroes like Phantom Assassin. Spectre, not so much what I would have thought. But a little bit more vulnerable, I guess, as Static Link in these later team fights, but maybe you can just end up haunting back and forth.
This is going to be providing a lot of vision for them as well. We were talking before about jumping that Snapfire. Maybe, in the case of a Chronosphere being in the middle of the fight, you might also want to actually work around it. Haunt is going to do a lot of work for you there.
Yeah.
And of course, she's also a tanky kind of hero who's not that likely to die in the Chronosphere. So if you manage to survive it, you can probably clean up house afterwards.
Oh yeah.
But it is a bit risky. If the Spectre's behind, she's just going to die in that Chrono, and she's going to get her damage sapped as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen it go both ways, actually. Like, it really depends on the respective farm levels of the Void and the Spectre. Maybe there could even be a Silver Edge involved at one point or another if the Void wants to go for that route to make killing off the Spectre a little bit easier. But even before that, I mean, Spectre is very vulnerable in this game for a long, long time. So it's going to be up to the rest of the team, really, to create enough space and or to just protect her in the middle of these team fights, which they certainly have the tools to do.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of actual team fights though. I like this ban up from here. Not like a lot. Maybe they're just convinced that there's simply not enough offlaners left in the pool, so this Razor must be an offlane Razor. So look at how many have been banned out.
Yeah, Axe, Centaur, Underlord, Clockwork,
Legion.
Enigma, Legion.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly quite a few.
Yeah, and the ban out from the Google Cloud players as well is a very interesting one, the Death Prophet. It means that Xiaoyo can't actually push any towers. Like look at what they have for damage right now. It's just all hero killing. And not a lot of team fight either. Those two things would have both been provided by the Death Prophet, as well as the ability to lane up nicely against his Razor. But instead they go for the Ember Spirit, and this is a risky pick against the Razor. Like,
yeah.
I have seen Embers do okay in this matchup, but the only reason that you'd be confident is if you're confident you actually outskill the Razor player by far.
So, Queen of Pain.
Ooh, so Jael was correct. This is an offlane Razor.
Could have flexed it back towards mid and picked up another offlane, but
Which hero though?
yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, I guess I would still have been Sanking or something, but it's not particularly synergistic with heroes like the Void. But
And
I kind of like the Queen of Pain, though, and I also kind of see where the Ember Spirit is coming from, because as strong as Lina, Slaughter, Bane, as strong as they are, if Lina is in that support position, she's not going to do a crazy amount of damage apart from the couple of nukes. Slaughter is also not the type of hero that can really just bring tanky heroes from 100 to 0, so they needed someone that can just combo up with that, provide that extra bit of burst, that extra bit of scalable damage, and the Ember Spirit certainly fills that. And yeah, if they can kind of play this game in the way that they want, if they can just take skirmishes here and there, a couple of kills, maybe a tier 1 tower, just buy enough time for the Spectre to farm up, then eventually they should be in a good spot to just outfarm and outscale. At the same time, Google Cloud players, you've been talking about the teamfight combos, and they certainly have the one big one. And that is something that Xiaoyo cannot allow themselves to be caught up in too often.
No, they're going to have to be very good at just dodging fights whenever they see that it's not going to be a good one. Maybe baiting out spheres as well. Because if they ever just get caught with all 5 in the same position, we can send that clip right on.
We can indeed. I mean, there's gonna be so many sources of damage coming through. I mean, mostly the Snapfire ultimate and also the Chain Frost bouncing on the Lich. Not to mention, of course, a Sonic Wave and a couple of heroes. Always a sight to behold. Maybe not in the very late game because it does tend to fall off, but... Well, we certainly have all the ingredients for some crazy team fights, for a fun game, going both ways.
Yeah,
And,
and I'd really favor Google Cloud here as well, just because if you look at that lineup, I was talking about the Death Prophet, right, and about having tower pushes. The problem is that if you need to have pickoffs on a on a Slardar Ember lineup, you certainly want those. Then you need actual fog of war on the map to make that happen in, and make sure that players can't just get backed up by their teammates and it turns into a giant cluster bomb for you.
yeah.
So yeah, they will need to bring down towers, or they will need to make sure that they can give up their own towers without losing any farm on their side. And the only hero who can really push out waves that aren't safe is the Ember Spirit. So I'm very concerned for the Radiant side here that if they don't get out of the lanes well, they're going to have a really hard time finding these kills that they need, finding these pickoffs that help them,
Yeah.
actually move forward into this giant wombo combo, because they're not going to win a 5v5 fight unless the Dire seriously misexecute.
Yep. It's gonna be their main goal to not get into a position where they have to group up as 5 to defend the high ground even. Just the farming space. I mean, it's just one way that you can also buy yourself a lot more time against lineups of strong late game heroes like Spectre, where you just take over their jungle. And then, well, if all you can farm is a side jungle, well, who do you give that farm to? You have to give it to the Spectre, but then Ember Spirit is kind of starved out. And certainly, yeah, as you said, they have to come out of the laning stage strong, so they have enough map control to run around like they're doing right now. They're using smoke on this
Right out of the
between these
gate.
3 heroes, right out of the gate, indeed. And well, Brain Sap first by Bane. Maybe if you can land a Laguna Blade, not Laguna Blade, Light Circuit Ray. The old stun. Slaughter has yet to skill something.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he leveled up the Brain Sap already, because he would be a very good initiator to, set up for both of these slower AoE stuns of his teammates if they are really going for the first blood here.
Yep. Well, will it matter is the question. Right now, got our Faceless Void player here all alone by himself, so he's not going to be too interested in exposing himself at all.
Yeah, he does not want that rune, and the same goes for the Spectre on bottom. She is not going to contest up against this Razor and this Squab. No way.
Don't believe anyone has seen anyone so far.
They haven't. I was checking the vision for the Dire on top, but they didn't catch sight of that Lina warding. They saw the Void though.
I was thinking about it. Should I go? Should I stay? Nah, I'll better be safe. And that was the right decision. Undoubtedly.
Yeah, like even if he maybe survives it through a time walk, that just means that you don't have the choice to go for the Bastion lane any longer.
Yep. Well, Alipay, our Bane player, not sticking around too long here. Over these 5 positions, opting to use that teleport to get across the map. Oh, what has been placed? Oh, they must have seen Lich with that Radiant Ward. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that one be taken care of soon, once they get a sentry out there. Meanwhile, down bottom,
it's not on this wave of
Razor.
couriers though.
Nope. Razor sucking damage from the Bane, actually. Interesting way to do it. Trying to decide which of these lanes I should be focusing on more to begin with. I feel like it should be the top lane.
I think the top lane has the highest kill potential just because there's actually double stun up here. At the same time, though, GH and SKSK are just going to get spammed out by this Lich. I don't actually think he wants to risk getting up close and personal with there. And on the bottom lane, technically neither of these duos should get a kill on the other side, but maybe with a good cookie and some damage steal, there's kill potential.
Now it's a Scatter
Towards
Blast for
Viridian.
Snapfire. Holding on to that for a little bit here. Ideally, of course, you want to have that close range one. Okay, he's not going to stay in range for that for too long. Nice and self cancel there. Razor got most of it out, but still sitting at 2/3 health now. No salve actually for Spectre. Opted for Ring of Regen to start with. Instead, so that between the tangos should be enough for the time being. And of course, he'll build into that Soul Ring, which is a very useful item for Spectre.
It's a very standard item build right now, and the amount of strength that you get out of it is really useful. That was awkwardly timed, though, by the Bane.
Yeah, I was going back in, hitting for like, what, 30, 40? Not too much, but yeah, I mean, this nice bit of creeps going in here. Razor's not really feeling any pressure whatsoever at the
Not
moment.
at all. And I can see why they were confident picking up the Ember, even though they might have been up against the Razor or indeed this Queen of Pain matchup over here. Because right now, Fly Old Bro is spanking this Queen of Pain.
Oh, there's no other way to put
16-1.
it, is there? Yeah. 11-2 now as President P and the Queen of Pain are able to catch up a little bit, but I mean, yeah, what you're gonna do? You put 2 points up on Shadow Strike, but not gonna be able to do as much damage up against the Flame God as you would against other heroes. So
Yeah,
Ember
it really
will
requires
tank
you
it up.
to adjust your playing style on the co-op. And normally this matchup, like Ember Spirit
Oh,
just
what?
gets his levels. Oh,
I was checking that on time. Oh no, the courier! Oh, Spectre doesn't get it. That was
It was
bold,
a
very
cookie.
bold. Yeah,
it was a cookie play.
cookie and some damage steal. Spectre trying to be scary in front. But Diablo does not care, just runs down the Bane. Caught the very tail end of that. So it does not count as a missed first blood, okay? I just want that to be noted.
No T-Tours here. No, sir.
Nope, no sir. Not this time. We'll get to it eventually, I'm sure.
I was gonna say though, normally with this Ember matchup, you get the experience and then you try to kill the Quap on level 6 when you have your remnants, you can cross the distance, and you use your searing chains to, lock her down, she can't blink out. But in this case, it seems
Watch
like
us rune spawn bottom.
Fly Old Bro, yep. Absolutely correct.
Very, very clear. Present P as a result. Just walking over there.
Yeah. Once again, this is Fly understanding the matchup here. He has to sit on top of the rune because if they're both still in the mid lane, the Quap's gonna get there first.
If you start walking towards the rune, Quap's just gonna blink past you.
Exactly.
Well, so a little bit of extra regen there for the Quap, and still putting these extra points into the Shadow Strike, so eventually that will burn through the Flame Guard, force the salve out. But still, like as you said, Ember Spirit already getting quite a lot out of this lane. Well, this war up top, still not taken care of here. You can get max value out of it. On the dire side for whatever that means here. LSA, not enough to secure the rune, is castling on Lich. Quite the name, by the way. Able to secure that one.
Mm-hmm. And nobody's interested in his bottom rune yet because there's a lot of pressure being put out by this Razor.
Denied.
Yeah, Corp also not interested in making the detour. I mean, if you have the lane pushed out this far, and if you can keep tabs on both the Bane, who can't really leave the Spectre alone either, I guess you can just keep it for later. No one else is gonna sneak it.
Fire so far. They're getting their farm. The only thing that they need to worry about is that this Ember Spirit's getting a good lane, and he's going to be the one making the first tempo.
Up to level 6 now, same as the Queen of Pain. Blink across, it's my rune spot, and actually gonna find it.
Gets it too.
Arcane rune. It's like the rotation rune. Just go into side lane, pop your ult. Can do that again
Oh, yeah,
much
for
sooner
sure.
than you otherwise would be able to.
But her problem is that right now both of her lanes are actually doing really well, and they are fully pressured out and feeling safe playing there. So there's not many places for her to go with the Arcane Rune, unfortunately.
I need it for Alipay here. Dam's being trained. One last click from Diablo. Yeah, that's another free kill right there. Meanwhile up top though, this faces Void actually going in aggressively with a time walk. But decides otherwise. Oh, the LSA connects GH with another crush, but dragged back. Castling with the clutch play from the Sinister Gaze, but still need to buy more time. Time walk on level 2, super long cooldown was ultimately not enough to keep his carry safe.
In the meanwhile, by the way, Fly went on President P in the mid lane, but he used all of his remnants, and unfortunately it wasn't enough to co-op just a tiny bit too tanky.
Unfortunate indeed, bottling up. Well, no bottle charges left for the Ember Spirit, and yeah, the Shadow Strike maxed out. That'll start to hurt. Fly ult, bro. Not in a comfortable position right here, but he can TP back to base in a few seconds. And run that back out.
So what I'm curious about is what kind of item build this co-op's gonna go, because I've already seen the Ember has the Urn of Shadows queued up, which means he's going into Spirit Vessel later. And this is a fast build. This is fighting Ember Spirit. Lots of mana regen, lots of extra damage coming out from those charges.
Transparency all alone. Level 4, Snapfire here, body blocks coming through from Alipay to try and secure the kill for the Spectre. And you ought to be able to do that.
Nice job.
Well done indeed.
I
Maybe
love
and
seeing body blocks
CTY together. Getting the kill. And Diablo wants some revenge, though Alipay does have another Nightmare if he wants to use the Mango, and that ought to be enough to keep him safe. At the same time, though, Quap just using that confusion to get the snipe on the Spectre. Fly ult, bro.
That's a haste rune on the Ember.
Yeah, spell's gonna come off cooldown in a moment's time. Diablo, he's not long for the world, I don't think. There's Ember with the burst. Bringing down the haste rune to allow him to walk away despite the slow.
Yeah, and I think that Alipay there really, I think he was too concerned with saving his own skin, but if he had a little bit more, how to say, PPD in him, he probably could have nightmared the co-op before she went for that obviously vulnerable Spectre.
GH, the counter bash, and the crush, and the Spectre haunting back in. Void's actually falling down instead. Castling with another Q, but not quite enough to finish off the slaughter.
I like his attitude.
Well, that attitude got him killed, and the double kill for the Spectre, who hasn't really felt the pressure of the Razor as much. I mean, they've gotten the kills on the support, but the last hits were always on the top for the Spectre. Now adding
She's
2 more
feeling real
kills.
good. Do you see what she's got queued up? Look at that,
Oh,
Deep Rough. How do you feel about that?
You know, I'm a Spectre player, and I do not approve of this item build. I don't know. It's
I don't think you get any say here, man.
no, I don't. I don't. It just
But
seems,
yeah,
I mean, it's a farming item, isn't it?
yes, it's definitely a farming item. You can't argue with the math. This is for the best bang for your buck that you can get to farm on a Spectre right now.
Well, I guess I'm just old school and just go face boots into Radiance. Most games is Alipay. I'm not sure if you want to be here. He does have some health though. Fly ult bro coming through, but well, Poobane will fall. But if it's in exchange for Razor, I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Fly ult bro. Snacking up for themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side, CTY. Nope. Not this time. Trying to get out over the ridge, but okay, not sure about the Chronosphere. Damage over time from the Shadow Strike would have been enough, if nothing else. But hey, a kill's a kill. And if it's on the Spectre, if you're slowing her down, that's just fine.
Definitely. Because this Spec was running away with the game.
Yeah.
And I like the way that the co-op is playing this, because she knows she can die to the Ember, so instead of mirroring him, she is basically moving to the other side of the map. Whenever he shows, she's already going for the vulnerable kills on exactly the other side of the map, and it's really worked out for her so far.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good thing too. Especially with the way that lane started here, but now her and Ember are pretty much the same kind of net worth level. Speaking of Ember, he's Very active across the map now with completed Urn. Boots of Travel queued up on top of that Spirit Vessel.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
that is
is
some
under
real
attack.
active Ember play. He really knows what he needs to do in order to buy space for that Spectre. His face needs to be out there.
Dire's structures are
You need to be
fortified.
going for him all the time, and since he's a hard
Radiant's
target,
bottom tower is under attack.
that's going to suit him just fine.
Especially if you have these supports just sitting behind you. And now they're actually going to smoke up. They
Love this
certainly
rotation.
understand the way that they need to play this game.
I do think that President P is probably the hardest target for them on the map, though. And especially now that there's no support TPs coming in bot, GH is dying. It's going to give away their smoke.
Indeed. Or is it though? I mean, if they can start with the Fiend Script, and they can, they're certainly going to have plenty of damage.
Of death.
That Haunt's just flexing, man.
Want to be a part of that. That's what you do with Spectre.
Yeah.
Try
I
and sneak
would
every kill
love
that
for
you
these
possibly
people
can.
to stay right now and pressure the tower. Yeah, you can see that the Ember is being like, hey, hey, mid tower, hey. But the support's already on their way back to top, and Amber's just gonna, alright, fine. Let's go for the Void then.
Alright. No remnants though.
Alipay's
So
gonna cut him off.
no remnants, no Fiend Script.
Radiant's bottom tower
A little bit
is
tough
under
if you don't
attack.
have all of these things available. But yeah, the result is as well the tower in mid still stands for the Dire side, and pretty
Radiant's
healthy
middle
too.
tower is
Cannot
under
be
attack.
said for the side of New York Jaillon. President P
They're gonna
slowly but
lose their
surely
bot
chipping
tower.
away at it. In the bottom lane at the same time, yep. Castling making the rotation down here to help out Diablo.
And this
Radiant's
is going to
bottom
put the
tower is
Radiant in
under
a
attack.
difficult spot now. I said they need dark
Radiant's
space on the
bottom
map.
tower has fallen.
2 towers going down is definitely
Radiant
going to give that space, but all on their own side of the map. So yeah, this
Dire's
pressure
top
put up
tower
by
is
Filed
under
Bro on the
attack.
top lane right now is really necessary. If they don't bring this tower down, they're going to get pressured out really hard.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, it doesn't look like the Google,
Dire's
Google
tower
Cloud
is
players
under
are interested in
attack.
contesting that, but they're now just doing what we were talking about earlier, just staking their claim in this Radiant jungle. And I mean, this Spectre has just been running
Dire's
around
top
trying
tower
to
has fallen.
get a few of these camps, but it's not exactly the kind of efficient farming pattern that you're
Dire's
hoping for.
structures are fortified.
It's not, and she's going to be watched by that deep ward over here now as well. So yeah, the triangle is hers now, and it means that this Slardar, he's going
Radiant's
Aghanims
bottom
first. That's a
tower is under
greedy
attack.
build. I hope his Ember Spirit gave the okay for that, because man, that's he has to do all of the outpush right now.
Radiant
The outpush,
structures
all of the
are
initiation
fortified.
too.
Trickster
You'd
form of
imagine.
illusion.
At least he theoretically has some damage on his supports. Lina has a Laguna Blade that she hasn't used yet this game.
They did smoke up again here as soon as the Fiend's Grip became available again, but this time they might run into a little bit more than they bargained for. President P
Dire's top
still
tower
there,
is under
going for the
attack.
Orchid, and decent way towards it, but they're bringing in more people.
Radiant's bottom
Want to keep this
is
tower
under
alive,
attack.
and they want to counter smoke.
Bonded, you and
Well, they go in, follow up with the LSA, a little bit too late though. Positioning not quite on point, and now the turnaround, perhaps, that's a slow remnant. But still fast enough for the Cookie to miss. Didn't quite have the counter initiation ready,
getting
but the
flanked
Void,
though,
he's
the Void.
threatening. He wants it, and he gets it out. That's an ultimate on two. And crushing back to not prevent anything here. The bounces are real, so was the Sonic Wave. Damage is being done. And GH, he's still trying to deal with this Lich, but now plenty of support. Another Cookie forward, another blast to the face. He's gonna get his revenge.
This is exactly the scenario that they had to prevent. If you see that Chrono go off, there's nothing you can do for the man anymore. Just back off, because they're gonna throw all their spells, and if you're lucky they throw all their spells and you're nowhere near it. That would be ideal, but unfortunately several members of the Radiant got just caught out there. Only the Spectre was bought, but there's a DD Quap right on him.
Yep. But no way to cancel that TP, so hey, Spectre survives. Hooray! Force the TP back to base though, and this is not where you can gain a lot of money.
It's not. I would have
my
loved to
expert
see him.
analysis right there. There's not a lot of creeps
Yeah.
in the own fountain.
Well, you are completely correct. Like,
Yes.
if he has more presence of mind, he could definitely TP to, for example, his offlane tier 2 and mop up that really big wave that's coming in, because the Void doesn't have Chrono for more than a minute.
Yeah.
Not
Radiant's
sure
top
Void
tower
wanted
is under
to
attack.
pull it off to the side, but either way it's working out. Meanwhile, the fight in mid, Diablo steals some damage here. Haunt back in as Spectre tries to be useful. Maybe finish off this Diablo, but enough health points plus the maxed out Frost Shield makes it not particularly easy.
This
He
was
does
definitely the right kind of moment to go for the fight, though, and I really like that they realize this and they go for it. Even if it isn't great, all of the ultimates on the other side were down. This was a window.
Yep. Well, didn't quite manage to do anything with that, but at least they did push the Google Cloud players to their own side of the map again.
Mm-hmm.
They're moving like they were gearing up for another smoke, but they don't have smoke available right now. They have one on the courier, which is now flying back to base from the Lich. Yeah, it seems like they're wasting a bit of time here. Waiting for the couriers.
It is not very optimal, but then again, you know, the enemy team is not going to come at them quite yet either. They are sort of grouped up, though. Just more farming.
Yep.
Spectre doesn't have Haunt.
It's Lich, he's got his ring, he's got his smoke. Now they're on the way without President P under the cover of it, but there's no Radiant wards on this side of the map whatsoever. And Spectre
This
is painfully
is-
aware of that.
Radiant
Yeah,
are
and she's
scanning.
so close to that Orchid. For all the Radiant knows, she could have it already. And it's just...
Do they know? I mean, they saw the dagger, but yeah. Again, TP this time to the top.
It's one of the reasons that I really don't like this Axe build on Slardar. The Orchid build on Quap is definitely slower than, say, going into Yules.
Dire's top
She needs a
tower
lot of
is
time
under
for that
attack.
build-up, but, you know, she got that time.
Radiant's bottom
Because
tower
your
is
Slardar
under
is not a
attack.
presence on the map at all right now. He's not a threat. He hasn't been showing, but it doesn't matter because they know he's not going for a blink, otherwise he would have had it by now.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't really have any good farming utility on the
Dire's
start. I mean,
top tower
you
is
have
under
this
attack.
big damage right click every once in a while. He's been hitting a lot of creeps for a lot of minutes, and he's barely halfway towards his axe.
Rune of haste.
Meanwhile, they have to give up another tier 2 tower for nothing really in exchange, apart from the farm on the carries.
Yeah, they got a bit of right-click damage in on the top tower. The Lina got a lot of information there. Just by being able to push out that far, they know that at the very least the New York Jayo are completely grouped up on that bot lane. Otherwise, someone would have definitely come and stopped her. So the gold difference doesn't actually increase just because the Dire were so grouped.
Yeah. Continue to stay grouped. You think they could be playing a lot more aggressively now with all the spells of cooldown?
I think they
Dire's
could,
top
yes.
tower is under
Like
attack.
that first smoke didn't really need to be a smoke because they were working on ward vision and they could see that there was nobody there. And they could have smoked, for example, cross map after, you know,
Dire's
this kind of
top
movement.
tower is
Yep.
under
Actually,
attack.
you can't see what I draw, right?
Dire's
I can,
structures
yes.
are fortified.
Just checking, just checking.
Radiant's
Together
middle
in the
tower
slot.
is under attack.
That's how it works.
Radiant
But yeah, I mean,
structures are fortified.
it feels like they're moving a bit timidly. I mean, sure, they keep coming back towards this Radiant jungle, and they keep threatening the Spectre, who's trying to push out that lane, but then she always just TPs out, finds somewhere else to farm, so...
Dire's top
Now
tower
they're
Yes,
actually
I
gonna
think
finish off this tier 2 top, by the looks of it. I mean, there's no rotation in to stop this.
This is the moment where either they, like on Jayo, they should be looking to grab back their own
Radiant's
jungle,
middle tower is
or
under
at the very
attack.
least to secure Roshan for themselves, because they have been in the dominant position. I think they can take it. Even though they're not geared up like the best for it. But that would be the way to really choke off the map from the Radiant side. Instead, they have been playing up, but they haven't exactly been applying pressure. So, yeah, farm stayed even apart from that one fight, and this Spectre will have a Radiance very soon.
Yeah. And maybe some upgraded boots at one point too. Just left it at the casual
Radiant's
boots of
middle
speed
tower
for the
is
time
under
being.
attack.
I guess if you
Dire's
do have the
Who
Neko book,
needs
then
is under
speed?
attack.
who needs it?
Dire's top
You can
tower
throw
is
daggers, you can
fortified.
walk across cliffs.
So what you're saying is, should have skipped the boots of speed altogether?
Okay,
Necro Soul
maybe
Ring
not
and
that
then
far. I don't like people who skip boots.
Yeah.
Dire's
even
top
on
tower is
Weaver,
under attack.
I think
Dire are
there's a
scanning.
debate to be had if you ever do it at all.
I agree. I mean, yeah, even on heroes like Weaver or Lycan,
Dire's top tower is
like
under
this, you're not always gonna have your mobility spells. Weaver, Shikuchi is very mana hungry. Like you're not always gonna want to use that just to go from camp to camp or across the map. But hey, no Weaver in this game. Everyone has boots, I believe. Yeah. I'm panic checking at the
Boots
moment,
check.
but yeah, no, everyone should have boots.
I think like this way that Jabba is moving right now, that baited his Queen of Pain into a bad place.
Well, and there's no way to save her really. Void is nowhere to be seen to stop this one, so it's just a free kill on Queen of Pain. Now Spectre with Vision haunting in and seeing the Lich. There's another free kill.
buyback.
Buyback from the Quap. Someone's either very determined or very mad. I don't know.
fit for a queen.
I think she was hoping that the Void would find a good chrono here, but he is more interested in this camp for now. That is a big economic hit.
Yeah. And look at the net worth. I mean, it's been sitting at about 4K for the Google players. Google Cloud players, even. But it's getting closer to the 0 mark now. That being said, though,
so-
Void has eclipsed the Spectre now in that head-to-head matchup. Looking for the BKB
That's not gonna
next.
last long.
No.
As soon as she has that Radiance, her net worth is going to skyrocket, and she's going to feel very confident about playing up.
Yep.
The Radiance is, of course, also a mischance aura, and that's going to really help her against both the Void as well as the Razor.
Yep. Well, Void is going for that BKB. Razor, not so much. The Lotus all queued up, and now the smoke will break, and they find the target that they've been looking for this entire game again. Spectre inside the chrono, they need to follow up, and they do indeed with the cookie. They'll delay that Radiance for a little bit, but can you actually do more with this pickoff? Looks like they're thinking about
Should be
Roshan.
Rosh.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
So stop bashing them. There we go. Cookie. That's New York Jayo. I'm not sure if they can contest this. I mean, this is exactly. Even
Yes, throwing a stun.
Stun hitting 3 people. All right, maybe. You don't need big team fight ultimates if you can make that one work.
Oh, Slider,
Suddenly
no, you're
doing a lot
stuck.
of damage here to the Space's Void, who's has to undo and get out. The Fiend Scope over on the Razor and front lines, but Transparency, popping the Zonal, trying to just dissuade them from doing that. And actually still alive, the Sonic Wave coming through. Cookies left and right as the Chain Frost bounces back.
I foresaw your death.
That looked pretty decent for a moment with all of this free damage from range that they were able to throw in, but it was not enough, even with the Razor. He dropped super low, but he didn't die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Slider is still interested in going though. Like, at the very least, I was so scared that he was gonna die, and he's got his Aghanims now. But I
Yeah.
think it's too little, too late.
Well, 3 more kills, no deaths on the side of the Google Cloud players, and well, death-defying is something that the Queen of Pain can do now with that Aegis in her pocket. Plus another Arcane Rune bottle, so you can just go in maybe a minute once the Chronosphere becomes available again.
Yeah, and that's one of the important things about that Chronosphere. It's a really hefty cooldown at the start, but once Void starts scaling, it goes down to way longer. Wait,
No.
it doesn't anymore. What?
doesn't,
What? I thought it did. My bad. That's my
Worthy
great
to
hero
boot.
knowledge for you. At any rate, he is going to be able to deal damage without that chrono as well.
For the
Yep.
dead. Gold is a great
Capital that you're going for here. Only had the Casual Crystallis and is looking to upgrade that straight into the Daedalus after that BKB. The BKB, I mean, of course, it's not going to protect you from the Fiend's Grip, but it'll do a whole lot against the Ember Spirit, all of his magical damage against the Slaughter Crushes, not so much bashes. Can dispel his growth of haste once at least. And there's a lot of value in that BKB if you can get it off at the right time. And get a few bashes in of your own.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that has been the big upside for this Dire team so far, is that the amount of burst damage that they can put out is way higher. than the Radiant side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Again, the group does 5. This is where they're strong. They have their spells, they have their rages. Don't have to fight into Radiance though. Or maybe they will not! Spectre caught inside of that. The chain was bouncing with even a few creeps. More than enough damage. Didn't even need the Snapfire. Kisses come in.
I'm actually very glad for her that she didn't manage to get the haunt off there, because that would have been completely wasted. There's no way she survives that. So a little bit of a bright side there for her.
Taking a bit of damage here, of course. I mean, it's kind of your job as the Aegis carrier, but
Dire's top
would
tower
have been quite
is
unfortunate
under
if you
attack.
died there with the Spectre down, unable to help out. So they have 20 more seconds where they can freely hit this tower, and the Radiants, they will not want to fight this. They can't. Maybe they can get the Fizz Void though. BKB and doing some of the damage. Alright, here we go. That was very close, but not close enough. SK. Ah, there's no poison. No Shadow Strike on him. On this Lina, so she will survive. Transparency, Nightmare, nice little cancel. It was a very optimistic TP location, I guess, so they should be able to finish off the Snapfire. They're looking for more.
Yeah, I like that Alipay immediately moved on to find more targets, but unfortunately everyone else has bailed already.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Apparently there was a lot of damage done to the tower up top. But that's a price that you're willing to pay even in a game like this. For finishing up the racks, and it plopped down
Dire's
2
middle
Observer
tower is
Wards.
under attack.
Which, well, okay, meanwhile, there's another fighting mid. I should be taking care of that, but it's just a Lich being caught out. Taking a surprisingly long time to kill him, but they do it in the end. They'll finish up the Tier 1.
Yes, and I gotta say that with this Slaughter Axe finally online, there is a good spot for the Radiant to actually rally now. Once the Slaughter has his pulldown, he is really tanky. And it means that they can move up without immediately having to move back again. And you've seen already that the chase on the side of the Dire is strong enough to always catch them. So the fact that they can stand their ground around that Slardar with his huge amount of armor.
Yep. A little scan there from the Googlers, the Google Cloud players. They saw that smoke coming. They also saw some couriers flying out of the base, which might have been a clue.
Yeah, I've seen some people complain about that recently, that everyone's so careful with showing and then they just let their 5 couriers fly in a fleet across the map. Yeah.
I'm also annoyed that they haven't dewatered this. I mean, it's the first thing that you normally do after you lose barracks like that. You just plop down a sentry to cover your base, make sure that there's no sneaky vision.
You
Or
could
unsneaky
get
vision,
a
as
lot of
it's-
gold out of that right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Alipay. You get
Oh.
the sentry.
Alipay? Alipay?
Alipay. Be our hero.
Pay
He's
yourself?
right where you're standing.
Is he gonna... there we go!
Yes.
Oh, he's
Oh,
only
he
got the
just
one!
touched the other one.
He's only got the one! Oh no, another Chronosphere once again, only catching the Spectre, but
got
that's
the
what they
grip,
want.
though.
But the Phoenix from Alipay gets silenced down, Savoy gets a few more clicks in. Spectre is down for the count, Sonic Wave comes through, Diablo is sinking in everything they have on him, but he's too tanky, and Slaughter not so much, outside of the protection of his water puddle. Queen of Pain with BKB, but there's no need to pop it, even if you could. It's not enough threat. Not enough damage.
They only don't have any creeps here. That's why, you know, the Radiant really didn't see that coming, because there were no creeps in the base. Normally the enemy doesn't go on you, but they have a creep wave now. 20 more seconds for that Spectre to be back up. She does have Haunt.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Does indeed. So similar position, similar situation than last time, except the Slaughter is down for the count as well. A lot of damage being done to the Void, but they have to dispel, they have to cookie to save. Good in him to position himself in a way that allows him to do that, as they're just gonna sacrifice the Lich. Poor guy. It's like, I'm saving you, I'm taking a nightmare. Alright, see ya. Wait, what? Guys? Team? Team?
Where's my appreciation?
It's been betrayed.
Yeah.
Rest in pepperonis. Anyway, a lot of damage done to the tower. No further casualties, and all in all, 11k gold advantage here for the Googlers.
Yep. And you can see that as long as she gets caught in that chrono, that Spectre still dies so fast. She has to tank up. So there's a heart in the cards for her next, but she's quite a long way off.
Yeah.
And even then, a heart's a lot of HP, but it's no armor. And this Void is starting to really hurt with those right clicks.
I can see that again. Full on Daedalus. Didn't go for the damage talents. And time walked minus 1.2 seconds on that. It's been nerfed, but it's still super useful.
Yeah, and I fully agree with him here because we've seen it time and time again that his goal this game is to get that chronosphere down. And then the Snapfire does her thing.
I get it time and time again.
Oh man, I'm just gonna say I did that on purpose. And then we don't talk about it anymore because that's a very bad joke. I swear I don't make any bad jokes ever.
Of course, of course. Yeah, that's my job. It's all good. I'm just happy when someone else does it occasionally. Makes me feel less alone. Anyway, moving on. As we're back in this game, or Dire's back on the Radiant side. They haven't left for long. They're just hugging each other, you know, just running around as 5-man units. So it's a bit of time for New York Jayo to try and get some extra money on this Ember Spirit as well. I haven't talked about that hero for a while. I mean, he's had some good movements early on, but they haven't really been able to leverage that hero since.
Oh, he hasn't, and I think it's also been just because his Slardar wasn't in the game at all that everything has been on his shoulders. And when you have 2 cores farming jungle, it means that the third core is automatically one of the wave out pushers, and when they see you, you can't make any plays. So I'm not surprised at all to see that this Ember Spirit hasn't exactly been, you know, making any emo level plays, for example.
Yep.
Supplements.
All the smoke. And then
Daring play.
through the Dire Vision, so they have this false sense of security, perhaps, on Diablo. Lich is next to him, though, able to provide that extra frost shield. They also have the threat of the Faces Void Chronosphere, so there's still this question of how do we initiate in a way that doesn't screw us over.
They could get in on the backlines if they move forward right now. Come on, GH. Come on, yeah, there we go. There we go. There's nobody up the high ground anymore. Just get that vision. Get the info. Don't want to engage on the front line. Oh!
Silence, alright. He's tanking that one. And got the BKB from the Void. I mean, he might die as now the backline's rooted up. As, well, they'll finish up GH. Just some Spectre illusions. Quite a bit of work on the Queen of Pain, who will die despite the BKB. As the Slaughter Bike's back, Castling falls as the Chronosphere Fun comes out, but once again, only on one, and that's the Bane.
It's not on the Spectre,
okay,
though.
Ember's running in, taking a lot of damage. Taking a lot of damage from Diablo. Spectre. Oh, where are you at? Still there, still clicking. And all falling one by one. Another buyback from the Ember Spirit. Diablo trying to leave, but he is not allowed to do that.
That was a rough Chronosphere. Like, I see why he feels like, hey, there's several heroes together here. I can totally drop my ult.
Yeah.
But the Spectre wasn't in that. She was making mincemeat out of her backlines. And now you discover that if she doesn't die in the Chrono, she cleans up everyone else. That's a reaver towards her heart. She is happy right now.
Yeah. She did the most damage here from the Radiant side. I mean, she was, for the first time, she was allowed to do her job. Not being initiated upon before it can throw in that type of damage. It's not just the Radiants. I mean, we even saw the right clicks doing quite a bit of work up against this lone Queen of Pain, who thought she was fine under the protection of a BKB, but she wasn't. Bane, good position to get that Fiend Screw out to ensure that crucial kill. And now, all of a sudden, it's a blast of life here for New York Jayo.
Yep. And I gotta say that in a normal pro game, I wouldn't be a fan of the Slardar jumping in like this at all. Just because you could see with the amount of damage that was being done to him, he immediately had to leave that puddle of safety that he establishes for himself. But instead, just because he jumps, he throws the entire enemy team into disarray. And what looks like a bad jump instead gives his team the opportunity to get a fight on their terms. And now a Roshan on their terms.
She's gonna walk into the pocket. Just for the Ember Spirit, trusting the Spectre to start surviving now because of heart. It's not too far away now. They could pick up these bounty runes, for example. Hello, guys? Hello?
Yeah. No, that's like, it's real pretty.
This this free money. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Where was I? Spectre Heart. She's gonna start surviving now.
Mm-hmm. And because they got to move forward after that fight for the first time, there is an actual Radiant Ward on the dire side of the map again. So finally they are not playing in the dark anymore. And this is going to enable them to actually, you know, get this Ember to play up somewhere else than just on the lanes. Maybe he can start finding himself a pick-off somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe even together with the Slaughter, maybe he can pay back some of that space that he's gotten up until this point. I mean, he did finish up the Blink Dagger a little while ago.
It's got spider legs as well, so this Slaughter is extremely mobile. He can come at these team fights from any angle he wants. And he has some time to do it as well, because the Spectre has the heart, so she's not going to die instantly. Of course, right now I think we're going to put that to the test. No! The Lena's there to break the smoke!
Oof. And I think she figured it out too, with a bit of vision from the high ground that has just been placed. So she gets a TP out. And the smoke will fade into nothing. At least I can get some items here from these ancients.
Extremely fortunate. If they catch the Spectre there, I'm pretty sure she still dies.
Certainly need to lend her some help, because, I mean, this is still a crazy amount of damage if they can combo it up properly. I mean, it's a level 2 Mortimer's Kisses. I don't want to do the math on that, but it's a crazy amount if we land a few of these clumps. And they're still hunting. Still trying to catch somebody, and oof, almost. And a lag, okay.
Ah, he stepped into the dagger path, that's why he's so slow.
Yep.
Look at these frantic pings from Alipay.
Step or two, that Spectre might have been caught inside the Chronosphere, but as it stands.
I think he could have got her on the edge right there, but that was a very risky play.
Not sure if he can afford wasting a chrono.
At the same time, though, the Spectre doesn't have buyback. She went in for that heart. If you do get that kill, that's game ending.
Yeah. Alright, there's another dagger up in a couple of seconds. Void, 3 seconds on time walk.
Nobody else is even close enough to close the distance. Like, if she can juke him.
They don't have Queen of Pain though. She's on the other side of the map right now.
And in full Radiant Vision as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, the Ember is the one who's disconnected, and he is the only one who could, you know, throw his body at the Radiant side, or sorry, at the Dire side, and maybe still live to survive the ordeal, but he can't help the planning because he's disconnected.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to restart a few things and then come right back. And certainly an opportunity for the teams as well to, I mean, obviously it's not the ideal situation if you have a lot of extra time now because of a tech issue to think things through yourself.
It's really not, but with how awkward this is not a tactical.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's the price you pay for, well, a shoddy internet connection, I guess. Yeah. It's kind of a shame that, you know, we have these tech companies here, and then we have to stop because of internet issues. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah. Same time, I don't know where they're all playing from. I mean, we are on US West servers. So we know that much. I'm not sure if they're probably not playing from the company headquarters. I would wager, I guess. They're probably all
that would be real
sitting
cool,
at home in the home offices, I guess. Working from there, playing from there.
Yeah, responsible social distancing.
Yeah, and then you can make the argument that US internet is pretty shoddy sometimes, you know, depending on where you live exactly.
I have been told about that.
Yes.
Frequently, in detail, sometimes with colorful language as well.
Yeah. It's certainly not unheard of. Alright, so is this game always gonna be like this from now on? Just if they can kill the Spectre and if there's no buyback, then they're in a good spot, or is this ever gonna be a time where they just run out of run out of time and where they're just gonna be outscaled, where they can't kill the Spectre?
I think the spec after the butterfly is going to be a rough one to bring down. Definitely. And the Queen of Pain, she is going Bloodthorn. That's going to do a lot of work, actually.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I think that as long as they save the Chrono for the Spectre every time, they can win it. Because the Ember Spirit has an Aeon Disc right now, so they don't kill him.
Dire
Right.
are scanning.
Find the Spectre inside the trees, so we'll get to live this time. Witless
And since she
Shackle.
has Haunt up, she can actually come and join, because there's 3 heroes moving up into their own vision right now.
Yep, President P, that's a good catch. PKP will not save you against the bashes and the Fiend scripts. And now they're looking for
Haunt's
more. Now
going
the Haunt
forward.
forward onto Transparency, who's very slow to cook you up the high ground, but there's no way they can fight these there. I mean, the Guardian Grease will keep her safe for now. Meanwhile, crushes them back. Chronosphere catches Spectre with the globs. We'll see how much damage they can actually do. They need a bit more, but they have it. Sonic Wave just, it's more celebratory than anything else, I guess. Well, that's no triple crush. You're trying to buy some space, but where's the damage gonna come from now without the Spectre? Flyo, bro? Well, might be enough to finish off the Snapfire here with next route. Couple of right clicks here and there, and that'll be that. But at what cost, Skips? What cost? Lose
Cost was
Bane,
entirely-
and they will
nice
lose Flyo,
little-
bro. Maybe. Couple of right clicks here and there. That's just the Aegis, but I'm not sure. Can he play his way out of this one? The answer
He
is
has a
no.
remnant out, but
The answer is no.
oh, and that is so rough. I just have to ask, why is the Aegis on the Ember with the Aeon Disc, as opposed to the Spectre, who's going to get targeted by this Chrono every time?
Yeah, I think he picked up the Aeon Disc after the Aegis. That makes a difference.
I mean, like you probably know that you're gonna go that item,
Yeah.
unless you just decided it on a whim, I suppose. But that's real rough. At the very least, they died quite a bit of time apart, so this Spectre is gonna be up and ready for the base defense. But yeah,
Ember will not
heart
be,
up,
though.
she can still die.
Radiant structures
Ember
are
will
fortified.
not be ready to stand
Dire
assistance.
structures are
There's no
fortified.
Chronosphere for another minute. Sonic Wave, Queen of Pain either.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's holding onto the Spell Prison in the backpack, so maybe once the Sonic Wave comes off cooldown, you'll swap that in. The local for that. Asalipe though finds a nice position for that, but the Lotus Orb cancels the Fiend Script. Bane a lot of trouble with the extra stuns, but Void looking for more. A couple more bashes onto SK, and that'll be a dead Lina. GH, can he make it back to the fountain? He can indeed, as it decide, get the hell out of here. There's too many buybacks for us to keep fighting in front of the fountain here, but Spectre now in front. Oh my god, what? She disappeared! And
The
so
amount
did
of
the
damage
Void
dealt to
though,
her
but damn!
killed the Dire team.
That was a lot of dispersion damage indeed. I mean,
They were all so close to her. Yeah, I don't think it does anymore. The sustain that comes out from these Guardian Greaves. Over on
maybe a bit
Transparency?
too crazy there. Russell's team was not on board with his particular play right there, so
It's fine.
he falls. He is buyback, so does the Void, and ooh, Queen of
Worthy
Pain.
tribute.
Going to the secret shop. There's a courier. Oh no, didn't see it. Unfortunate.
Not yet. And she did swap the Spell Prism in, as you said.
And finds a DD rune. Oof.
For the dead.
Can keep that bottle up for a little while.
Hunting bounties.
Well, they're back in control, I would guess.
Oh yeah, very much so. And it is so hard for the Radiant side to find any... Like, what's your recipe for a fight here exactly? How do you imagine you taking this fight and winning it? Because everyone on the backline is really tanky. This Snapfire, apart from like her pretty ridiculous stats, has Guardian Greaves and a pipe.
Yeah.
And then the Lich has a Glimmer Cape up.
I think what you do is you vacuum them all together for Starter Crush and LSA. And then you run away. You disengage, then you do that, like go back in, do the same thing, like 5 times until they don't have enough health points anymore.
I really like that Darkseer pick of yours.
Well, there's a flaw in every plan, right? Just
That is the only time you're going to hear me say that I like a Darkseer pick, to be honest. I am not a believer in this hero. Not as a core, at least. Like, I see the arguments for support Darkseer, as weird as that might sound.
it does sound pretty weird, yeah. Wonder if you could make that work with a bounty hunter offlane.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
Riki,
you
don't know.
don't really... You want cores like Ember Spirit and such, stuff that just wants to
Okay,
run
yeah.
at people.
Invisibility.
Then you give them run very fast.
Yeah, give them run very fast and
maybe
give
some-
them make extra damage.
Yes,
It's kind
these
of
are my technical terms.
yeah.
That's why I'm so good at knowing the cooldown of Chronosphere.
I have the best words. Alright, and another smoke. President P.
This might be the last one of the game.
waiting. It might be indeed. If they find the Spectre again, I mean... Is there
Double
buyback?
damage.
No, of course not. Needs only just a little bit of money though, so... Maybe there's a chance. Titan Sliver, heart. 3.5k health points. I mean, on paper, she's very tanky. At the same time, also, what do you think about this talent choice? Because I normally always go for the
Radiant are
health.
scanning.
On the Spectre?
Yeah.
I do think that the health is extremely valuable. The dagger slow...
It does put it up
I-
to 36%, which is quite good, but...
It's quite a lot of slow. At the same time, though, against a lineup that is this mobile, I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Time flies.
Well, they've got some time to farm up some cool items, though. And,
Yeah, I'm
these
honestly
pretty good
surprised that
ones.
Dire didn't go for that last tower over on top, but instead they're opting to wait. I'm guessing that they just said, alright, we have the map control, we're gonna go for that Roshan.
Yeah.
And they are lucky with that that respawn as well, because it's pretty much right now.
Radiant's
Yep.
top
They
tower
would
is
be lucky if
under
they didn't
attack.
remove that courier just now.
That's what always happens, doesn't it? Diablo's gonna check. See, he's gonna be credited to... Never mind. Well, no instant Roche for them. Maybe they can establish some... they already have some decent high ground vision here. Nice little ward on just outside of sentry range of the high ground position. I always like that one.
Castling checked. Proper plus 5 player. Eyes on the prize.
Gold
It's,
is a great
But at the very least, the Spectre now has an illusion escape, so that's a pretty decent item for that hero. And they've also picked up a Minotaur horn, which they don't have on anyone somehow.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
would
stick into the quickening charm instead.
really like to see that Minotaur horn
Wait,
on the Spectre, actually, just to swap out for fights, because she could really use some magic immunity.
it says unknown. They're not
Your
gonna pick it
shaman
up.
has fallen into the dire.
Where is it?
The search for the Minotaur
I'm
horn.
looking at the camps. Oof. I don't know. I saw it drop in. Oh, wait, is it at the ancients? It's at the ancients still. Yeah, below
Ah,
the dragons. I forgot to pick it up. Spectre was farming it. Oof.
happens at any level.
illusion.
Yep.
Was it
indeed.
Alliance who are recently extremely bad at picking up items? I think it was, wasn't it? Or is it Liquid? Liquid.
don't know.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah.
I haven't been
attack.
watching as much Dota as I would have wanted to recently.
Well,
I have
just-
heard reports though about Team Liquid being super
Radiant's
strong,
top
and I'm
tower
super happy
has
about that.
fallen. Dire's
They
bottom
are-
tower is under attack.
How do I say this politely? They are very strong with their backs against the wall.
All right.
That's how I'm gonna put it. That should illustrate the entire situation
Radiant
perfectly.
structures are fortified.
Sounds exciting at least.
Dire's
Oh, yeah, it's
Script
exciting.
over on the Queen of Pain. No way to cancel that here, apart from the Chronosphere, which is not connecting on him, but it's connecting on the lane. It's going to be free kill there, but Spectre
though.
going in. It's, yeah, able to use that on for a change here. Trying to focus on casting, but he's pretty damn tanky too. With that Wither Shaco, so GH fashion away as they finally can get to focus on Spectre. Was not enough help, but damage has been done, and now the buyback into it. GH gotta get out of there. And Snow, big on Ember Spirit, rooting up left and right. Faces Void still alive, and even then, so he still has that Aegis. Maybe plus CGY super slow as he cannot get on top of anyone else to finish them off. No, just a little bit too strong. Maybe though. Well, Queen of Pain isolated in the front. Prison on Peace still finds enough space to blink out.
Oh, and the dagger misses.
That was a gambit.
This is rough. Like, there's definitely an ability for the Radiant side to just chase out that entire fight after they buy back, but since they are not able to lock anyone down, instead they get to reset. And yeah, Guardian Greaves have been used.
Spectre did 11k damage that fight. It was not enough to kill anyone because they're all so freaking tanky.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Even these supports, I mean, again, the Wither Shaco putting Lich at about 3k health.
She was hammering away at him forever before giving up, so instead she's like fighting the Faces Void face to face right now.
Jay trying to blink in, but Crush a little bit delayed because of this Scream of Pain. Now at level 25, you get that 1.2 seconds of fear. More lockdown and an AoE. Seems very strong it is indeed, and ultimately they just have a little bit too much. No haunts, no anything, so they will lose the last set of racks. Mega Creeps gonna be fighting on the side of the Google Cloud player starting now.
Yeah, and honestly, this is not as big of a deal as it seems, because Google Cloud has already had map control for most of this match. All it means is that the gold difference is going to increase even more.
Yeah. Are you excited for them to wait for another Roche and the 60-minute items?
Not
Finish the
like
game?
particularly, no. Like, I think that if they choose their items a little bit differently.
He's gonna find it. He found the Minotaur Horn on the Void.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. That's what you get for all that map control though. But yeah, I can actually see them waiting for the next round of neutral items, for example.
Also just noticed that was the second item that they stole. They also stole the Ocean Heart somehow. It's also sitting in the Dire base. Alright.
Nobody misses an Ocean Heart. No. Diablo's going in.
Alright. 3 damage from the illusion.
Yeah, it is. 170, but nobody to click, unfortunately for him.
Oh well, that Aegis is gonna last for another 30 seconds, so if you're gonna go, you should be going now. And there's gonna be 2 Chronospheres too. The Void wants to blast one of them away, so do have a bit of cooldown, lockdown on the Spectre. Faces Void just chasing them away. Down now the BKB. Another time walk forward. Do you want to press the Chronosphere? There it is. That's a good one indeed. As damage being drained. And Spectre is dead for good. Fiend Scrub over on the quad, but still not enough. It's a nice little interruption there for castling. Winter Wade's being thrown in. Diablo still alive though. He's just walking it off. Why the hell not? It's a lot of things gonna have to be on another Chronosphere. Yeah, Void not sure if you want to take the fountain though. That was unfortunate.
Oh, goodness.
To say the least. Rolls the face on him. He's tanking the fountain. That's a little bit too much damage. I'm not sure if it's gonna change the fate of the game, and well, New York Jaju agree as they call it. GG, well played. Google Cloud players 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yep. And I think definitely with the ease of execution on their side, we talked after the draft already. Like, all right, there's a certain, I would even call it like a play condition for the Jayo here, and they just never really got to do it.
Yep.
And all you need is to slip up in 1 or 2 of these team fights, and you get into the situation where you really can't fight on your own terms at all.
Yep.
And solidly executed from the Google Play side.
Yeah, there was this one team fight where they ended up dropping the ball a little bit, where they got a bit confused, I guess, around that top lane. Chronosphere,
Right.
only the Bane, I
That
think.
Slaughter was a madman.
Yeah. He was certainly forcing them into these, into that particular mistake, I guess. But yeah, they didn't let it phase them. They maintain control of the game. And they drove it home without taking too many big risks, I guess.
Glad to see that these two teams are pretty evenly matched up, though. It
Yeah.
makes me excited to see the rest of this series because it means that we can actually have some proper games on our hands, and that is what I want to be spending my time on. So give me more.
All right, we'll see if we can get that. For now, we're gonna take a short break, but we'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 2 here in this best of 3. The one of the captains, I believe, SKSK, he was the lobby host, and he forgot to set the pips for the scores, but they are obfuscated anyway on this overlay, so you will never notice this. Anyway, Google Cloud players, they're up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. They had a pretty good game plan, and they took control of the game. They did not allow New York Jayo to play theirs, and well, they drove that home into the end. Got a couple of nice team fights here, Spectres and Chronospheres, and
10 seconds
all
remaining.
of that cool jazz. But Kips, what do you expect this time around? I mean, Spectre has been banned, so obviously not that.
Yeah, obviously not that. And I dare say that since it didn't work out all that way, it's probably not too big of a miss. I'd like to see Shayo. They clearly trusted in that Ember Spirit player of theirs, right?
Yeah.
That man, he got out of lane pretty well. He made a couple of really
10
good rotations,
seconds
but then his
remaining.
fear of the Chronosphere just made him sort of stall. And I hope
5
that in the
seconds
second
remaining.
game they can find a way to
Dire
enable that
team
player
pick.
somehow, because I think that I saw the potential in him. I think that the way that his team drafted also showed that they trust in the potential in him. So let's go. Let's enable your star player this time around. Get some team fight, get some saves, and try and make sure that whatever comes at you, you can handle it, and then your last
10
player is
seconds
free to play
remaining.
whatever he wants.
Yeah.
That should be your draft plan here.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty fun plan, at least for the player who
Dire team
you
pick.
draft around then. But let's see if they end up doing that, or maybe they pull something completely different out of their hats. I mean, right out of the gates, that's a lot more team fight than they had last game almost, isn't it? With the big
Definitely.
orb.
It's a big reset as well. Like, you
Yep.
just get an entire screen full of no.
Yeah. I like that phrasing.
10 seconds.
It's really
remaining.
fitting.
We're
isn't
still
it?
renaming spells
Yeah.
around here, aren't we? We have the
The big ball of no.
5 seconds
There we
remaining.
go. The big screen of no. And, oh, okay, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's a lot more classic here. The cuddle bristleback, so that'll be in the off lane. That'll be a nightmare to deal with for almost anyone. Stick or no stick. So it's gonna be a lot of quills.
a lot of quills flying.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have seen top level teams split this duo up as well
10 seconds
to
remaining.
put the Bristleback as a surprise mid. He wins
Okay.
a lot of matchups actually, and
5
he's
seconds
very,
remaining.
very hard to deal with when he gets a level advantage. So, maybe the New York JoJo are feeling like pulling a little sneaky on us. Let's see.
Alright. Well, they do have the very last pick coming into this, so they certainly have the draft position to maybe make that work, just depending on what they end up seeing on the side of the Google Cloud players who went back towards the Lich. Castling was playing that quite competently in the 5 position last time around, so why the hell not? So it's certainly going to come in handy too, seeing how the Brittle Quill's physical damage, of course, so the Frost Shield
Yep.
will have some utility against that too, to keep people alive. But that seems like...
Another reason why I like the Lich against the Bristleback is because you can turn him around.
Oh yeah,
You have one of the few stuns in the game that actually repositions people to face you.
that is very
So
good
what
point.
I want to see here is ideally a Spirit Vessel builder, that or possibly an AA, although AA Lich isn't exactly the strongest support combo to open with.
Yeah.
So hit me up with something fast. I wouldn't even
Venomancer.
hate to Void Spirit here. Venomancer? Ooh, that's a specialist hero.
Is indeed. I mean, certainly is very strong with the Spirit Vessel because naturally his own Poison Sting also has the same effect, just slowing down the
Radiant
healing.
team banned.
And if Bristleback can't heal, well, you can chip him away a lot more safely and a lot more easily, at least. Oof, clockwork though.
So either a support or a core, and in both positions a solid vessel builder, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Tanks him up, gives him mana regen.
10
Yeah, that's
seconds
a
remaining.
good number of heroes where a vessel's just
seconds
relatively
remaining.
strong on. It's just a matter of when you get it because it is quite expensive
Yes, it is.
to upgrade that. I mean, what the recipe is 1,000 gold. Then you have the 1,000 gold health ball.
The fit booster,
The
yes.
fit
But
booster,
I
the
like
health
that we're
ball.
just going to call things X ball.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
The
I mean,
ball
it
of
is
spikes
roundish, you
in the
know?
movie Very Fast, the orb of no.
I mean, everyone knows what we're talking about, right?
I certainly hope so.
Team
At
maybe
least
they-
after we spend a few weeks establishing all of that as canon, so... Anyway,
What do you mean we? It's going to be up to me, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna be casting my games, but you as a co-caster, you have the you're in a unique position where you can infect other casters, you know?
It's very true. I
10
have been
seconds
doing
remaining.
that.
Yeah.
There's been quite a while since I've been
5
doing this,
seconds
but I've been
remaining.
teaching casters to talk about the dire high ground, like up to the left side of the mid lane as Mordor, because you
Dire
don't just
team
walk up
pick.
into there.
Okay. I can see that. I like it.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty good. It's got that ominous look to it as well, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, a lot of people have. I've seen a lot of teams dash themselves to bits on that particular pair of stairs.
I can certainly imagine how that looks
10
like.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, for now,
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
the Google Cloud players certainly took their sweet time. They're almost out of reserve time, in fact, after they've banned Riki now. So,
Radiant
what's it gonna
team
be
pick.
for the Facebook
Faceless
team?
Void.
Faceless Void, once again. Huh.
Taking away a favorite from the cloud players as well, then.
I guess, yeah. They were on the dire side last time, was picked in the same position. So
It was,
maybe it
but
is
it
fate.
was- It was in a draft that was already
10
targeting
seconds remaining.
like
Yeah.
to have damage inside of the Chrono, and Bristle and
5
Void have
seconds remaining.
almost counter synergy that way. Bristle wants the fight to be going on, he wants people to be hitting him, he wants to be
Yeah.
putting ghoul on everyone.
Dire
And
team
that
pick.
doesn't go so well when there's a big
Ember
faceless
Spirit.
Void in the way. And Cloud players
Oh.
get the Ember Spirit this time. Another fast vessel builder, by the way, as we saw in the previous game.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, the Chronosphere will allow the Keeper of the Light to channel and illuminate, which may actually hit something. So that's something right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not normally the
10
thing that happens
seconds
often.
remaining.
But
The
yeah,
Chronosphere is also very good as a follow-up
5 seconds
to
remaining.
that Ball of No. Now
Radiant
Will-O-Wisp.
team pick.
I nearly forgot the actual name of it. Here's the damage into the Chrono. So yeah, this is starting to look like a proper lineup with some team fight, some unfortunate anti-synergy as well. Like it's entirely possible for the Keeper of the Light to blast people out of the way just
Oh, yeah.
before the Void Chronos, for example.
oh, you can blast them into it.
True, very true.
Dire team back.
We have
Yeah,
two
it's-
types of players.
Yeah, it's it's certainly not going to be the easiest Faces Void combos. Not compared to what we saw the last game with the Snapfire. But the Timbersaw, oof, that's certainly a hero that can cut down the Bristleback to size a bit. Really strong against
Oh,
strength
yes, he
heroes
can.
with the stat reduction on the Q, on the Willing Death.
10 seconds remaining.
He's also pretty hard to bring down in a Chrono, especially if he builds,
5
for example, a
seconds
hood. He
remaining.
makes sure that he's got his stacks up before going in. I don't see a good way for Jayu to burst him down, really.
Does this put the Clockwork in the 4 position now then?
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Because ideally, one of the ways like you want to build a draft is you want to
Radiant
have 3
team
cores.
ban.
One of them scales with right-click damage, one of them scales with magical damage, and one of them does both. Right now, they have the both on the Ember Spirit and the magical damage on the Timbersaw.
Yep.
Which means that if you want to round out your draft really nicely here, you still need like that usually agi right-click carry.
Well, certainly plenty of those left in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
For sure. And interesting actually to see that there's a Pugna ban
5
here from
seconds
Jayu.
remaining.
I
Radiant
like this.
team
Pugna
pick.
is a huge faceless void counter. You know, he can get a BKB, but then you can still decrypt his targets.
Yep.
As well as, you know, being able to slow down a bristleback, take his health away, being able to deal a lot of damage without being restricted to right-clicking people. It's good, but I don't actually think that Google Cloud were going to go for it, and they
10
banned the
seconds
OD
remaining.
themselves again. So they must think that
5
this is not a
seconds
mid
remaining.
laner.
Dire team pick.
So,
Warrior.
Earth has the choice.
There's your right-click
Yeah.
core.
Yeah, I can see that working. There's a decent amount of kiting though on some of these heroes. I mean, Bristleback, he's pretty interesting how that works out. It's certainly gonna be good enough for the Ursan lane because
10
before the
seconds
Bristleback gets 3
remaining.
levels up and running. Keeper of the Light should always be able to stay ahead because he's like super
5
fast on the source of
seconds
his.
remaining.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a bit awkward, Ursa and Clockwork. I think you can jump into the cogs with your Q,
Yes, you can now.
but I think you have to line it up nicely.
Yeah, what I would actually like to see is, I'd like to see this Ursa dodge the Cottle Bristle lane. I think that if you play Timbersaw
yeah.
there, or especially Timbersaw Clock, you're going to do just fine. The Clock can really harass that Keeper of the Light out.
Yep.
Make him keep his distance from the Bristleback, and then Timber doesn't care too much about Bristle.
That is true, yeah. That will make a lot of sense. So this is gonna be one of these games where everyone's trying to scout out who's laning who in the first
It
minute.
might be.
It's got all musical lanes.
You may now select
Necrophos.
your heroes.
Yeah. Not sure I like this one, to be honest. It's a bit of a do-nothing hero, almost. Like, you just stand there. You're not
Yeah.
immediately gonna die to Ursa, I guess, but if you're out of position, I mean, you're not gonna be able to necessarily walk away before that the Corrupify ends, or whatever. The Ghost Shroud, I guess it's called.
Yeah, but this will allow you to sustain on an otherwise pretty, you know, the Lina, the Void, a pretty fragile lineup. Also, the ability to finish off people in the chrono is pretty good.
Yeah.
You also have the kill combo together with Athena,
10
of course.
seconds remaining.
And yeah,
5
they
seconds
didn't
remaining.
with the bristle. They didn't really need someone else to frontline though. I'm not entirely sold on that pick either. I think Google Cloud players once again have a lineup that just, you know, looks better.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's some chinks in the armor, perhaps, yeah, especially with the skiding with the Chronosphere. If Emmasplit gets caught on that a little bit too much, all of a sudden you're out.
Yeah.
One of these heroes
What
that you have to rely on to just
what
finish people
needs
off
to
and
happen
catch people.
is that either the Timbersaw or the Ursa, but ideally both, need to have just a nice solid laning phase so that this Void is actually forced to use his Chrono when either of those two go in. Just, to save his team or to get the fight going, because they don't have much initiation on this Jayo lineup otherwise.
Yep.
And if he can drop the Chrono on the Timber and the Ursa, or either of them, and they die, then that spells bad news for the rest of the Radiant lineup. But if they don't, then it means that the Ember has a front line to work behind, and he can freely chip away at
Yep.
all of these heroes, or maybe dive the back lines, see about these tasty fragile int supports.
Would be nice indeed. They can do it themselves, or he's just setting them up just a little bit for the Timbersaw, who can get a few extra seconds here to line up Timber Chain combo. Not to mention the Ursa. Like, Ursa's the type of hero that is very liable to be kited in some games. But if you have just a little bit of control from your team, and in this case, mostly from the Ember Spirit, which can slow people down quite a bit, of course. Makes that very strong. And then the Clockwork. I mean, let's not forget about that hero. I mean, if you place your cogs well in the middle of a team fight, they could just change things in many different ways.
Yep. I am not the biggest fan of Clockwork into Kotl though, just because the Kotl can always blast you out of the cogs with whoever you're stuck in with. As well as that Kotl is a very natural force staff builder. Hero just loves that item because he's so fast on his own. So
But no Aghanim Rush? What?
I mean, you rush the Ags after the force staff, don't you? That's how you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I was going to say it's not GH playing it, but that's how GH would do it. We should ask him. He's what's he playing this game?
He's playing the Void. GH God on the Chrono Monster.
Let's find out.
Oh, smoked again. Just I don't know if that's worthwhile. Just get the wards out, I guess. Just have that bit of extra movement speed.
Yeah, it's worth it if
30
you think you
seconds to
can get the first blood as well, depending. But yeah, this was definitely just a wards down kind of smoke.
Well, they did place this one down in the bottom lane, and I believe they did see the Timber on this Radiant side. So, yeah,
So
they're already
this
setting
is
the
a lane
Bristle up.
swap, as I thought, and it has been scouted now. He's also given it away pretty freely, but he wins information as well, so he's going to move
The
forwards
battle
now.
begins.
It's not going to be able to contest this Rune. At the same time, up top, I do believe they caught a glimpse of the Bristle back. But they're not willing to change things around for the moment. I mean,
Ooh.
if Timber's on the safe line, I guess he's fairly self-sufficient, so is this going to be a straight-up tri-lane?
Yeah, they can maintain this tri-lane here on top. I can't say that I think they have good kill potential here, and yeah, this is... Now I'm not so sure about why the Ursa is on top lane at all, because he is going to be laning against the Bristle. That's going to be extremely annoying to him. And the only thing I can think of is that they weren't planning to win his lane in the first place at all. And they're just going to rely on this Timber to hit a critical mass, get, that hood up, and start standing behind people's tower, yelling, "Come at me." Which is a fair game plan if you're playing with the Timber. He's so good at buying space by doing that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if you can direct the game in a way where you can really make use of this crazy timing window that Timbersaw has, where he's just straight up unkillable, then you can certainly snowball that into a victory, really. Or if nothing else, it's enough space for the other cores to fill the gaps, as it were, in their farm.
Yep. Ursa buys a mask, smokes the Roche, that sort of thing.
Yeah. For now, though, this level 1 and back and forth, none of these Radiant heroes had sticks to begin with, so first back, using most of his mana to try and get this damage in, force out whatever region they have. They found a few tangos here and there, but the sticks are flying out on the courier now.
Yeah, and they were pretty lucky that the Kotl went for the Blinding Light first, so the real spam hadn't begun yet, but here it is now.
Full on wands immediately for the Ursa, of course.
Might as
No
well.
argument there, might as well. You're gonna fill that up, for sure.
Yes. And if you have that burst regen, like, as long as you're able to get up into the face of the bristle, it is possible to kill him. I think you would want level 3 on your Lich first, though. So around level 3, we might want to take a peek into this top lane, see if the Radiant feel like being cheeky.
I feel like most of the time when you try to want to kill Bristleback, you also have to do it in stages. Like, you go aggressive a little bit, bring them to like half health, and then when he comes back in at half health, or at least not full health, then it gets a little bit easier to maybe make a play.
Yeah, most of the time you don't kill him from full, not at all. The only place you can possibly think about doing that is on his very low levels, just like with the Timbersaw, actually.
Yeah. Beyond that, you're gonna have to do some serious maths to make sure that you don't actually just feed yourself away. Let's see whether they manage to do that. But for now, I mean, the levels are gonna be coming in for both the Bristle and the Timbersaw.
Yeah, and I do want to point that out as well, that the Timbersaw, the Clockwork, deliberately walked out of EXP range in order to make sure that Diablo got a fast level 2. And he has been sitting back since still. Diablo's level 3 right now. And this is where, as a Timber, you start to feel really comfortable. You have 2 of those points up in your active armor. Means you can start regening really well. You don't need to ferry in all that much regen for yourself anymore.
Just straight up becomes twice as effective from 6 to 12 stacks. In this, not every spell does that, you know?
Oh, definitely not.
Not every spell just becomes twice as good at level 3.
Look at this Lena tickling him. He doesn't care anymore.
Yep.
She bought a Blightstone for that and everything. He just doesn't give a hoot.
He should be absolutely fine now. For emergencies, he still has his magic stick and does plop it down now. Clockwork with mana burn here and there. Still tanks a stun. He's doing a lot of damage back here with this level 2 battery assault, and Lena actually perhaps in a bit of trouble. Diablo with another Timber Chain across. Not quite enough to do it by itself, and now we
She's very fast though. She took a level of
Not
Fiery
for
Soul.
long though, yeah. No more mana to maintain it, so they'll eventually be able to catch up. Not sure if they needed both these heroes to run at him, so it's maybe 1 or 2 free creeps for Faceless Void. But hey, kill's a kill, and that was the first blood too, so money in the bank.
Nice. And let's see about this top lane. I honestly think that Castling is too low here, and he also didn't take a level in the gaze, so they're just trying to sustain here on top lane.
Also certainly thinking he can kill the Keeper of the Light, but as I said, super fast with the Wind Lace 350 move speed. There's no way you can catch up to that.
Arms for the
He's
dead.
very speedy for such an old man.
I mean, he is on a horse, so
Yeah, must be pretty light then. Just a lightweight.
Yep.
And who knows, maybe this man has just been breaking the speed laws all his life. You don't know. Certainly looks like it.
making themselves a pretty big stack here at this point. It's a triple, I believe, so something that Bristleback can help follow up soon. Down bottom, okay, gonna get Alipay again.
This Faceless Void has very few ways to save his support at all. He can just hit you. It's one of the reasons why he wouldn't really go for Void as an offlaner these days. Just because you want to be able to pressure, And if you get pushed back, there's nothing you can do really.
Alright, let's talk about this mid lane for a little bit, because last-wise they're pretty even.
Yeah,
Now Ember picked up a region rune, very nice.
As opposed to the previous time where I think it was definitely the Ember Spirit who came out ahead, even though he shouldn't.
Yep.
But then President P made up for that with his rotations, and now it is him on the Ember Spirit. I'm very curious to see if he's going to be a defensive Ember Spirit player or if he's going to look for those pickoffs on his own. I think the Kotl's in trouble on top here. He gets
Possibly,
unlucky.
but the slow does expire, but there's another one coming through and he's forced into this very awkward plays at the same time. Oh, that's a lot of damage, and too much damage. Too many quill sprays here. Transparency rotating in, same as Alipay, but it's actually Clockwork who's probably in a lot more trouble here, as once again, infinite quills. Double kill for Bristle.
You won't be getting up so
Very nice. And this is the player
falling
who
into
we
them.
saw
Radiant's
farm
middle
all
tower
game
is
last
under
time,
attack.
remember, on the Spectre?
generation.
He instead has a very fast kind of hero right now, and I really want to see if this playstyle maybe suits him a little bit more. I thought he was playing it a little bit too safe, not very adventurous with his haunts, for example, not going for the earn build, but instead, soul ring into farming. So maybe and CTY can play some pretty good tempo Dota here together.
Yeah. And certainly with a Coddle in the back, I mean, it's... We saw the power of that. He got 10 quill sprays out. He did 1800 damage as a level 5
Ooh.
Bristleback. This is quite a bit, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean he's going to have to as well because his mirror matchup, Diablo, on the Timbersaw is just diving the tower for the Void right now. Like you can see that the Faceless Void would really like to drop that Chronosphere. Like there's a hero under tower, but you know what? That's
Yeah,
a Timbersaw. He doesn't actually die.
This is not happening. Like, from now until, like, at least 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Probably longer. He's gonna
I
be
love this game plan. Timbersaw is strong. He just goes to top lane.
Missing a point of whirling death, so you're just gonna have to move around a little bit. No way to cancel. Oh, then never mind. I lied. Sinister Gaze was there. Cancel that TP.
Diablo is getting very
Oof.
low. Ah,
Not
Frost
low
Blast.
enough. Not low enough. He still has the stacks. Some of them are expiring now, but Alipay on level 4. Still Guna Blade to finish him. Oh, the bash throw interrupting the Timber Chain. Frost Shield.
Asling has one more Frost Blast.
I'm sure he should be fine, right? He's absolutely
I think
fine.
he lives.
Maxed out now on the reactive armor.
Absolutely ridiculous hero.
Now he's just going back in. SK. Very nimble though. And he did not walk out for the Sinister Gaze this time. He hit the man if he didn't go for a Frost Blast.
Yeah. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. I think forcing that Bristle out with a
Dire's
kill was
bottom
pretty good.
tower is
Yeah.
under
Unfortunately, it does mean that the shift has now completed. The Ursa is on bot lane and he's immediately going to be confronted by his arch nemesis.
He slowed down Alipay with a nice little Q there, nice little jump. He's now finding TP out. Not enough quills without the Coddle, as it turns out.
So he's gonna stick up and go into the jungle. Yeah, this Ursa is done with this laning stage. You won't see him for a while now. But that's okay, because he has 2 other cores who can keep the lanes out. President P.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
So
Oh, he
Last sits on
faked
his own.
going top. I would have loved to see that, him faking going top and then moving bottom for a kill on one of these juicy supports, but sadly, no.
Dire's middle
Who's
tower
getting
is under
experience,
attack.
not the Radiant side. They got that
Nope.
outpost taken away from them and didn't quite have the presence of mind to also move aggressively on the other side.
Dire's
So
top tower is under attack.
well, it's very unfortunate for them, but very good for New York Giants.
Yeah, really like seeing them with the how do you say this? The more like acute presence of mind.
Dire's
This
top
time around?
tower is under attack.
I feel strong sitting behind this Bristleback. Look at these supports just
Radiant's
gathering. They
bottom
want to take
tower
down this
is
tower
under
with the
attack.
catapult.
Transparency is down here, but he's level 4. He's gonna TP out before they find him.
Use go.
All the way to the tier 2 tower. He's got himself the book.
Dire's
He can
top
get his
tower
hook
is
shot
under attack.
ready to go.
Dire's top
1-for-1
tower
tower trade across the map by the
Radiant's
looks of it.
bottom tower is under
At least
attack.
that'll be the outcome eventually. Especially if they do keep this catapult alive, CDY just... Or maybe and CDY, both of them. Staying in tower range.
Yeah, that's gotta be confusing in there. I've heard those two
Radiant's
play
bottom tower has fallen.
together even, and there's a lot of shouting
Yeah.
involved.
Radiant are
Maybe go
scanning.
top? What? Do we maybe go to the top lane, maybe not? Or should maybe go top? Like, what?
I want to farm.
Yeah. Oh well.
All kidding aside, though, I thought this Clockwork would try out his
Radiant's
first
bottom
hook shot
tower
on
is
the
under
Necro
attack.
while he was in mid, but he didn't go for it then. And
Radiant
now he
structures are
sort of
fortified.
sidled up to him and then decided
Dire's
against it
middle
again. They're
tower
going
is
for the mid
under
tower
attack.
instead. This is a great trade. If the Radiant can't keep playing like this,
Dire's
just pressuring in
structures are fortified.
2 lanes while the Dire stay grouped, it's going to pay off for them big time. Not just economically, but also in tower damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In
Hey,
bristles.
Ursa, there's no need to def this tower. Nobody needs you to def this tower.
Yeah, this is not a fast push right now with just a bristle hitting it.
Yeah, like all you can do here is die. So please no, just stay in the jungle. Bears love the
Dire's
woods.
middle tower is under attack.
Sit in there, see if you can scrape some honey from a tree. I don't know.
Not sure if Ursa bears do that.
I like to imagine them as more wholesome than they are.
Also, it would be
this
sap,
is
it
a-
wouldn't be honey. Anyway,
Full
Maybe
TP
there's
from the
hook
Ember here
shots,
because the
but-
Clockwork is flanking.
you don't really want to hook into the bristle back though at this point. He's gonna
that
put up
cuddle.
defiance of his own, but okay,
Ah,
never
he's
mind.
doing it.
Get him, push him back, or at least cut off that particular avenue. I'm not sure
Behold.
exactly what they had in
Dire's
mind,
top
but
tower is under attack.
well, the chase is on, and now it's off. Now it's going the other way. Transparency is just finding himself in a precarious position. Thanks to Laguna Blade. Yeah, I'm not
Pretty
sure
big
what's
waste of manpower
Yes.
there. Well, except for the
Dire's
fact that
top tower
Timber
is
is
under
now
attack.
behind the tier 2 top. He's having a grand old
Well,
time.
that's normal. This
Yeah.
always happens.
Just Timber things.
Yeah.
Dire's
Again, we're
middle
still in this
tower
time
is
window
under
here.
attack.
13 minutes. There's no way you can kill a Timber, so you can kind of do what he wants.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's mostly kill creep waves. I'd like to see him
Dire's
move
middle
into mid
tower
right
is
now.
under attack.
This Ember could use a bit of a front line, and even though the Dire
Radiant's
aren't
bottom
defending
tower
right now,
is
they
under
should
attack.
be. You know, just because they're not doing it doesn't mean that you
Dire's
shouldn't be
middle
in the
tower
right place.
has
But yeah,
fallen.
it's fine. Ember gets the mid tower for free, and this is absolutely great news for the Radiant. I still think they wasted a lot of time by going on bottom. Clockwork can just flare down these waves, throw them off the tower.
Dire
Level 1 Rocket Flare. Still enough to aggro them. So yeah, there's not a lot of damage being done down here. Free tier 1 mid, which is a very important tower. Even before that, they've already had the Observer Ward in this Dire jungle for the longest time. And might be able to catch an Necrophos now. Not the easiest kill with his own hood. Gonna make it play for here, especially if there's creeps for Chain Frost to bounce back and forth from.
Oh, lucky bounce there.
Bounced once.
Not lucky enough.
Oh.
He could have just stayed with the creeps and died there, you know? The fact that it came back at all was pretty nice.
Yeah. It's also a
Bit-
bit
bit
unfortunate that
optimistic
I
there
think the
from
Flame Guard
Castle.
also aggroed the other creep camp. So it bounced at the
yeah.
wolves. Oh god. I remember
I
playing
think
Witch Doctor once. And
Oh, here it
you know
comes.
this camp, right? I had a ward
Yeah.
up there, staying behind there. The enemy Spectre comes in. The rest is history.
She looked at it go.
Yep, she did indeed. She and the Centaur.
That's for me.
Ha!
And then she died. I was very proud of that one.
It sounds
Radiant's middle
really
tower
good.
is under attack.
Just satisfying.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
absolutely. That's the kind of thing that they needed there with the Chain Frost as well.
Yeah. Not that time though.
No.
So, let's look a bit at this item progression, because this is another Mask of Madness Faceless Void. I think it's a bit riskier than in the previous game though, where the enemy had basically no damage to throw into the Chronosphere. This time you're up against a Timbersaw. That's rough if you're Mask of Madnessing and he decides to throw a nice glaive in there.
Well, doesn't seem like either team is too keen on picking fights though at the moment. I mean, this Clock was kind of running around like he wants to hookshot something. But,
Yeah, I mean, he hit his only hook shot so far. Unfortunately, there isn't a
100%.
great target for him. 100%. Let's keep count, shall
Let's
we?
keep counting, indeed.
I'm so sorry, Transparency. This might not end well for you.
Remember back in the stat days when look at her would do stats, she would always count the Mirana arrows.
Mmm, tasty.
Good old days.
Radiant are scanning.
Those were the times.
Yep.
Boom! There it goes.
But yeah, I think that they're just using the space to get an entire Bloodstone up on this Timbersaw. And let's face it, he's getting it on a side of the map where normally nobody else of the Radiant heroes would get as much farm out. And they're also forcing this Necro, who is going for the Mech Guardian Greaves kind of build. This guy could be with his team and, sustaining pushes like an assault on the mid tower with the Chronosphere, for example. But he's just hypnotized by this Timbersaw, who's all the way over on his side of the map.
He spent as much time here as the Timbersaw did, so it's
Yep.
because he had to. Because otherwise the tower would just eventually be chipped down by creeps.
I mean, does he have to, though? That is the question.
That is the question, actually. I mean,
And
do you have the
I
Chronosphere?
can tell you
do not
that
quite have the mech. Yeah, actually no, just a couple of it.
you have a Scythe, you have a Laguna Blade, you should have totally been doing something with this Chronosphere. It's been up for ages now. He's going to have his level 2 Chronosphere in like a quarter of a level. He never used the level 1. It's a lot of possible tempo lost. And it's all time that this Ursa has been using to get back up, and I am interested in what he's doing here as well, because he's getting a basher. So he's really counting on his team to lock down heroes for him. Or at least, so he can cross the distance. And he might even do the good old Abyssal Rush build.
Yeah. Why
Have
not?
you seen that in action?
I have indeed, and previously you would go for a Blink Dagger, and then they gave the Blink to the Abyssal Blade, so why not go straight for that? Gives you that extra bit of jump in, way to go get on top of somebody, get all of your overpower stacks out as well. But before that, of course, once you have the basher finished, it also makes Roshan a lot easier, which is gonna be his plan now. He already has some more with Mask for Lifesteal too. So.
Yes. And with the way that this Timbersaw has been positioned on top lane, the jungle has been very unattractive for the Dire side, but unfortunately that also means that they don't have the best control there right now. They did see the Ursa walk in, but they had to go through the clockwork to actually get near the rush pit, and he's already been distracting Fly old bro.
And that's where he is, throwing out a remnant. He didn't want to chrono, just him. Another chain throw is actually bouncing between quite a few of these heroes into the ball, but no though, as there's a nice little scythe to cut off the Ember's head. The Aegis did go towards the Ursa, but can actually make use of it.
No.
I highly doubt it. I mean, there's 5 people against 1, maybe not 1, maybe 2. Diablo coming in, but there's not a whole lot of trees in this area. He's missing the one on the other side, who's already been cut down, so first will just die twice. And Diablo, he does not have a lot of active armor stacks going into this. Ooh,
At least he hits that one, but
finds
that was
long
very
range
rough.
tree.
And he's getting his mana drained right now.
They want him. He's all alone, and this is the point where he can actually be killed.
It's not the heat.
This stage in the
it's
game.
the humiliation.
They have plenty of time for it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very rough. Like, even if the Ursa goes down there after getting the rush, okay, sure, I guess you don't get to make tempo, but losing the other 2 cores there as well and getting 0 kills in return, that's all of the economic damage you did basically nullified.
Didn't they pause at the beginning of the game for a bathroom break?
They did, yes.
20 minutes later they do it again. I mean, what?
Unfortunate. Like, sometimes you have issues.
Yeah, let's not get into that, I guess. But yeah,
Anyway,
the
one of the
Roshan
things
did
that
not
I-
work out.
Yeah, that was not good. And one of the problems with this is as well that because you lost his positioning on your Timbersaw, it's going to be way harder to get back up in there now. Not only is his confidence damaged, but like the creep waves are not going to be in his favor anymore.
Yep.
This top tower might as well go down. I do think that if the Radiant focuses on keeping their mid tower, they will be just fine over there. But yeah, top, you shouldn't have top, for sure.
Another slight problem is that they, once again, have no outpost. Transparency is down here, but he didn't think to pick up the outpost down here.
He went straight for the runes that are going to spawn in a little bit. He's at the very least going to get 2 of them, but yeah, that's going to put his team at a significant level disadvantage, and they're already not quite keeping up with the dire side. I think you can still see a little bit of the effects of that that outpost snatch in the graph if you look at the levels.
Yeah.
Just one step ahead on basically everyone if you compare them to their counterparts on the other team.
Yeah, it's gonna be exacerbated here once the tick actually comes in. How much XP is it on the 20 minutes? 200?
Honestly, I am not sure. I think it might be 200 or 250.
I think it's 150 at 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I
that
guess
should
we'll
be
find out in
200.
a few seconds. So we're ready to get back into the game, and the answer is 350. Holy shit.
350.
Way off.
Yeah. I guess I was closer, which is a mixed blessing being the analyst over here.
Yeah. Well, depends on how you sell it, you know. Alright,
Yes,
President
for
P.
now-
Better get out of there. Maybe call in
Top tower.
reinforcements. I don't know if you want to go into this. I mean, there's a Lotus or Bristleback with also Hood of Defiance. Just coming off a big win on the Roche Pit. On the flip side, though, Timbers will finish up the Bloodstone.
Yep. And I think that if the Prez here gets his kill, he's going to get Spirit Vessel charges, and then they can definitely fight the Bristleback. Because he has that item finished, but yeah, it would require them to pick off the Kotl or the Lina first.
Oh. Problem is, Coddle is never too far away from Bristleback.
And he's nearly finished up with 4 staff. Alright, Transparency, there you go.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Get
attack.
that outpost.
It's a very transparent bait. No. Diablo's there. I mean, he's trying to settle back into this position he was in before. So hook shot, okay. Cross the map to the Keep of the Light, but there's no follow-up, really. Or is there Transparency baiting him in? They're force a fight this Bristleback, and they decide, nah, this is not the angle that we want to take. We could get out scot-free, so they did.
Yeah, and I have to say that you're just giving away your award right there. If I was this Clockworks 5 support, I would be pretty cross with him right now.
Yeah.
Dude, that was our aggressive vision. There's no way we were gonna get a kill right there. Now they de-warded it.
The Ember was close by. Maybe we can jump in, get the kill on Cardle, get those charges for the vessel, and then jump back out
There's
again.
a Chronosphere on bottom.
There was, and now there isn't, and now there's a bash. And is there a jump? There is indeed, but into the trees. That you can't get out of. Oof.
There are those Spirit Vessel charges.
And their corpses close.
Very
Like to do it.
opportunistic to go for the kill there, and like you gotta know that if the Ursa survives it and he turns around on you,
Ooh, what
you're
combo
dead.
though? Well, beat down Lich, now 3 against Diablo, but he's timber chaining across. Alipay looking for the follow-up control, and can't quite find it. But another timber chain comes out. Diablo, well, they still want to go in. They have the magic damage, and they have the quills, even under the protection of the tier 1 tower.
Dire's structures
Yeah, and
are fortified.
you have to not underestimate the amount of damage that Heartstopper Aura does to a hero like Timbersaw, who naturally has a lot of base HP.
Dire's
Like his
bottom tower
survivability
has
is all in
fallen.
armor, and if you have
Radiant's
someone who's
top
just
tower is
continually
under
doing
attack.
magic damage to you
Radiant's
by
top tower
hugging
has
you,
fallen.
that's not pleasant.
Indeed it isn't. So tower-wise, 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1 in terms of heroes, if you want to count
Radiant's
in
top
that
tower
Faces
is
Void
under
death
attack.
earlier. Overall, a very evenly matched game, though. If, at least net worth-wise, when all is said and done. I mean, it's never really been past the 1.5k mark at all this game. Experienced only
Unforeseen.
recently after that fight going in the favor
Yeah.
of the Dire.
And I think that's going to keep happening. Like, Diablo has been creating a ton of space, but at this point the question has to be, what for? the Ursa still like 1,000 gold off of his Abyssal Blade. And even when he has that, I think that the mischance from the Kotl and, for example, the Ghost Shroud from the Necrophos as well, it's going to make it very hard for him to properly burst people down in these team fights. A lot of his targets are not going to sit there and let him do it. Force staff on the Kotl as well. So any targets of the Ursa can just be force staffed away now.
Yep. Full staffed and blinding lighted, I guess, with the lower cooldown. He has yet to put extra points into it. Let's bring it down to 11.5.
Yeah,
Is it actually... Wait. Cooldown is 2 seconds less on each level, right? So I would argue, if you're gonna take that talent, you should have probably put the point into the blinding light itself instead.
I guess it's an investment.
Yeah. You're getting 0.5 extra cooldown, but
Top tower
it's, you're not upgrading the blinding light at the same time. Like it's the point in the actual skill is better than the talent choice. It's like the same thing as with the Zeus thing. But okay, there's a fight breaking out. We can get into that later. As the Orb of No says, can we reset that? Maybe we can, but it didn't actually catch Diablo. He finishes off the kill and bring down the Orb, but they also burst down this Necrophos. He did not seem tanky at all right there, despite his Guardians, despite his pipe. Now, they're hunting the Bristle back. He is all alone. He has to lower his Orb to try and save himself, but it's gonna be enough. Maybe with that LSA, he only catches one. Transparency with a hook shot. Everything that they can do to control him. And we saw that play with the Sinister Gaze.
tower is under attack.
Oh,
Very nicely done with the 1v1. And I gotta ask, where was the Void during this?
Radiant structures are fortified.
nowhere to be seen.
Because there were a lot of heroes grouped up just there. And I guess that with the... No, the Scythe was up as well. I was thinking maybe the Scythe was still down from the previous fight, but it wasn't either, so... I think, honestly, that's a pretty good place to spend a chrono and try and equalize. If you get a kill on the Ursa there, he loses a lot of gold, and he does not have an Abyssal Blade finished right now.
In Diablo,
But,
he was free of the Orb, but 3 other heroes were stuck under it for a moment. Just a moment, because they had the space right-click it to death. But if that's a
And
chrono
this
on
is
top of it, you can turn this.
One of the benefits of having just such a great frontliner like this Timbersaw, you can just walk past it and say, all right, you want to come past me? You want to fight me? He gives all of the vision, plus the threat of a follow-up, and it's just so useful against area denial spells like that.
Very confidently right here. Once again in the front line. See, as long as you can keep your active armor up on creeps, you can play as boldly as you like.
Most definitely. That
All right.
regen does a ton of work for you. And he's going back to his old haunt on the top lane, huh?
Roshan is back up though, so maybe we can go for a second attempt sooner rather than later. There is a lot of vision for the Radiant side, not so much for the Dire. They do have some wards up above the Roche pit and up on this high ground, but it's not necessarily going to scout the Ursa going in.
Dire's top
Yeah, and I
tower
have to
is
say,
under
I
attack.
expected them to either smoke on the Abyssal Blade for the Ursa or to go for the Roshan right now, but
Oh no, Bristle back. Oh, the courier. He's
Radiant's
going to get it.
courier has been killed.
Well, he's got
Definitely.
a Roshan.
it's also going to get cut off. Look at how much vision Diablo is giving right now.
Maybe not just vision, Alipay. Okay, he got healed up, but Guarding Reef
Dire's middle
enough to
tower is
finish
under
that
attack.
TP.
This is a 4v5 now, though. If I was a Radiant, yeah, I'd run straight into the Roche pit, because that Lina has to walk back from base now. You know it. Everyone knows it.
Rule of double damage.
Feeling
Double
confident
damage on the
though, maybe
Ember?
a little bit scarred by that last double damage, huh? Double damage and Arcane Rune, alright, I want to take a fight now. And there it is,
Innocent.
Abyssal Blade, couple of
Oh.
clicks to the front here, but the heal's right next to it. The big orb here, the Ignis Fatos into the Chronosphere, this time they do it and hooks it in. Not sure if Clockwork thought that one through here as Lich falls first. And now nice little side follow up into the next one. Pendulum Piece still standing. There's no way he does enough damage. by himself. Diablo also, again, not the best place for him to fight. And he's even trying to run down this Ember Spirit. It does not have a lot of mana. But it does have one more Remnant here. Instead, they do get the kill on Diablo. Let the Ember go.
Radiant's
And
middle tower
I
is
think
under
this
attack.
fight was everything that you've been talking about. This is the way it had to go. And finally, this is the way it went. And hey, look at that. They're the ones clicking Roshan now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I have to say that the Ember Spirit is he kind of disappointed me there with his target selection. I think that if he bothers to Void more and moves more towards the middle of the fight, you get a lot more done. Maybe the Chronosphere gets dropped on top of you, but I don't think you die there because the Timbersaw is zoning the support damage dealers from the outside. It's rough. The moment that the Kotal doesn't die to 2 cores, that's where you lost the fight already.
Yeah. It's a bit of a red flag right there. And, well, at least this time, the Radiant did have an outpost.
Invisibility.
558 XP going their way for each of them. Alright, so I don't know, you get into a point though where these kind of team fights will probably start to become tougher and tougher to engage into because I mean everyone on the die is getting tankier, everyone's these cores will start to do more damage. Now they have an Aegis in the backs and another Chronosphere in 30 seconds. Like,
Yep, and it's the Chronosphere in 30 seconds that concerns me the most. Ideally, you want to still take a fight as soon as, you're back up again, but the respawn timers are starting to get longer.
Yep.
And combined with the fact that it seems the Radiant is a little bit insecure, I feel like at some point they should have started moving up behind that Timbersaw instead of letting him do his own thing.
Yep.
And it never really happened. And even now, he can still frontline. He can still frontline for this Ember, but they need to be together and they
Dire's
need to
middle
go in
tower
first.
is
So
under attack.
this is the best movement I've seen him do like that up until now. They're gonna get the Deso on this tower. And if they trade mid tower for bottom tower here when they're spread out and the enemy is once again
Radiant's
5
bottom
manning,
tower
Yep.
is under
then
attack.
yeah, that's a
Dire's
good
middle
trade.
tower
It's a
is
nice
under
move.
attack.
which would be in the favor. Ursa's farming top, pushing that out at the same time.
Radiant's bottom tower has
And
fallen.
the tower being chipped away at, yeah.
Dire's middle
But
tower has
I
fallen.
don't think that New York Jayo will be done with just a tier 2, in fact.
Dire's top tower
They're looking
is
for
under
Their
the
way
high
is good
ground.
right now though.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's the next topic that we have to start talking about, I think. I mean, the wave clear is great on this team. With
Yes.
rocket flares, with Timbersaw just standing there and pressing his spells, not to mention that. Sleight of Fist also potentially helping out.
Look at him just taunting them.
It's just-
Yeah, throw
yeah,
more
come at
stuff.
me. Just
Dire's
do it.
top tower is under attack.
I'm not impressed.
Oh no. Did you actually just say that?
Yes, I did.
Well, they're hunting. Maybe that'll impress you. Or maybe
This
not.
game has reached its low point.
Yeah. This has gone too far. Anyway, Diablo being slowed down, so it's always one of these things in the Timbersaw where you kind of feel so chunky, like you don't have easy ways of
Get his
catching
eyes on the
people
Kotal now
necessarily.
though. It's gonna separate them off and the Void is not here yet. Is the Void gonna... Oh,
I don't know what's going on. Also, I'm looking at this Lina hiding, waiting for the time to strike. Perhaps on castling. There we go.
First time
LSA from the
he's
trees. And the Sai for good measure because no one else was presenting himself.
Greet the Reaper.
well, they have to guard this creep wave very carefully because the Timber is gonna cut the one behind them. So, Ember, Clock, do your thing, and I think you don't have this push to worry about either.
Glyph available, Timber returning. Some glimmers out, and the creep wave will be done in a moment's time. Buyback has been forced out though. Guess that was all they could really hope for there.
Just a lich.
Aegis is about to expire in a minute.
And the Ursa is about to have a BKB. And that's going to make a pretty big difference because right now we've seen him play very carefully in order to not just get blown up. But he's going to be able to properly frontline now. And that's where you get in trouble because you can't just throw a chrono on him and kill him anymore. He's just going to survive it, and then after he's still going to be just as mad as before. Oh, we already established that you can't really kill the Timber in the chrono.
Not really, you know.
I see the fight conditions here. I'm just wondering if the Radiant side actually have the confidence for it.
We'll find out sooner or later. Diablo looking to get more tanky. He has Achievements Guard queued up. So more
Very nice item.
armor to begin with. Always nice. More slows.
Yeah, just like the attack speed, slow is very handy against that Faceless Void.
Never refuse gold.
And also did see an Agnum Scepter.
Gold and sweet.
Ooh, for who?
Necrophos, actually. Huh, that's... Alright, the
That's a
old
very
axe
unusual
was
pickup.
kind of broken. The new axe, I still don't know how I feel about it. It reduces Ghost Shot cooldown. It does not seem very good. It's 10 seconds. It's like 4.5 second duration. Is it
Yeah.
worth it in this game against the Ursa alone?
The thing you're really going to be looking at is that he is going to be doing an immense amount of damage through Heartstopper. And it doesn't exactly, you know, it doesn't make any big numbers pop up, but it does do so much against all of these tanky heroes during the duration of a team fight. Like, especially if they anticipate the fights to take long, this is going to be such a valuable item. And like, this Timber Soul has 11 stacks right now, and he's not actually getting any health.
It's quite something, yeah.
So imagine
like
that
the
that
30
Heartstopper
regen.
gets doubled.
Yep.
He's going to be melting in spite of his regen and his armor.
Well, we'll see if they can make it happen right now. Just smoking up behind this. There's not too many stacks on Timbersaw right there to begin with.
Where's the lockdown though, guys? There's no Yule Scepter on Alina, not even close. She's going Ghost Scepter instead, save herself from that Ursa. So they're still pushing as a group into a Timbersaw who keeps melting their waves, and the other two waves are just being pushed out by these two Radiant cores.
Yeah.
This is a team that's supposed to be getting choked right now, and they're farming more than you do.
With the way that Void was positioned, they were hoping that they would have a few more people directly behind the Timbersaw. That they could go in Chrono when Diablo's try and go ham while they kite him. But they're just not letting them do that. I mean, they don't need to have any of these other cores there right now because Timbersaw, like, as you said, you can just defend this or at least slow this down quite a bit. When they want to fight, they can always just TP in, which they're doing right now. The slow's coming through, doing a bit of damage over on fly, old bro. President P to try and chase him down first. Yes, okay. Back up to full health with a bit of burst heal. They catch the Bristle back in the middle of that. The Orb of No. Where's the Chronosphere? On the other side of the map, so I'm not sure what's... it's just a
This
disengaging
Void has said,
thing.
no, we are not fighting.
Yeah. Is he not really agreeing with him? I mean, CTY is going to get this free kill on Transparency. Meanwhile, the BKB though from the Ursa. He's big, he's angry, and he needs one more hit on either one of these heroes. File Pro will end up fighting. Maybe not. There's a cross Jade! Home across the map, walks all the way over at the perfect time to catch two heroes. Oh,
that
no.
must come
Disaster.
completely out of nowhere for the Radiant side, because they saw him on a ward as well. They saw him over in his own triangle. They were like, ha, there's no Void, we are going. And that man just time walks right back in.
They took too long. They took way too long to kill this Necrophos.
Did you see that? The Ursa was literally one hit from killing two heroes,
Yeah.
and he just got
Yeah.
kited.
Didn't keep following the Necrophos, which was the high important kill. He ended up surviving. Not because of that, I guess. Instead, he...
And then everyone else sustains through because that man
Yeah.
and his heals. are just ridiculously powerful. And you see,
Radiant's
the
top
hero
tower
doesn't
has
really
fallen.
have to do anything if there's other heroes around him who are doing stuff. And I still think that they were a bit light on the lockdown here, both teams, but in the end, you know, if you can sustain through the engagement, then you're the one that comes out ahead.
Well, ahead is what they are
Radiant's
indeed.
bottom
Bring down
tower
2 full
is under
sets of
attack.
racks.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
There's no way they can stop this one. There's a big old creep wave in mid who can start
Radiant's
work
middle
on this
tower
T2
is
tower
under
as
attack.
well. They don't even have to end the game right here.
From your side as well.
Has fallen.
No, they don't have to end it here, but they certainly could if they wanted to.
They could also do is pick up this DD rune in front of the Roche pit. In 10 seconds, don't see that happening, but Roche itself scattered
Somebody
out by
call
the lead area.
Nahaz.
Call it very quick because it's about to despawn. And he's shooting instead on the other side.
You're telling me you don't have Nahaz on speed dial for those DD in front of Roche moments?
I do, but it didn't have my phone ready.
Mm.
It's laying another on the nightstand behind me.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunate.
understandable, I guess. You can't have your phone close while you're casting.
Yeah.
But distraction.
Never refuse good given.
Oh well. New items, Witless Shaco and Minotaur Horns. I think there was a repair kit on both sides. I try not to bring that up. haven't
It's
seen
good.
it on
Otherwise,
items.
you know, this game's gonna be over, and I'm still ranting about it.
Yeah.
Players here.
I know perfectly well how you feel about that particular neutral item. I think it's in the stash for both teams. Yeah.
The correct place, because you don't need it most of the time.
I could give it to Timbersaw. It's 20 extra regen.
Yeah, it
the
does
loads.
regen.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just
attack.
when the Necrophos is on top of him, he's not regenning anyway.
Yeah. Oh well, it's gonna get plus 9 extra regen from the quickening charm, but of course, the cooldown reduction is the bee's knees on that one.
Oh yeah, that's a
Radiant's
great
middle
pickup for
tower
him.
is under attack.
Timbersaw absolutely loves that item.
Radiant's middle tower
Sure
has
about
fallen.
this position right here.
He might get caught.
Yep. He's very much alone and does a lot of damage to his face of void with a lot of damage actually with the blade mail. Oof. The one time where you don't want to bash, you know.
Can you
Bash like 2 or
imagine
3 times.
getting several bashes on your bash there?
I
just
would have
melt
loved
yourself.
that. I would have loved if he died there.
Ah, that would have been
Because
great.
Dota decided to bash 5 times in a row or something.
RNGing yourself to death.
Yeah.
It's like it's a 1 in a million chance. And he had a blade mill on. Oh god.
I'm sure it has happened before.
I'd
time
love
out.
to see that replay.
Third Roshan of the game, once again, not in the service of the team which has the Ursa, which is an indication that this game's not going particularly well. They have an Aghanim Scepter, which they gave to Bristleback. So it's nuts all around. Maybe made a case to give it to the Faceless Void, because that free bash on time off,
Hmm.
it feels pretty good to play with that, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just, I can see them going to Bristle just because of the extra damage output that he gets from that, and he is going to be their main building hitter.
Is under attack.
He's the frontliner after all. I'd rather not see that Void move up
Yeah.
towards the buildings. It should definitely be an AD plus C2I who does that.
Dire's
The big
bottom
value
tower
is that you can just maintain your warpath stacks without having targets nearby, so you can just very easily keep it up at max, or close to max.
Look at him chunking away at that building.
I've seen what, 300, 450, 500 damage almost. That's okay, that's...
There's the Void on the backline, but he catches nobody!
Oh no, the Lotus Field. I might still get Diablo here. There's not too much damage being done by that Siphon now.
Radiant's middle tower
Just bouncing in, hook shots, back and forth. Bouncing. And no casualties really. I have to be careful not to go too deep. Diablo had not helped. Did not have any help.
Great
Ursa,
stun
though,
from the-
he still has it as it goes in. As the Orb, they have to deal with that first. Couple of reckless here, but the LSA on the Ember Spirit. President P in a lot of trouble. He could not get out. Didn't have any defensive remnants ready. Buybacks galore from him. So as Diablo and Clockwork. It's now rooted up under the tier 4 towers. Do they care though? I'm not sure. Still at Aegis and Necrophos.
Stop fighting the front line. Delina has been doing so much damage. You have an Ember Spirit. You can totally go for the back.
I'll go
They're
for the
just
back, Gibbs.
fixated.
They have cheese on Bristle and Faces Void from the last one too.
Ursa's in the back.
That is, they're trying to bring down Ali Payne. Enough jump forward will do it. But now Ursa has to run away. That rage won't last forever. Diablo, he doesn't care. He just goes in at 20% health points. Looks like he might give his life. Oh, that's a
the
timely bash though. That is a timely bash in the middle of the Timber Chain. And now on to the next one. Ursa is falling. He does have a buyback, but Ember Spirit does not. And they just call it. GG, well played. And damn. Going to game 3, I guess.
We are going to game 3, and once again, a pretty dominant victory for, I want to say, the team with more team fight.
Yeah.
That seems to be the name of the series so far.
Game goes late if you have team fight. That'll make the game a lot easier if you're playing against a team who has less. It's just one of these more irremutable laws of Dota. I'm not sure if that was a word.
It is now, my friend.
It is now.
It is now.
It's one of these things, you know, just one of these rule of thumbs, I guess you could say. And yeah, leaves us with a tied-up series, which is very exciting. It's exactly what you wanted. It's exactly what I wanted, because this has been some entertaining Dota.
It has been, and I'm learning a lot here as well. Like, I think both of these mid players could get a lot more out of their game, but there might be some nerves going on here actually, which is really cool to see because I work with players who don't give a hoot so much. The psychological impact of playing under pressure for a lot of these players is it's nice to see. Let's see who comes out on top, shall we?
We shall indeed, and we will do that in just a few moments' time. Stay tuned. And we are back. Game number 3 In this best of 3 series, we've had some nice team fights back and forth in both of these previous games. And, well, of course, anytime a series goes to a third game, it has to mean that the teams are evenly matched up and we're in for a good one to round it out. At least that's the expectation that we have right here. And we do see some similar bans here. This time around, the Bristleback taken out. Google Cloud players do not want to deal with that one again.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
a couple more offlane bans. Will we see another Faceless Void? Will we see another Ember Spirit? Those are the big questions that we have. Kips, what do you think?
Well, neither of them seem to be taken out right now, and I see no good reason for Google Cloud to not pick up their favorite Lich immediately again.
Yeah.
Unless they are planning to hit us with
10
some
seconds
surprising
remaining.
combinations, but no, I think the Lich first pick is really
5
working out for them.
seconds
Like the
remaining.
Bristle
Radiant
was a bit of
team
an issue
pick.
just because you really want to pick up an AA against that instead, and you can't really anymore after you pick the Lich. But with the Bristle out of the picture, I doubt that Shayo is suddenly going to, bust out the Huskar or whatever.
Yeah.
So just stay in your comfort zone, pick that Lich. It's 50-50 so far. That's not a bad win, right?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, they do have some time to think about it though.
Dire team pick.
But they don't need it. They take the Snapfire instead. In the first game, they did Snapfire and then Lich. I believe that was the
Yes.
one they had both picks.
Yeah, and that was the game where they were very clearly preparing for the Faceless Void pick. So Shayo right now, they have to either prepare to pick the Void themselves here in the
10
dual pick,
seconds
or
remaining.
risking getting
Dire
Faceless
team
Voided
pick.
on that pick number 4.
Oh, the Witch Doctor. That's a new hero in this series, at least.
Yeah, it's been seeing a lot of pro play recently. Again, one of those really strong dual lane heroes,
Yep.
where with the Maledict you can zone out a lot of these tanky boys, and you're especially good at preventing people from backlaning you.
10 seconds remaining.
That hasn't exactly been a concern in this series, but it's definitely why the hero
5
is considered
seconds
to be strong
remaining.
right now.
Radiant team
If you
pick.
combo that up with the right carry, you can get a surprising number of kills if the enemy is just a bit out of position. So they have to play super defensively, cannot necessarily pressure you as much as they would want to otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, the Underlord, the big old tanky slug for the offlane, making an appearance. So one of these
10 seconds remaining.
heroes that goes for these aura items, stands in the middle of a team fight and says, "Yeah,
5
all right, I'm
seconds
tanky,
remaining.
I'm healy, and just like fight me if you dare."
What you can do about it, me? Well, I have recently been enjoying some players experimenting with a core Underlord. Actually, it's it doesn't happen that often in the big leagues just yet, but one of the things that happens is that an Underlord who gets a lot of kills actually starts accumulating a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
permanent data-free aura damage, and it can get pretty terrifying.
Can indeed. I mean, it's nothing else. It'll help you chew through towers very quickly. I mean, of course, just the normal atrophy aura damage does that already,
Mm-hmm.
but every little bit helps. Not to
He's
mention that
very
you
good
have
at consequences after fights.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you win a fight with this hero, and then you can immediately take Roche, or take the Uber up to the enemy's bottom tower and just chew through their buildings.
Yep.
Google Cloud are really thinking about this, because these two heroes are not actually great to play Faceless Void into.
Yeah.
Witch Doctor can turn on his heal. Underlord is ridiculously hard to bring down, as well as Root really messing with the Void's ability to move around in Necrona.
Not to mention the
Radiant
Firestorm. You
team
don't really
back.
want to sit in that, even as a
Faceless
Void.
Void.
Well, they
They're
go
gonna
for it
go for
now
it anyway.
anyway. Don't even want to risk having it banned in this next phase. So
Mhm. I mean, it was 100% banned
yeah,
right there.
absolutely.
You can't pick that Snapfire again and expect to get away with it. So let's see if Google Cloud is also prepared to play it on the offlane like Shayo did
10 seconds
in the
remaining.
previous matchup. Because
Also-
let's face it, if
5
you pick
seconds
a core
remaining.
like this first phase, you have to be ready to put it on any lane.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about the Underlord against the
team
Faceless
back.
Void with the Chronosphere, but even in the laning stage, I mean, Underlord is a bit more vulnerable because you don't have these defensive items just yet. or the extra levels and stats and whatnot. But at the same time, there once you hit like level 3 or something, level 2 with the Firestorm, if you play around that, that's not something that the Faceless Void can really
10 seconds
be
remaining.
aggressive into to try and get some extra bashes in.
5 seconds
No, he
remaining.
can't, but he can definitely stay because you just jump out of the Firestorm as
Yep.
soon as it comes down. And you are, as a Faceless
Dire
Void, you do
team
have a
pick.
lot of damage to work with, so the Underlord's never going to quite trade you out of the lane. It's 50-50, which is honestly good news for a Faceless Void. It's not too bad of a pickup here. So, what I really want to see from Jojo here is, honestly, a Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon.
Yep.
It's always one of these
10
specialist heroes,
seconds
more or less.
remaining.
It is,
Would be-
yeah, but
Would be
It's
very
super
nice this game for
5
sure. Yeah,
seconds
just
remaining.
the save against the Chronosphere, I guess, is what you're thinking.
yeah, because you want a
Radiant
save that
team
just
pick.
prevents someone from taking damage at all. And this is not it, because we're
No.
going to combo with the Snapfire. And even if the Faceless Void can't hit, you're still going to be taking damage from those globs. And yeah, sure, the Pugna is going to decrypt the Void, but you can't risk decrypting your ally.
No. Does not seem
10
like a good idea.
seconds remaining.
Unless you've
Dire
already
team
taken
pick.
care of those Snapfire in some other way, but oof. Things
Yeah.
just got real.
Like, hey, that Shadow Demon pick. Ooh. No, like, either, you can also pick an OD here. And you gotta pick it here because Google Cloud has been. What was it, Chajo?
10
Help me out here,
seconds
Dragon Bob.
remaining.
Was it Chajo who have been banning out the OD
5
consistently?
seconds remaining.
Or was it Google Cloud?
I think it was Google Cloud. They banned it out last game.
I thought it was Google Cloud as well because they
Yeah.
banned that in the last phase twice. And the OD is the other save against Faceless Void that prevents basically all damage done to you while you're in the chrono.
Yep.
So the Pugna could be a preparation pick for an OD as well because it's one of the harder OD counters.
Yep. Huh. Quite the stratagem.
Yeah, it's risky, of course. If you pick up your OD right here, you
Radiant
need to make
team
sure
pick.
that your supports can roam, but they go back for the Spectre, and like we've been here. I kind of want to clap, but that's
Yeah.
not good in front of a microphone. But we've been here, Jajo,
This
and the
is looking a
Spectre
bit like
didn't
game
live
one.
last time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it did not work out for them in the end. I mean, in this game we don't have a Lich, but we have something arguably even better. I mean, we have the Warlock on top of the Faceless Void, which
10
is not
seconds
only going to stabilize his lane, but the Fatal
5
Bonds. If you
seconds
catch more than one
remaining.
person in that Chronosphere, these globs, all the right clicks, all of the damage will be shared. And just
Dire
imagine
team banned.
the Fatal Bonds on the Underlord and the Witch Doctor. I mean, this is where having a
Yep.
super tanky hero straight up works against you. Oh well.
The Ember Spirit for more damage into the Chrono as well.
Yeah.
We've seen this strategy.
We have indeed. Well, in the first game, it was Xiaoyu who did have the Ember
10
Spirit.
seconds
The
remaining.
Cloud pairs picked it
It
up in the
was-
second game. Now they have it in third
5
together with
seconds
Void.
remaining.
But yeah, President LP, he was also quite competent, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, but as I said after the previous game was over, I found both of the mid players to be a bit passive after the laning stage was over. I think in this case, the Ember Spirit, just buy a defensive item, buy a Yules. I think that as long as you have a Yules, you're not going to be afraid of the root from this Underlord. You can dodge any kind of casks, you can survive pretty much anything that this lineup throws at you. Because you don't have to be afraid of a Faceless Void this game, which is what both the Ember Spirits so far have been playing very, defensively of. There's just always that threat of the Chrono catching them out.
Yep. Is there a chance that these
Super
last
curious
picks are gonna be taking this draft in a
Radiant
different
team
direction,
banned.
or for Xiaoyu, who's is there a way for them to fix this and make it not like game one?
OD.
Huh?
Like,
mean, it's gonna get
If
banned now, right?
if you have a save into the chrono, yeah. Like you could also play Shadow Demon here with a core Pugna. Like they can still totally put a Shadow Demon in here.
10
It's just
seconds
that
remaining.
they're going to have a ton of trouble locking people
5
down. They're going
seconds
to do
remaining.
so already, but that would definitely make it even worse. It's just that you don't have a way for the Spectre to survive the chrono, and you haven't been creating that when you've known the chrono is up for like 2 picks now.
Yep. Well, last bit of reserve time for the Google Cloud players. Just using that to make sure they have all got all their ducks in a row, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All the
That
apps
that
installed
OD.
on the Android phone or something. I don't know.
Like, and I do think that the OD could work as well, because we've seen that Google Cloud, even in the game that they took, they played pretty slowly, and they were very much hard 5-manning for these towers, and that gives a greedy lineup like OD Spectre the time it needs. So yeah, it's a correct ban out here, I think.
Yep. What's the last pick going to be now, though? I mean, if this Void is not going to be in the off lane,
10 seconds
what's
remaining.
going to be then?
A
5
lot of
seconds
offlaners
remaining.
banned out once again. Timber also gone.
Dire team pick.
Well, they're gonna solve it for me,
Oh.
and it is a Faceless Void offlane.
Okay.
Either that or Ember off? Juggernaut.
I'm not so bold as to predict anything right there, apart from that Void
I-
off lane, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too enthusiastic about the
10
Juggernaut,
seconds
honestly. Like, you
remaining.
know how you buy Ghost Scepter to counter Omni Slash? There's a Pugna already on the enemy
Yeah.
team.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
one of your big sources of burst damage as a Jug is gone right off the bat. And then you don't deal any damage into Chrono. You provide a healing ward, I suppose. And I guess you can split push fairly freely this game, but so can the other two heroes. I'm a bit puzzled by this last pick, honestly.
Would argue maybe it's
You may now
because he's
select
red as
your
well,
heroes.
but they don't even have the theme going fully because the Void is anything but red.
Yeah, that's
It's
an
not even
offlane
it's
Faceless
not even a
Void.
color theme. Anyway, Necrophos once again also making an appearance on the other side for Jajo. Oh well.
So, the Necrophos, right? That is sustain, that is heal. A little bit of lockdown as well, and I guess it might explain the Pugna pick as well, because again, Pugna a really big Necrophos counter.
Yeah.
It's good to have him on your team, and the amount of damage that you can do
10
combined is
seconds remaining.
pretty crazy. And they do have Alipay on him as well, so I think
5
these two are
seconds
actually going to be
remaining.
laning together.
Flyout Bro was mid player though.
Here's their mid player. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
They
you know,
also
Witch
have
Doctor with the Spectre is going to sustain. Pugna plus Underlord. If you, especially if you get the Pit of Malice first, you can get some really nice blasts off. It'll do.
it's also GH playing the Spectre now, not maybe plus CTY, who I believe played it in game 1.
It was, yes.
Yeah. So,
GH has had pretty much the carry role from the offlane in the previous game,
Yep.
so. And I mean, let's face it, his slaughter item choice going straight Ags in the first game, that's very much a carry item choice as well. Man likes to hit his creeps. He wants to hit his timings first, then he's gonna move.
Alright, we've seen the smoke before on the side of the Google
Prepare
Cloud
for
players,
battle.
so just using that once again to get out onto the map. Get these wards down. One in the hands of the Witch Doctor. He's joining up with the Underlord. And New York Jaja, of course, this time on the again on the Dire. Confused myself there for a second. Anyway, moving on. Void in the offlane, as we said, Snapfire hanging out together with Casting, who's eventually going to TP down to the bottom lane, one would imagine.
Yeah, interesting to see these laning combinations here though, because Alipay is up top with the Spectre.
Yeah.
And I thought that you'd want that Witch Doctor with like his Paralyzing
50
Cask is an
seconds to
amazing
battle.
anti-aggression spell, as well as, you know, the sustain of a possible heal coming in. But no, he's going to be playing aggressively with that. I presume he's going to get levels in Maledict then and try to amplify the damage from that Firestorm. It is
Against a
very
Juggernaut though,
potent.
like that's not gonna be a thing. He's just gonna spin it out.
He is, isn't he?
I mean,
Well, maybe this is
against any
genius
other
of the
hero, I
Jugger
would
pick.
agree. I mean, there's a lot of damage potential between this, but well, Juggernaut, he got the rune actually. Very nice.
Gets tipped by his teammate. Always appreciate each other.
And it's a 3-4 rune exchange. Very nice
Yeah,
indeed.
but like, I have to say, the Juggernaut pick is going to do one thing. It is never ever going to get pushed out of this lane. He has a Warlock sitting behind him as well.
Yeah, it's heals for days. The healing ward itself is always a bit because it costs a ton of mana too. But the Warlock, well, he's got plenty of those. Those Shadow Words to just maintain your health. Something that we were talking about in conjunction with the Faceless Void, but of course it's also true for any other hero. You pair that one up with. There's the courier.
Radiant's
No!
courier has been killed.
Diablo's courier has been killed. And Alipay. Also very fast. Faster than the Coddle even.
Oh yeah, Pugna is incredibly fast. And did you see that he went Netherward first? So
Yeah.
he is looking to just literally force trades out of these enemy heroes. Like you're not going to get to use your spells to trade because you're not going to have the mana for them.
So you're not entirely faithful.
Can't say I've seen that one before, but it does make a lot of sense.
You wish.
Especially if you place it in a position like this where you can't even snipe it for a bit of extra money. Not that it's a lot of money anyway. What?
Is far from over.
We were just talking about how this is not possible.
I mean, it was not supposed to be possible when you have Maledict and Cask and everything. That was level 1. This is before Firestorm. That was
Radiant's
before
bottom tower is under
Maledict at
attack.
all. It was just them clicking
Yeah,
it
and
down.
he spun, but apparently too late.
Apparently.
Well,
I'm very
there's
confused.
the T-Tours, but I'm not completely forgiving
I
for
mean,
that.
yeah.
Because we
If there's anyone blaming me for that, then I'd be very mad, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You shouldn't be looking at the game, man. Just keep your eyes glued to those health bars on the top.
I know, right? You didn't see it on the health bar. Where?
Excuse me, we're doing this ourselves. We don't have JJ over here.
Yeah. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Again, working with JJ is just always nice.
Oh, yeah.
Such a friendly fella.
Well, we have to make do without him, unfortunately.
As Pugna went for the decrep second,
Oh, he's
so
gonna get
this
another
means that-
courier? Ah, he's not going for this one.
No.
Diablo's ready to defend it.
This Void must be so annoyed that he's losing mana without doing anything.
Just don't cast spells, lol.
No, who needs spells? You only have a thing that makes you remove all the damage you took in the last couple of seconds.
That's a sick decrepify on the creep. Some mind games right there. I mean, he's playing mind games. That's what's happening. Let's talk about mid. Because this matchup, I mean, do we even have to talk about it? Because it was the same matchup as last game, I believe. And it did end up working out very evenly. Lasted wise.
It did, yes, and they're even on the same sides again. Can you believe it?
I can.
So we're going to see Flyolbro stack his side camp, and most likely we're going to see President P try for some of those early rotations. But I gotta say, I like Ember the most when he does those reactively, when the enemy has already overengaged, and right now with the Spectre lineup, I just don't see the Dire going all that
Radiant
active.
structures are fortified.
And you got to be perfectly happy just dragging this game out as long as the other couple of games have been. Just make sure that the Spectre has plenty of time and space to get money rolling.
I'm just very surprised to see this this Snapfire not even try and hit the Nether Ward. Like, at the very least, you can force out the Decrepify, you know?
Would it be worth getting a value point in the Shredder? Let's get rid of the Nether Ward quickly.
That could be a pretty good adjustment, yeah. Like, I'd actually like to see him do that, just because right now this Pugna is owning him with like an unorthodox build, but you have the perfect way to adjust this.
Yeah.
To this. Unfortunately, you know, stuck to the standard build, and now you're losing all your mana.
Still quite a way away from level 4 at the moment. If you
Very
don't
least
pick
he's
it
gonna
up
get the
then,
rune here.
I'd be very...
Nope,
Alipay
went
got
to
it.
Alipay.
Now Transparency perhaps in a bit of trouble. Can't cookie up the high ground.
Is under attack.
Since the creeps are nearly getting him. And look at how
Can't
fast
even-
Alipay is.
Can't even run away.
Yeah,
Can
he
he?
is.
Oh. Bit of a Alright, he'll live.
Alipay guess
Barely.
is wrong.
Yeah, he did a bit of a sidestep there to the right.
At the very least, this is worth it though. Diablo finally gets to trade some hits with GH. And GH, like the good Spectre player that he is, has not been putting any points whatsoever in Desolate, so Diablo is outlasting him pretty hard here.
Yep.
Until, of course, Alipay comes back. What an annoying little skeleton he is.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Desolate doesn't really help you last sitting when there's a lot of creeps around. It's like one of these really annoying spells. It's not... There's very limited usefulness.
There's a gank on mid, SK? Oh, but this Ember Spirit has his level 6 already. He came in just a little bit too
The
late.
flames rush forth.
And he's got a haste now. He's gonna move on to top.
It's turn into
think
something,
Alipay-
especially if GH.
Alipay's dead.
Oof.
No?
Oh, GH right here, and there's Remnant forward to have enough burst. They do not. Especially with that Decrepify just preventing 1 or 2 extra right clicks. Okay.
And I think that's a pretty good example of why you should go on the Pugna first, because if you kill him, you don't get the problems there, and he was half health. You get guaranteed payoff for your rotation. That's very frustrating.
Can't see his internal chat wheels, but maybe he's been spamming. I immediately regret my decision.
Very well
That's what I
possible,
would've
and yeah,
done
he's matching the with the creep stacking shenanigans on the dire side right now. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get the stack off for that count.
Is under attack.
Taking a bit of damage, but this time he wants to turn back, but hey. Spin to win? Not quite. At least he'll live here with the healing ward being kept alive, but let's not forget. Maledict is not purgeable, I believe.
It is not. All you gotta do is heal more. Just heal more than the damage that was done to you. And I gotta say, I'm especially looking forward to this extra Maledict AoE because I haven't cast any games with it. I want to go proper hype when there's a multi-hero Maledict because that stuff's just... It is so powerful.
It is
And
indeed. Yeah.
It
The
can
extra
be a
UE makes it
direct
so much
counter.
easier to
Yeah.
control them, yeah.
Alipay is going on top lane. Diablo's just gonna walk it off.
Bottom lane as well, a bit of damage being done back and forth. But this Unlord, I mean, he's been having a more or less uncontested lane. Almost the same type of kind of assets as the Jug. And he's already got his Ring of Health, so he's gonna stay healthy. Quite literally here. They even have the Voodoo Restoration. I like Witch Doctors to get an early value point into that. Just to maintain,
Yeah, it's
maintain yourself.
it's
in
very
lane.
hard on your mana pool, but the heal is actually quite significant.
Yeah. Alright, so a lot of heals on both sides down there. Meanwhile up top, Alipay gets bashed twice. Alright, into the cookie. Not quite enough to finish him off, but they're just gonna wait. And they're gonna click, and they're gonna get that kill. Diablo still has a time walk to get out.
The moment you were born.
Hoping for another couple of procs onto GH.
Yeah, and it had good vision over the Ember Spirit during all of that, with the group wave being up so far, so they knew that there was no risk of another sudden appearance. GH is fine.
A few more tangos to munch on though, and then they're out of regions. All of the trading can be a bit hard on the Void too. Luckily, with the higher points up in Time Walk, you can start on doing more damage a little bit more liberally.
The most annoying thing for him has been the fact
what?
that this Pugna outranges his
Radiant's
support
middle
though.
tower is under attack.
I did catch
Oh,
that.
what?
I did catch
Is
the tail end
the
of that. You just
correct response there? What? I mean, that's
yeah.
it's a scythe, but how did he get that low in the first place?
I don't know. He shouldn't have, but he did, and Fly Old Bro took advantage of that, and that also secures a couple of extra runes as there's a crash coming in. Not on the Ember, but on the Snapfire, so that was not the reason.
Very nice to get a solo kill as a as a Necrophos there.
Yep. Not a whole lot that you can do to force it, but if you get it handed to you like that, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can actually put a lot of pressure onto this mid tower now. The Ember's dead for quite a bit, and you can walk back, heal up the tower, and there's going to be a catapult walking in.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a full creep wave under the tower by the time the catapult comes. It could be very powerful. I'd actually like to see Alipay go to mid with him and see the Spectre back off a bit more. She can go into the jungle a bit. She's got a buckler, she's got a quelling, she can tank some neutral creeps for a bit.
Yep.
Just play it safe, don't get caught by this fresh new Chronosphere, and then you can do at least half damage to the mid tower.
Thank you.
First though, they're gonna try and secure these bounty runes, which they will. Same thing down bottom, SKSK. Tanks the Omni Slash though. That'll be enough to finish him off. Hashtag space created, hashtag worth, whatever you want to say. And also leaves his Underlord by himself.
He's okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he cares. He's big and tanky. And hits
Extremely
450
so.
or something.
Invisibility.
And unfortunately, the Necrophos didn't actually make it back to mid in time. He will be there for the catapult wave, though. But yeah, President P was very.
Ooh, there's the combo up top. Chronosphere with that, but what? Alright, that's a panic move. That was a panic move. He ulted and then he started TPing.
was-
Anyone else?
Oh well.
You just press all your safety buttons at once, right?
Yeah,
You hope that one of them does the trick.
it didn't. Combo was there, enough damage done to the Spectre.
Yep. And this is why I would have liked to see them back off from that top lane and just go for the mid instead. That lane was going to turn sour, well, immediately.
Yeah. Can they turn it into anything more though? I guess they still have the Warlock ultimate. If they want to take another fight, want to pressure this tier 1 tower a little bit more, but Pugna can just stand relatively safely and blast away at creeps.
Yeah, I'd say they shouldn't allow him to do this though. Pugna +5 is really not all that great, especially because you don't add too much in team fights unless you can get more range up, so you'd really want that. You really want that 8 talents, for example.
Yep. And he's certainly enjoying this bit of space that he's been getting here. Getting a few last hits to his name. Not too many right now, mind you.
You can't have 3 heroes sitting around here for a Pugna. That's just...
I mean,
You're
either
getting
you're
away with
pushing
murder
or,
on the
yeah,
Dire
it's
right
like
now.
either you're pushing or doing something else. Like you're just babysitting. 2 heroes babysitting your core.
And the question is, for what? They have great vision over the Underlord, he's not gonna do anything. Fly Old Bro was in mid just a second ago.
Yep. It's not like the Spectre is gonna haunt on your face and kill you instantly. It's like,
Yeah, no, so when Diablo is looking straight at Alipay, right? And Alipay goes for the ult, that's when you cookie Diablo. But yeah, Transparency just showed himself again. Alipay is like, oh, okay. Well, they're here.
maybe President P knows what's up.
Dire's
Got
top
himself a
tower
DD
is
rune
under
bottles
attack.
and well, I think they figured that out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Probably
attack.
pay for
Look
this
at
as,
that
"Look,
damage
I'm
on
out."
the creep wave.
Dire's top
There's
tower
like
is under
they have
attack.
some really potent combinations in their pocket on the Radiant side, but just
Radiant's middle
are
tower
not getting
is
themselves
under
in a
attack.
position to use it.
Dire's
And as
top
well,
tower
Warlock
is
teleporting
under
mid to
attack.
deal, like, he's level 6. He's going to deal with a level 11 Necrophos? I don't think so.
No, he's not. He's dealing with the level 12 Necrophos now.
My bad. My bad.
I literally just got it there.
Dire's top tower has
I mean,
fallen.
I saw.
Okay.
But what can you do about it? The words already came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Woo! There's a very close miss on a cask on bottom lane.
He was absolutely fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is so fine that it just hit him again in mid lane.
Yep. So fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Jug's still there.
Structures are
Just
fortified.
trying to...
Oh, uphill miss.
What?
Ah, I got it now.
It's not the Omnislash. They do have another Chronosphere, but...
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Quite want to use it right there. They could have actually with the... Mortimer's Kisses. Ready to go
Yeah,
in.
Snapfire quite literally jumped the gun there. That was not the moment yet. And now they're sitting all 5 in mid again. Like that.
Radiant's bottom
There's
tower
some real grouping up issues for this Radiant team, and it just allows Jojo to play this more spread out game when I really think they should be getting pressured more.
Nanolord is having the time of his life right now. He's farming neutrals, he's farming lane creeps, he's clicking in tower in between.
Radiant's bottom tower
He is
under attack.
straight up rushing a halberd here. And that's going to be amazing against the Faceless Void. Like, it still doesn't solve the amount of damage that they otherwise have into the Chrono. Like, that's just...
Alipay, Courier Hunter. Click.
Radiant's
And enough.
courier has been killed.
That's the second
Got
time
him.
we got the Aulus Courier.
Dire's top tower
Oh,
is
man.
under attack.
Look at where Diablo is farming as well. This man has no fear whatsoever. Like, quite literally a triangle of 3 dire heroes around him. He does not give a hoot.
Can get some revenge? He can. He bashes it. Okay.
Ha!
I'll take that.
Animal abuse.
That's one thing that, though, I do find quite enjoyable in general.
Animal abuse?
No. The not outside of Dota, inside of Dota though. It's I don't know. There's so many couriers flying around, and people care about them less. That there's a lot more couriers dying. In
Big
some-
Chrono incoming
sometimes
on mid
very
here.
funny ways. Yeah.
Or a small one.
And if you Chrono there, then you would Chrono his own team like he does right now.
Oh,
Take a lot of
look at
damage.
the
Get
go-
there's a follow up though. They could turn this into something with the Omnislash bouncing through to finally get the one of their quarrels. Well, the Underlord himself a little bit too tanky. Castling might lose his Warlock Golem. Meanwhile, another jump forward here. Diablo not particularly strong, but oh, the Juggernaut suddenly is. He's spinning them down. 3 people next to each other. No control required. He just tank it. Now the one more. The one to make it a full 5-man Alipay though.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, he just blade mail it
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
All
blade
right,
mail.
all right.
He was surprised there for a moment, like, wait, am I supposed to walk away? And then he realized, wait, no, I have a blade mail and I have my flame guard on. What am I thinking? I'm not losing any HP. And now he is.
Yeah, I was just looking for the button
Dire's
for a
middle
moment.
tower has fallen.
Happens to me too. But yeah, there's the ease of execution again. And it's like, it is so much easier to take fights when you have this big team fight wombo combo here, that it doesn't matter that they've been sitting around 3 minutes waiting for it.
Yep.
You just get that fight, you get it the right way every time, and Spectre dies there. Very unfortunate.
Spectre doesn't have a whole lot. Like, you have to be very careful what kind of fights that you engage into early on this hero. And, well, if one of the parameters of the fight is 5v5, then tends to not be a good one for you, because you don't really offer too much. You can kind of haunt in, create some chaos, maybe throw in a Spectral Dagger, but you do not want to be in the middle of that fight. Just not tanky enough.
I guess the other way that the Radiant are dealing with the fact that the Dire have been taking this more slowly is that they're just going full farm mode. This Juggernaut has a Battle Fury.
Yeah. He's gonna be able to claim some creeps. Another shawl picked up.
Let chaos reign.
Halberd nearly finished though. Like, the problem is that this is only one Halberd, and right now they actually have 2 right-clicking cores on the Radiant that are worth, you know, considering as your target. Just because his Juggernaut has had a really good relaxed lane up against this Underlord. And Void is always going to do damage. If he procs some Javelins as well, he's going to do just fine. Once again, he is farming so far up. I love it. It's like he's going to be a little bit disappointed that the camp is gone. And is he actually going to check the triangle? Go on, Diablo. Yes, my man. Like, he gets spotted now. But, you know, he has a Chronosphere. He's a threat.
Yeah, what can kill him actually
this camp's
right
his now.
Like, it's not like there's a crazy amount of control on the other side, right? There's a level 2 Pit of Malice.
Radiant's
Really
bottom
isn't. Like,
tower
it's
is
the
under
pit.
attack.
So
Yeah.
every time he sees the Underlord,
Dire's
he's
middle
fine.
tower is
And
under
that's
attack.
one of the reasons why you don't want to use Underlord as just one of your control heroes. Is like,
It's not
he's
very
going to be
strong.
showing a lot. He's a wave pusher.
Okay, that's the Chronosphere onto Necrophos. There's the globs coming through from the magic damage and the bashes. And it's max speed from Alipay though. He's still back up to full. Gets the ghost shot out with a mech.
Wow.
This time the combo actually just tanked.
Yeah. It does. And I think we're going to see the problem here again. It's like, any Chronosphere that's not on the Spectre is not good enough.
Yeah.
We've been here. Just wasn't you, Diablo.
Maybe that was enough for them to relearn that lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, the Spectre, like, he was not gonna be burst healed like that.
No. Like, the double heal from the Ghost Shroud is pretty insane in combination with the Pugna. It's one of the reasons why that combination works so well.
Yeah.
You can do that, or you can of course decrep into Scythe, which is also really lovely. You can slow everyone with the Ghost Shroud, and then pump out damage with Nether Blasts. It's just lovely all
Radiant's
around.
middle tower has been denied.
Well, I guess we're back
Mid
into
tower getting
this.
denied though.
Back into this time of the game again, where everyone's just farming.
Yeah. Well, the timing that we're going to look for, hopefully,
Dire's bottom tower
is
under
this
attack.
Aghanim Scepter on President P. He's just about flying in his point booster, and after that, just 1,000 gold for the last piece.
This is like more or less aggressive compared to the Spirit Vessel build. Speaking of Spirit Vessel, shouldn't there have been one in this game against Necro and whatnot?
It would have been an absolutely great pickup, but the Blade Mail does a lot of work as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Vessel, though, is interesting because Transparency is going for his previous Greaves build, and that leaves you kind of high and dry without a Vessel builder.
Yep.
Like, if you were playing a proper offlane Void, like a utility Void, you could actually do that, but this man's got a Maelstrom right now, so no sir.
He wants to
We're
farm
just
too.
going
I
to
mean,
do
he
it real
sees his
questionable.
Juggernaut get a freaking Battle Fury. And he's like, no, I'm farming, I guess. That's him, of course, also a bit of extra damage inside the Chrono if he can get the procs, but yeah. I guess, yeah, they're once again in for the long haul. Not really scared of the Spectre. Is Diablo? Oh, can catch him. You can catch him now. The time Hawk just used, but it's very low cooldown. Will be absolutely fine.
And that Speckle gave them enough information to see, like, alright, we can't actually go any further. Plus, Alipay wasn't there. This is, you know, I'm sorry for all my teammates and pubs, but this is how I like to play my support Pugna. You were split pushing. And it's actually going to enable to get him that Aether Lens pretty fast, and that's where it's going to become impossible to catch him in the same Chrono with his, well, any of his saving targets, really. So either you don't catch the right core, or you don't get the insane heal. And here we go again.
Try
Alipay.
again. This time we got the ghost
He's
shot out
walking, though.
even, so Diablo can't even click him, but now the roots together with the golem as a follow-up, the Omni Slash on top of it as well. They already lost the Witch Doctor. The heals are coming through from Alipay, and it's not enough this time. A little bit too much magical damage, and they get rid of that. Wards and Unlord now in front. He's being healed up just a tiny bit. Couple of bashes here, a bit of extra control. They'll eventually eat through him. Surely they get the kill, and they do indeed. 5 against 1 will do that to you, Castling. Oh god, what? Almost tied to the tower. By the looks
Ooh,
of
and
it,
GH is in
now...
deep, but he has relic money, but his courier is not on the shop.
Dire's middle tower
Diablo
is
is
under
looking for the bash. Looking for the bash. Going for
attack.
net for some
Dire's
reason.
middle
Alright.
tower has fallen.
Still looking for the bash.
Radiant's bottom tower
There it
is
is.
under attack.
Present P. Enough for him to
Yeah,
catch
the
up.
spirit is not alive. Oh no.
also
Well,
be
yeah,
dead.
it's GH bought the recipe. He has surrendered.
Thus ends the lesson.
That is very sad.
Yep.
But at least he's not going to lose as much money. Still only 1,000 gold away from the Radiance.
Yeah, especially in this patch, just spend your money. You barely have any reliable gold at all. Just get it out of the way. You were gonna lose that anyway. Might as well have extra branches in your inventory or something.
Alright, so series of aggressive moves. Google Cloud players using their spells all together this time, so that's just
No such
a
thing.
little bit too
much
overwhelming, even for Necrophos.
He barely took any damage in that Chronosphere though.
No.
It was really all after. In that regard, Alipay was, you know, pretty correct to just take a walk instead of hurrying over there. But with the Omni Slash and then all of the Ember Spirits damage as well, that man has his Aghanims finished now. He's looking for a Radiance of his own.
Ooh. Is that a thing? Really?
Ember Radiance? It has been. And I mean, he has 2 right-clicking cores already. Doing damage by existing and, you know, having magic damage in general is
Coin
not the worst
for
idea.
me.
It's just, once again, pretty greedy. But then again, his team has been farming 2/3 of the map for 20 minutes now. There seems to be space. Unless something drastically changes. But I feel like there's just not enough lockdown on the Dire side to make plays. They just have sustain. They're like, hey, you go on us and we still live. And when that fails, well, we're all out of options.
Yeah.
And we only tried one thing.
Doesn't really matter if they live, if they can't kill anyone in return. I mean, I guess eventually they'll be able to once the Spectre gets going, but it's not gonna be for another 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Those eggs are in the Spectre basket. They were there, well, from the Pugna pick on, honestly. I can't help myself, but I feel like, you know, that was your Shadow Demon pick right there. Can you imagine this game with the Shadow Demon in it?
Would have been
Just
very
they dropped
different,
the
that's
chrono?
for sure. Yeah.
You dropped the disruption?
Radiant are scanning.
Disrupt the void, make him bash himself.
Yeah. And like, you have a lot of damage for, you know that thing Void does when he's pretty low and he jumps back? You just drop the damage
Every
on for him.
single time. Now with the blobs, castling, can't get the golem out. And with the fallout, they'll bring down Fly Old Bro. Spectre in the middle of all of it with the fresh completed Radiance, but tanks the hole on Omni Slash, so Radiance not gonna burn you for long. Now another jump forward with another remnant out of that Underlord stuff.
So fast with the
Ignoring
Aghanims.
it. Yeah, this is a replay. I think we're watching a replay of that earlier fight.
Oh, he clicked that a couple of times more than was necessary, I think. But yeah, President P definitely feels like he's the prez of this game right now.
Dire's structures
I'm
are
not
fortified.
willing to waste a lot more time here. Forcing out the glyphs, going high ground. Not the craziest tower push, especially with the golem going down, but they'll have enough. It's not like New York Jarju can really stop them right now with all of their goals
Dire's
there.
middle tower has fallen.
In fact, they might lose Alipay. If they wanted to go for him, he would have been dead. They just want the
Radiant's
racks.
bottom tower is under attack.
Healing what's still alive.
Buildings, guys, permanent damage.
Objective-based gaming. Very powerful.
It's been a while since I heard that term, actually.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh no. What does that say about the state of Dota?
That it hasn't been all that necessary.
I guess.
I find that people sometimes actually over-focus buildings when, you know, diving for a kill could secure that you get to hit those buildings in peace.
Yeah.
It's quite a culture shift, actually, but I didn't really realize it until you said objective gaming just now, and I was like, wait, I haven't needed to say that in like Maybe more than a year.
Wow, yeah. So long I've been out of the casting game, roughly, so... it feels like
Times they are a-changing.
times are
Well,
changing indeed.
the Radiance is up. GH, like,
I mean,
you can still always win a game with Spec Radiance. It's hard.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible. And
Radiance itself is means to an end, and that end is to just farm the entire map and get like a few tanky items.
Yeah, but as well as that, in the team fights, if you get to be alive, just being alive is damage now.
Yeah.
And your team is kind of geared towards keeping you alive with the minus damage on the Underlord, with the heals on Alipay and on the Necrophos as well. He has a pipe, he has Greaves, like you could live.
That does depend to, in no small part though, on you being able to somehow stay in formation, take a proper team fight where you have the Spectre on the front line, where you can avoid these healing heroes just being jumped on by the Ember or something, or by the Void for that matter.
Yeah. Like, you are completely correct here, is that it's not easy to execute at all. Especially the Aghanims on the Ember, as you say, you can't stop that man from going wherever he damn well pleases.
That item is so freaking powerful. Not just the speed, but even just the mana. Like, you tend to not have a crazy amount of mana to work with if you're just gonna throw remnants and use every one of them individually. Because the mana cost is like what? It goes from 150 to 25.
It's pretty ridiculous. You can throw them around like candy. Oh, and the best neutral item in the game was just found by GH.
Jelly Quiver? Yeah.
It's very bad.
It's good on one hero, and that's Ancient Apparition.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree with that. I've had, actually against Juggernaut, against Juggernaut it's not the worst. Because you get to hit his healing ward from pretty much any range. I've had this on Venge.
Yeah.
But so it's useful in two situations. If you are an AA or if they have a jug.
They have a Juggernaut.
That's
Okay.
it.
Well, the enemy team does have a Juggernaut here.
Well,
They also have a
not
smoke.
the worst item.
Seriously though, like, have you played
The jug
AA
has
with
the
that item?
best item.
Oh yeah, Paladin Sword.
I have not.
I played it the other day actually, and even got the talent, the damage talent. I was nuking people for 700 damage from across half the map.
Tasty.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's
this Juggernaut also got 17% lifesteal for free.
Paladin Sword is amazing.
He is a happy chap. Look at where Diablo's farming again. Like, the Spectre just throws a dagger up there and then she's like, nope. Nope, I guess those are his creeps.
That's not your jungle, my friend.
What are you talking about? Has been his jungle since like minute 10.
I'm in for the Spectre. They
Yeah,
don't have a jungle.
yeah. Completely agreed. My bad. Sorry.
Well, Roshan has been less of a focus this game than the previous one. It's finally getting the attention it deserves. Aegis gonna be in the hands of the Google Cloud players.
I imagine you'll actually want to put it on Diablo. Oh, he has a BKB though. It's a tough choice. I'd say both of them are equally survivable right now. Yeah, Diablo's getting it.
Yep.
Just he is a little bit more fragile, and a BKB is not as easily used as the Blade Fury. You only have one of them. You can Blade Fury, twice per fight. Get a good one.
Yeah.
And also Aghanim Scepter on the Juggernaut, by the way. I do want to see this, just because I haven't really encountered it in any of the games that I've casted yet. The mini slash is really powerful. It's usually not enough to kill anyone with, but it does a ton of burst damage. If you have anyone who can finish them off after.
Just one of these things that lets you chip away at health points, if nothing else, and maybe even make them overreact to countering it out somehow with like the Crepify and whatnot. That you then don't have to worry about with the actual ultimate again. So just click away the tower. Diablo, I mean, he's losing health, but he's also gaining health at just the same rate. But oh, Scythe though, not quite enough to bring him. He gets a spin out into the Chronosphere. Now a couple of right clicks. There's the the bonds on absolutely everybody. That's 2 heroes down. One of them is able to buy back, but oh, GH, what the hell are you doing here? You're all alone in front lines. There's no heals.
He went for the back lines. He thought he still had a front line, but his front line was dead, and now it's just fly old bro and old bro. Your teammates are dead. They're buying back, and I don't think it's good enough.
There we go. That's a Ghost Scepter, actually. Necropose with a Ghost Scepter.
Ain't that a sad sight?
Indeed, Diablo just using the Aegis. See everyone rooted together again with the Fatal Bots on everyone.
Oh!
He Swift slashes him down. GG, well played, as everyone is dead. 23-2. That final scoreline doesn't do the game too much justice, I guess. Because it's been even for a decent amount of time, but there was no doubt that Google Cloud players were in control.
Yeah, they were, and I just want to call this entire series really a victory for the ease of execution.
Yep.
Like, every time we saw the team that had the easiest plan, which was, in this case, Faceless Void was the plan. You drop down the Chronosphere, and then everyone else says, alright, now we throw our spells into this, and it just works beautifully.
Yep.
Every time. 70% of the time, because sometimes, you know, you Chronos someone who accidentally survives, and then the Spectre runs around in your backlines, but, you know...
You know, just gotta
Hiccups
subscribe to the Yoga Magi school of philosophy, you know? 70% of the time, it works every time.
Exactly. And Dota's a hard game. I think that sometimes when we get better at this game, we lose sight of the fact that it's extremely complicated, and even more so to do it with 5 people at once.
Yep.
And then, you know, the more time you have to think about what you do, and the easier it is to see which way all of the noses need to point, you're going to win most of the time. And I think even though these teams were matched up pretty decently, the ease of execution just makes so much difference.
Yep. Well, at the end of the day, that does mean that our Facebook team, New York Jajo, what was it? So hard for me to remember the pronunciation of that.
Jajo?
Anyway, Jaju, yeah. Let's go with that. Unfortunately, they are out of the running, and the Google Cloud players will be in the grand final, securing at least $1,000 for their charity of choice, which is the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for 2019 for the novel coronavirus. So.
Yeah,
I believe
I think
they'll
we can
be
feel really good about that. Like,
yeah.
no matter who wins here, in the end, the world wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. Doctors Without Borders, though, gonna be maybe not necessarily coming away empty-handed. That was the team that New York Jaju is supporting, because I do believe there's gonna be a third-place match at one point. I don't think we're casting that one, but there'll be a chance for them to get a couple of dollars for them. But hey, for now, we're gonna take a break. The semifinals, or the other semifinals, I should say, will be happening soon. And that'll be the Microsoft team, Bane and Miranda Gangs, versus KDC, which is one of the Amazon teams. So stay tuned for that. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the second semifinals here in the CEA tournament here, the Dota 2 tournament, $3,333 on the line, not for the teams themselves, but for charities of their choice. We've already seen New York Jajo versus the Google Cloud players, and now it's between KDC, a team from Amazon, and Microsoft, one of the Microsoft teams, called Bane and Mirana Gangs. That's quite a mouthful. We'll see if they actually pick these heroes, or whether it's just a misdirection tactic. Who knows? We'll find out. My name is Dragon Drop, of course, and once again, still joined by Kips. How are you doing?
Radiant
I
team
am
pick.
doing
Dire
fantastic.
team pick.
Thank you for asking. And yeah, very curious. Mirana is a good pickup against the Phoenix, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So I really feel like the Amazon team here is setting them up for some signature action.
Dire
I'm
team
just gonna
pick.
leap in fearlessly, get the egg down. Snapfire, though, also pretty hard counter to the Supernova, if I do say so myself. If you do remember to put the value point up into the little shredder, which is not something that you always see for some reason, at least not in my pubs, but it's more of an indictment of the bracket that I play in, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you
10
don't
seconds
necessarily take the
remaining.
shredder points if you are anything
5
but an offlaner, I think, and
remaining.
even
Yeah.
then the trade value on the
Radiant
other two
team
spells is
pick.
just too good.
Yeah.
So there is the Bane.
It is, yeah.
At the very least, they were not lying about that. You also see that they have the Bane on their
Radiant
poster
team
with
ban.
sunglasses.
Axe.
Is that a Thug Life Bane?
I miss the time when you could put those sunglasses on your actual
Dire
in-game
team
avatar.
ban.
Or when you could add sound effects and whatnot? I
Mhm.
remember
Those-
someone putting the Sandstorm thing on Sand King. Amazing. Those were some good days when there
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
a
like
big
Jarex was rolling around with those Thug Life glasses on his Earth Spirit all day. It was great.
Well,
But yeah, Phoenix
10
Axe
seconds remaining.
is such a strong dual lane.
yeah.
Like
5 seconds
one of the
remaining.
truths is that if you pick Phoenix up early and you force people into a counter after that, they're going to have to find a way to beat the Phoenix Axe lane with either a Bane or a Snapfire supporting whatever carry. And with the Bane, it might work out decently just because Bane is so good at trading, but I don't see a Snapfire
Dire
doing well
team
against that
pick.
lane at all. Snap's
Yep.
slow, and Phoenix Axe is going to make her even slower. She doesn't naturally get any last hits, so getting the battle hunger off is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Pun completely intended.
Alright, I'll let you get away with it this time. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Phoenix, one of these heroes that has a decent downtime early on because the Fire Spirits have a very
10
long cooldown.
seconds remaining.
But when the Phoenix has those that skill
5
available,
seconds
and if
remaining.
you also hit the spirits, the balls, you can not trade on almost any hero, even Bane, honestly, because yeah, sure, you still got the Brain Sap, but you're not gonna get many right clicks in, and then you also have an axe running at you, slowing you with Battle Hunger. So yeah, it is potentially very dangerous if you're just slightly out of position there.
Mhm.
And not to mention the synergy later on. I mean, X gets a Blink Dagger, maybe you can even protect the Supernova, blinking in, calling at the right time to make sure that they can't right click it.
Yep. And they also banned out the Centaur, which I was alright, well, fine. I guess they have to make a Snapfire combo and pressure the other offlane just as hard, but Snapfire Centaur is one of those combos with
Yep.
the cookie, with the stun. They'd have to go something like a Slardar right now
Radiant
if they
team
still want
pick.
that combination, and that's just not as
Weaver.
reliable. So there is a Weaver instead. It looks like Bane and Mirana ganks are going to try and survive this Phoenix Axe lane as opposed to trying to actually deliver against it.
Yeah, just try and dodge. 5Ds, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and also dodge. Weaver can certainly do all of these things.
10
And he's another
seconds
egg hitter.
remaining.
Yeah. He is a very squishy kind of bug, though, so if he
5
does
seconds
get called by
remaining.
Axe,
Team
maybe if he has a Blade Mail too,
Disruptor.
things might get a little bit dangerous now.
Ooh.
Disruptor. Oof, that is the hero to pick up against mobile heroes like Weaver. That can also time lapse and are very hard to catch. Just get him in a Static Storm in Kinetic Field, and there's nothing they can do until they get a BKB.
Yeah, exactly.
10 seconds
Then again, it is
remaining.
also the other way around. If the Weaver has a good lane, Disruptor has no tools to
5
defend himself
seconds
with.
remaining.
Yep. That is true. Might very well be a very nice little snack for the Weaver.
Mm. The Weaver, of course, another egg hitter as well.
Yeah.
Plus, he can last hit while under defective battle hunger with his Suguchi, even if he is attack slowed.
Yeah.
So, I do like that pickup. Normally, I'm really not a Weaver fan, but this is one of the few times where I'm saying like, all right, you know what, you have no options against this lane.
Yeah.
Just get out of it what you
Radiant
can, and
team
Weaver is a
pick.
really decent pickup for that. And I go with the Underlord next. I am an Underlord fan, you know.
Oh yeah.
This is like the aura carrier.
It's a nice big tanky slug that you can just put on the front line. Gonna have your pipes on it, your guardian grease. Probably a good aim for both of these in this game.
Yep, and he
against all this
starts
magic
last
damage.
hit it, or sorry, he
10
starts hitting
seconds
so
remaining.
hard.
Oh yeah, cannot underestimate that. Especially once it's also one of these heroes that enables you to take buildings very quickly after you win a team
Dire
fight,
team
because all of a sudden you have like 300 extra damage to work with.
Yeah,
Is it
and
Bristle
Bristle's like a decent pickup against it, but you gotta remember that there's percentage damage on that Firestorm of the
Yeah.
Underlords. It's one of the reasons why I like this hero so much as well, is that he's a really big cheese counter. There's a lot of heroes that, you know, you can think about your Brood Mothers and your Meepos and Huskars and whatever.
Yeah.
10 seconds
Nobody
remaining.
likes playing against this Underlord, man. Nobody does.
5
And this
seconds
Bristle is
remaining.
probably going to have a decent time, but if this Underlord gets the right lane and just buys a stick right from the beginning, I can actually see Bristleback getting smacked out there.
Yep.
He'll have the last hit with those squills.
Especially if that ends up being a combo up with the Snapfire. You have two rather tanky heroes, plus you have an extra stun to work with to make sure that you can get even more waves of this Firestorm in on heroes like Bristleback.
Radiant team ban. Radiant
So it's
team
potentially
pick.
very powerful lane that, and
Dire team
especially
pick.
early on, Bristleback, you're not actually tanky until you get a few levels in, so that's something that you
Yeah.
always have to keep in
It's
mind.
the same as with Timber, right? You need
Yeah.
level 3, and then it starts getting good, but before that... Then again, as I said before, Snapfire is slow. Bristleback's
Yeah.
pretty fast. They might be able with the Disruptor Bristle, they could kill the Snap. And then that Tinker pick... Are you a Tinker player,
10
D-Drop?
seconds remaining.
It's way too stressful for me personally, honestly.
5
Like, you're in the
seconds
zone the
remaining.
entire game, because you always have shit to do, and okay, that's the count. I was gonna say, many Mirana gangs that didn't really have any easy ways to get on top of the Tinker, but with Zeus still in the pool, obviously that's one of the better ones, because you can always scout for the Tinker inside the trees, you're gonna get your Aghanim Scepter, and then stop him from TPing, and if anyone else is nearby, well, Tinker might just very well feed a couple of times, and that's a hero that cannot afford to do that. The later the game goes, the more
No.
Tinkers off the map, it's problematic. Alright, but we'll see if they can make it work. I mean, this also means that KDC, they don't actually have a normal quote-unquote right-click carry that we're used to seeing. Like, no agility, scaling right-clickers. They've got pretty much a stanky frontline between the Axe and the Bristleback. The teamfight from the Phoenix and Disruptor, all geared around making sure that this Tinker can actually operate and spam all of the spells. It's
Yeah,
very
he's
interesting
got a
strat.
really good front line in front of him. And I do think that the opposite team has as much as well, but they can't actually match that team fight, as you say. They are going to have to be a little bit more careful about how they engage, just because if they get caught in an egg, in a big call, then the fights are going to be easier to execute.
Oh yeah. Well, their prerogative is gonna be to try and play around that as we get rid of. I mean, just so you guys know, we're casting this one off of a replay because it was happening at the same
Prepare for
time
battle.
as the other semifinal that we were casting.
Mm-hmm.
So that of course comes also with a few unfortunate spoilers from our side. For example, we already know that one of these teams is going to win, but we're gonna try and let that not affect our casting too much. So. Hope
You see,
guys
I
enjoy.
have absolutely no idea. I didn't even pay any attention to the time bar on the bottom, so
Yeah.
I also don't know how long this one's going to last.
That is
All I
a
know
very
is that
good
we
thing
have
indeed.
a bit more of a high execution lineup on the Dire side, which that's the Amazon team, right?
On the Dire is where we've got the Bane and Mirana gangs from Microsoft.
Oh, sorry, Microsoft.
The Amazonians on the Radiant side around the Tinker.
30 seconds to battle.
Very high tech, you know.
Oh yeah. Microsoft is going to try to do things more elegantly, and they very elegantly found a ward just now.
Easy money. Ultra Magnus securing that extra money for himself, actually.
A little bit surprised that he dropped the sentry at all.
Yeah. So, I was like, wait a second. Shouldn't Zeus get the money with the lightning bolt? But no, of course the sentry's down. That counted first. But hey. Ward down is always a good thing for the mid lane. As down bottom we see them fighting up against each other. Cakes though finishes with the bounce rune in his pocket. So still 3 of them gonna go the way of the Microsoft team. Is Ultra Magnus playing the Bane instead of the Magnus, funnily enough. Able to snag an extra one up top.
Let's see if he goes for a snipe here. Although I see pings out from the Axe. Axe knows that the Bane was still hanging around, maybe looking for a courier, so Phoenix goes and checks that out, but Bane has already vacated the premises.
Alright, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on this top lane to see how that one works out. Down bottom, safe lane Bristleback. You can always augment your own last hits a little bit with the Quill Spray, which is gonna be helpful up against the Atrophy Aura going forward.
He's already got 5% damage reduction, you're just not happy with that.
No.
And it's only going to get worse. Like you can see TSG is just trading up against 2 heroes. He's got his stick, brought it right to the lane, he's not scared of anyone.
Yeah. Snapfire returning now. Yeah, I mean these are the kind of lanes that maybe gonna heat up once the levels are starting to come in. Same thing up top. I mean Phoenix also very level hungry here. You want your level 3 as well, so you have the Icarus dive, but then you also have extra level in Fire Spirit to do more damage. Till then, still gonna be the Axe trying to get last hits and the Weaver trying to not tank too much of that aggression.
And I have to direct your attention towards the mid lane here as well. The Morris on the Zeus did a bit of mismanagement on his regen, because he only brought in an extra tango, so he's sitting rather low right now against Lieutenant Dan, who has 2 levels in March of the Machines. Honestly, if Dan got an extra level in Laser, we would probably be seeing a dead Zeus in the very near future. His courier has only just returned to base.
Yeah, he's not gonna be healthy for quite a while, is he? 10 seconds, so we don't even know the tanker that he gets, and missed the first blood down bottom though. Second blood coming through immediately afterwards with all the quills stacking
Not
up.
bad. I always do that.
It'd be easy for me to blame you, but also a little bit disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say, the first blood was always going to come on bottom around that like 2 to level 3 mark, just because of the way that these heroes are. Like, this is a double melee lane with 2 short range supports.
Yep.
This is where everyone's going to be hitting each other. And on the top lane, it's way more ranged, the damage is way slower as well. Like, none of these heroes can really right-click each other down. It's going to come through the slow burn of that battle hunger and the fire spirits.
Bane's also level 2, so you have the Nightmare available, and if he isn't getting gone on by Call, which is not level yet either, like, you can just always Nightmare the Axe. Just run away from him, so it's... Bane has a very stabilizing influence on lanes like that.
Yeah. I'm hoping, personally, to see at least 1 Cold Dodge. If he gets a Nightmare Cold Dodge, this man's a player.
Oh yeah. Well, down bottom, also seeing players. Level 2 Firestorm already doing quite some work against this Bristleback. Got the Salve now, but well, it's about the last of his region. A few tangos left on Disruptor, the extra plus 2.25 from the Soul Ring, but not sure why Snapfire went for the super early point with Little Shredder. If you had Cookie here, that's just a dead Bristleback, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure. You can trade slightly more effectively with the Disruptor if you don't get the Cookie, but yeah, as you say, you give up the possibility of kill threat. He's got the Cookie now. Maybe they're gonna try it. Yeah, there they go.
There it is. Oh, that was so greedy from Cakes. Sitting there at low health, Mimo up top. Ooh, Kid 1 on the Axe already, taking a bunch of damage too. Phoenix also dropping low, but he does have the Icarus dive available still.
Alright, the Bane also gets points if he Nightmare interrupts a Icarus dive.
Icarus diving in aggressively here. Weaver does have stick charges, but still not enough against his damage over time. Chili. So why is a guy named Chili playing Firebird? I don't know. Guess it's the other Chili, not the cold type of Chili. He's down bottom. There's a glimpse back into danger here. Cake's gonna take quite a bit of damage, but no more Firestorm means that he can just stand there and get that kill. THC might be next on the list. Slowed down with another Q, W, and double kill for the Bristleback.
Oh, that's painful, and I can only guess at why the Snapfire was so far forward. I'm guessing that they were pressuring together and they forgot about the glimpse. Like, you need to stand by your buddy. Like, the fragile hero needs to walk away first.
Yeah. Well, it certainly didn't quite work out. Ultra Magnus trying to sneak a bounty rune, but he's just gonna give them some more money. Or almost.
Not this time.
Not quite strong enough, but at the end of the day. Another kill going the way of KDC, plus 4 bounty runes at the very least. Weaver is getting a bit of free space up top, but this is looking a bit dangerous here for the Microsoft team, I think.
Yeah, it is. This Bane's returning to lane without any sentries, so they can't even deward this sentry that the Radiant have down on top either. And now the Bristleback on bottom. This is a slaughterfest.
Oof. He's playing very bold, but he only has 1 point up in passive even. Like, he's not invincible right now. They might just figure that out again. There's another Firestorm, couple right clicks, and he's just straight up dead. Connect fields into a glimpse. THC needs to tank the tower aggro, and he does. So Eururo will be absolutely fine.
It's not the worst for a Disruptor if he gets some extra experience early because his lane partner died, but at the same time the Bristleback's not going to be happy with this. Like that, this Quill Spray heavy build needs to pay off. He needs some levels in order to, you know, retreat into the jungle, start taking stacks with that. Because, as you said, he is rather fragile if you play it like this.
Yep. With all this pressure, with all the Firestorms, Catapult was there too, so this tower's already down to half health. That's the other thing that the Underlord can do in lane quite effectively. Just keep pressuring.
And because of all the kills that have been happening, he's also got 7 bonus damage already.
Yeah.
That's just... Underlord's just such a sneaky hero in that regard. It's not really clear if you... Look at the damage that Jiruru is taking!
Ooh. Alright, that's how you do it. That's kind of how Bristleback works. If you're full health, you can just go in and play like a freaking madman. If you're at half or below, then you just have to be super careful. Because you're not actually as tanky as you think.
He's got a full one himself, though.
Yeah. The Underlord currently sitting at 0.
Yeah, and this bottom lane is where I expect the momentum from the rest of the match to come from as well. Like, if this Bristle manages to hold on for longer here, this tower is not going to go down. Dire is going to have a lot of trouble making tempo on the map. Because the Underlord's basically their only tower pusher. And right now on the other lanes...
called, the stun coming through, trying to save the Bane. Still has a Nightmare available. Doesn't need it, he is. The Morris making use of the haste rune down bottom at the same time. Underlord gets gone on. After his own devices with these rotations, yeah.
But you save a Bane there, and your Underlord doesn't play like, you know, the enemy just saw that you have 4 heroes top.
Yeah.
That's a bit awkward.
Knowing that you have no help means that you have to play defensive, or you get killed like he did. So 1-for-1 trade.
Well, there's a smoke towards mid. Ultra Magnus is going to lead the charge, but Lieutenant Dan is just quietly using his full March build. He wants to sack this camp. Were they patient enough? They were. I think they...
I don't think you can walk into the March though. Ultra Magnus is gonna figure that out soon. Oh, trying to get the Nightmare out, but now he might just straight up die to a freaking combo. That was the opposite of what they wanted. He knows it too. My bad, he says. Yeah, this is not an easy gank at this point if the March is already down.
Yeah, but five more seconds though, and at the very least you get full vision of the Tinker.
Yeah.
It's always so sad when you see that people have exactly the right idea, but then they can't push themselves to fully commit to it.
Yeah. Oh, almost 10 minutes in now. And making a play for the bottom outpost here. Roro, oh, got it cancelled. Oh no, wait, he got it. He got it. No, he didn't get it. I'm very confused. Anyway. Could have restarted it and maybe lived and taken it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stands. He
Would
did not
have
fully
been
commit.
worth it though. Most of the supports have already reached their level 6. Also, Giroux is just getting run down here. I actually think he's dead, even if the Bristle doesn't chase him.
Not just a level 1 Thunderstrike actually. Yggdrasil opting to max out the glooms, which is not
interesting. This
something
is
that I often see these days, just because Thunderstrike is so strong.
Yeah, it shows a lot of faith in his laning partner.
Oh, top lane call onto the Weaver. Not too many creeps until they're coming just now, so not enough spins. He does get the glimpse out. Ultra Magnus, Courier Snipe. Click and click. Easy game.
Has been killed.
Aurora
He's got it.
rotating in. There's Necro stuff available, so feeling it's not the easiest kill. But Axe actually not particularly healthy at the moment. The cookie comes through. Weaver right back in. The Buck's still nibbling away, and there's so much minus armor, so much magical damage. They get the higher value kill even there.
Yep. And that Gemini's attack being on him for all that time, as you said, really messed with the Axe's ability to tank those Bane right clicks right there. And Bane's got level 6, he's going to bottom, where currently CHG is actually TPing out from the Bristleback.
They brought in some help there. He could have just stayed. Kiggs was dangerously close to dying there. Actually. But hey, rather safe than sorry.
I think the big winner in all of this struggle is the Tinker, though.
Oh yeah. Meaning to
He's-
come around to him because yeah, he's been farming. He's been getting money, and he's getting close to his boots of travel.
Yep, and even if this Zeus gets his Aghanims,
Speaking of Zeus,
he's going to do it.
it tanks the thunder.
Under some
Thanks to
painful
ultimate, but
circumstances.
oof,
Too late for you.
some interesting firepower from both sides here. Still just enough damage here with the Tinker also. Snagging the kill on the Zeus, but now it gets Nightmare. There's a Fiend Script to follow up, and Weaver making a rotation in. The Supernova comes through, but are they going to be able to fight this one? Couple of more right clicks. Ah, Weaver. Not close enough, but not enough damage by itself to follow up. Cookie, they need a bit more damage. Oh no, the Digger's dive actually not enough to get him to safety there. Not enough range.
That was a very optimistic egg there, gotta say.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you're gonna get it off, but what's it gonna do for you?
Literally nothing, as it turns out.
Well, not just that, like, now you
Radiant's
don't
middle
have
tower is under attack.
the egg for more than a minute, and the action on bottom lane was going to come. Bristleback is already getting run down by 2 heroes, but the glimpse makes sure that it's Ultra Magnus who dies instead.
THC held on to his Firestorm a lot longer than I anticipated there. Not sure if it would have made much of a difference, because only with level 1 Pit of Malice, it's not going to hold the Bristleback for too long either, anyway. But hey, at least it's only the support going down. Weaver's still farming. But again, so's the Tinker, and this Bristleback actually 7 and 2 right now. 6k
Dire's
net
middle
worth.
tower is under
Highest on the
attack.
board.
But then again, the Weaver already has a Diffusal Blade. Did you notice that? Man
Oh, wow,
skipped
yeah.
just the entirety of his boots.
Yeah.
Not gonna bother with any of that nonsense.
This Desolator queued up right after, like, it doesn't seem like he wants boots at all. Does miss the swarm though on the Bristle. Still think it's a bit too dangerous down here, so TP's up top. See, it's classic rotation. A little bit later than we often see in pro games, where like the carries just switch to the off lane and then finish off these towers.
And THC knows how to play this. He immediately mirrors it. It's his job to keep this wave off of the top tower. But it's going to be pretty hard because he's surrounded by 4 Radiant heroes right now.
He's got to figure that out now. Let's get the ultimate out. Will he live long enough though? Stick charges come back off cooldown in a couple of seconds, and yeah. Not quite enough power here. Yggdrasil did not want to commit that ultimate of his. What mid lane? I did not even see that rotation. Fiend script from the Bane. If you can't get range for that, Tinker will fall to it.
And this secures that Dire can at the very least trade these towers, even though they hit towers a lot less hard than a Bristleback with all of these Warpath stacks on him.
Yep.
So
We were struggling down bottom.
Dire's top tower
he's not even finishing it. Weaver, my man. You wanna finish this tower.
Bounty.
You're gonna deeply regret it if they TP into like. And this is, this is the kind of feedback that I'd give on like a proper pro game. You can't come back in now. This would have reaction TPs on it from like, even if it's just the Tinker, you don't take that tower anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, at least it
Well,
did
this
see a
Tinker
lot of
has his
people
boots
TPing
trouble.
mid. But yeah, that's just absolutely right. Oh, the fact they got it. Onto the Morris is actually in a lot of trouble, but it does have some help coming in. THC could not get the Firestorm out just yet. Doesn't matter though, Cake's too deep. The Supernova, they can just walk away from that. Or maybe they can just go in. And oh, you need to finish it. There we go.
Shredder.
Value point, a little Shredder. That's what I'm talking about. And now perhaps a turnaround. Had to use the cookie defensively though, so unable to chase further. 2-for-1 trade. But it was
So
scissors.
hard to play a Phoenix into the little Shredder.
Yeah.
One hero goes in, kills you, and doesn't matter if you got any attack slow on him or not.
Yeah. It's not even that you have to commit too much. I mean, 1 point in the spell. It's not that big of a commitment at this point. The other two are still maxed out and still very powerful.
You're going to have to talk to your axe. Like, your axe needs to disable as soon as that Snapfire comes in. Otherwise you don't get to live. But the axe doesn't actually have a blink dagger yet, and in fact he's going for a Vanguard first.
Riddle me this, Kips.
But
Disruptor in the mid lane just blocked his own Tinker's camp. Try and get rid of a sentry ward.
yeah. Well, sometimes you have these brain farts. I know I've done this, but yeah, it's that's not good. Tinker really likes that camp.
We just figured, alright, all of the other camps are blocked already. Might as well make it full triple. Because there's still quite a few symbols on the other side. Anyway, Cake stay throwing a lot of ultimates on him, but he is very dead. So hashtag worth, I guess. Everyone else should be able to walk out of this one. But this tower
looks like
is
a
now
dire mid
threat.
tower though.
Okay, TPing in. THC, he sees him. The call coming through in the front though with the Supernova in a pretty decent position, but you were right next to it and not able to finish it though. Too much damage on him this time. The glimpse back, not quite into a stun, but into the static storm. That's enough to finish off the Weaver. Triple kill for Lieutenant Dan. That was a bit tricky. At least it looked like it, but they've hit all the spells where they needed it to.
I'm just surprised that THC got out of there at all. He was in super deep.
He's a big tanky slug. There's no way he dies this game. I say that knowing full well that he already has 2 deaths. Now the mind games. Can get to tower denied. Nah, no, not worth sticking around.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Alright.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This Tinker with the blink dagger now, he is online. He's leading, gone on again with the extra burst. This time he will not get out.
Dire's top
We
tower
cannot forget that both teams have access to percentage health damage here, because the Phoenix with that Sunray, that hero just scales so well because of the percentage damage on that spell.
It's ridiculously powerful against these strength heroes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Weaver though, quietly still farming away. Despite that death, still gonna have his Desolator in a moment. It's also holding on to the Clumsy Net. I actually like that, because you don't actually have a way to stop TPs or anything.
It's the old co-op problem.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker problem. You go on someone, and they
You
just
TP out.
press their scroll. But yeah, it's up to this Weaver to buy some time for the Aghanims on the Morris, who's currently pressuring this bot lane. And I think I've been doing a pretty decent job of just pushing out these waves against the Tinker. Even though, you know, you gotta risk this Zeus sometimes.
Yep.
Dire
Alright.
are scanning.
How far is he? Yeah, still needs
Radiant's middle
2.5k
tower
gold,
is
give or
under
take.
attack.
But he does hold on to
Well,
Philosopher's Stone to help him along with that.
Take the mid tower, boy. He doesn't want to commit for it.
Oh, they see everyone here. Yggdrasil way too far forward. That Desolator is revealed, and they're looking for more, but the Blink on Axe. I think it was revealed in that mid fight a little bit earlier, so have to keep him safe there.
Oh, would you look at that? That's a Holy Locket on the axe. Have you ever seen that build before?
I can't say that I have. I don't think that I like it. Like, by common consensus is that this item is the worst of the game, right? Most
Yeah,
heroes?
it doesn't do anything basically unless you're like Chen or Necrophos.
Yeah.
I mean, it is efficiency in the sense that you get more out of that slot, but
Yeah,
his slots aren't actually full.
exactly. Yeah,
Radiant's
you
top tower
can
is
only
under
make that
attack.
argument when you're already 5-slotted, and when you can't replace that stick with something even better anyway. And that's the other counter argument to that.
Like, I guess you could say that it just makes your stick more effective because you restore more health per charge, but it's not useful for anything else unless you want to go like something like Guardian Greaves Axe, and I like he doesn't seem to be looking at that either because his next queued up item is a Blade Mail, which I like much more.
Yep.
I don't see the value of the extra money that he just spent.
Well, let's hope it doesn't bite them in the
Dire's
behind
bottom
later.
tower is under attack.
You probably could be halfway to your good late now. This spawn is Cakes on the front. Gonna go on him. Fiend Script, Cookie forward, stacked up a little bit. The Blink Hold cancel the Fiend Script though. As Cakes still very much alive. THC caught inside the kinetic field, now trying to get out, but the damage is being done from Zeus too. And alright,
Top tower is under attack.
Yururu gets Cakes, Morris gets his. Oh, can they stop that? They can indeed, just in the nick of time. Making a free for.
So much damage.
Yep, more than 5k damage done in like what's a minute or so. Good
And
spread too.
one of
from
the
team.
problems there
middle
is
tower
that
is
the
under
Phoenix
attack.
just isn't in the fight. If the Phoenix is in that fight, you disrupt the entire flow of battle. Suddenly the Radiant, with all of their spell damage, actually need to right-click the aim.
Yeah.
Even though the Phoenix might die there, you can definitely get to
Radiant's
execute with the
bottom
other
tower
heroes
is
because of
under
the time.
attack.
Instead, your Disruptor dies without getting a static storm off. The Bristle melts.
Yep. And Zeus is
They need
now
to start
closer to
playing
his
this war.
Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. And the window for this Tinker to have like free reign is closing. He's going BKB to counter it.
Let's go for the axe here. Phoenix reveals himself as he was in this, so now. Oh, they actually get the Weaver. Can he get the time lapse out? He cannot with a stack storm right on top of him. So that's a really good catch. Another glimpse onto the extra +1 Snapfire. Not long for the world, you would think. You're very tanky, but Lieutenant Dan blinking around should be able to secure a kill.
Dire's middle
Sorry,
tower
a double
is under
kill
attack.
when all is said and done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He did have to get away from the Zeus in order to get the Weaver kill though, so it's not all bad for the Dire here.
Yep.
Like, the big issue that I see for the Radiant side right now is that they were using this Bristleback to kill towers with, but he's been saving up for a Radiance. So he hasn't been progressing, and that means he keeps dying on these tower assaults.
Yep.
And that in turn means that they haven't actually been gaining that much territory, even though the wave push of the Tinker has had them keeping the upper hand in this game for a while now. And that means that the more effective tower push is definitely on the Dire side, with this Deso on a Weaver and with the Underlord and his supreme pushing power.
I haven't really
It's a
been able
miracle
to
that they-
exercise it that much.
Yeah.
Especially with
It's-
Tier 1 tower mid being so low. Like,
I did really want the Underlord to commit for that, you know?
yeah. Wasn't
And
Weaver too?
It's Yeah, the Weaver could run in and take it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he still doesn't have his boots. It's a little bit more risky, but
Who needs movement speed?
yeah, like you come in from the side. The fact that the Disruptor is here makes it very scary for him, though. He can get glimpsed at any moment. But one of the things that I think that both of these teams could realize better is that the Dire doesn't have a mid tower anymore. This puts them as a disadvantage for playing on the map. But it also means that if they want the Radiant to retreat, they can just go push this tower-shaped button in the middle side. I guess, though, that if they send just the Bristleback to bot lane, that there's no need to press that reset button.
I mean, Weaver was in mid, and it was only Bane down there. I mean, Normal was sleeping in, of course, it was still tier 1, but one of the qualities of Bane is that he can hold you for literally forever. 7 seconds on Nightmare, an extra 6 seconds on Fiend's Grip. More than enough time for the Weaver to rotate in and actually provide the damage output that you need for that to kill. Still gotta be careful though on this bottom lane. Axe, ready with a blink. Both of his team fighty supports, ready to kill the Weaver.
Underlord. And you hesitate, now the Tinker is there. You can still smack it though.
Just have to be strong, you know.
Come on. Come on. You get the big emerald blade of yours. Just hit it. You can see the Bane pinging it. He's like, dude. Come on. And Weaver's like, yeah, fine. I'll make him stop whining.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm glad I'm not the only person who feels like this. I feel you, Bane. I feel you.
Yeah, I can certainly see where it comes from. It was a late glyph, but the refresh after the tower kill, there's a bit of a grace period, so they'll still have the glyph available for tier 1. Or, yeah. Weaver is gonna backdoor this one too. Yeah. Oh god, look at this thing melting.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright,
Bane's
so.
following him like, finally.
Bane's just like, come on, share hero control. I'm doing this myself. Alright, so what was I gonna say? Zeus should have the axe by now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He's got the Philosopher's Stone as well, because yeah, Zeus is not going to be right-clicking anytime soon, and actually both of the other supports will. And with a Fiend's Grip and an Aghanim's, your Blink Dagger's not going to do much more up against an Aghanim's Zeus.
Is under attack.
In this kind of pace, oh god, Phoenix up top. Good dive. Ghost Step also protect him actually, you can stick around if you needed to. But which side is this kind of pace favoring though, when all is said and done? Because it's kind of slow, no big team fights, no big tower pushes. Every once in a while they get a free kill with a Fiend's Grip.
The Radiance is going to wait until the Bristleback has his Radiance, and that is right now. So I imagine that they're going to look to contest this top tower push, and whoever wins this clash is most likely going to take Roche afterwards.
But Weaver.
That's going to determine what the next 10 minutes of this game are going to look like. But
Yeah.
Dire back off very carefully done there, and I think, yeah, they will see the Radiance right now.
See the Radiance, they do have finished BKB now on Weaver too. Like, this guy is very strong.
He is,
Claw
yes.
too, and there's a smoke. They're drawing a line. Little do they know, the other team is already smoked up and looking for them here, but... Ooh, THC. He's kind of alone on the front lines, but he's also the kind of hero that you want on the front lines. He's very tanky. But, yeah, he's gonna get out, I guess. Cakes looking for Yururo. That's a very split up fight. I don't know what to make of this one. I don't know where to go. Glimpse going back and forth. Trinket blinks away. Chili and Yggdrasil caught by the Weaver. So a couple of right clicks should do some work here. The BKB comes out. Nightmare to secure Chili dives into a Nimbus. That's a bit awkward. As THC, he's still there and being dunked to the face as he was low health. The buyback comes through from Yggdrasil. Dristle is Ultra Magnus trying to TP out. Should be successful, only just his Nightmare taken over a little bit too late. And Lord Lieutenant then right on top of the Morris, but he's also getting out. His call is still on cooldown.
Die back.
What the hell is happening? Why is he still there? Weaver's still hunting.
Yep, we were
There's
still
another
hunting,
Nimbus
and
with
he-
10 down, is super low. Oh, the dust.
like, this is how you're supposed to play a Weaver. You're not a face-to-face fighting carry.
Yeah.
You're an opportunist. You see people get low, you dive in.
Absolutely.
And the only reason that this fight ends well for the Dire at all is just because...
I don't know what to make of that
Underlord
fight. That was
four
all
heroes.
over the... That fight was all over the top half of the
Go
map.
Weaver, no!
Oh,
I
he
think
does
he's
have
gonna
time
get time
lapse.
lapse off.
So fine right now, do you see him? So fine right now. I think maybe not so much as Nimbus that he has to walk through, but he has his own BKB. Meanwhile, Cakes trying to get close. Fiend Script though! They need the right clicks. Where's the Weaver? He dipped all the way around. Now Axe can't really right click into the Blade Mail, so you have to wait a little bit. He will sacrifice himself for the Tinker though. Lieutenant Dan is still alive. They do seem a little bit longer with this bug, but they're too far away to catch up. No Nimbus, no Zeusult. Oof.
Hasting.
Oh! Oh my god. That would have been sick, actually.
That was very close. And
would've
instead
been
they
sick.
just give their vision away. That's
Yeah.
a bit sad.
Wow, this game does have quite some action, doesn't it?
It does, yes, and it's very hard for me to determine what's going to happen next because some of this just does not follow the rules.
Yeah. Like the angles that these teams are engaging in, it's like
It's wild,
it's
man.
really weird. Like, you have like this earlier split up fight. It was someone was on the rune spot, then another one was, and then THC was where he is right now. No, I don't want to be in a party. Holy God damn it. Hang on, I'm just gonna sign out.
Well, the Weaver just got himself a Paladin sword, which is honestly probably the best Mewtwo item in the game.
It is so powerful, it's crazy. We lifesteal extra damage.
Yep, and especially if you're a Satanic builder. Ooh, boy.
Radiant are scanning.
And if I was the Weaver, I would be considering that right now because you really need the sustained lifesteal throughout these long engagements with all of these heroes that deal, you know, sustained damage. With
Yep.
the Radiance, with the Bristle, with the stacks, like nobody's gonna burst you. You just need the lifesteal back as you're hitting.
Yep. Well, the kind of damage that you're hitting with, I mean, you're gonna lifesteal a lot.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that.
Radiant's bottom tower
We've
is
got
under
the Glimmer
attack.
Capes, we've got the Atos actually in the works for Underlord. What do you make of that? I would have expected a pipe at one point. But I guess Snapfire has that, so.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, Snap as the pipe. So no, I actually really enjoy the Atos just because it's a way to keep people in that firestorm longer as well as keep a hold of some of these fairly mobile heroes. You can grab, for example, the Phoenix with that.
It's the best, of course, you can combo it up with your, with a bit of malice. You catch someone in a pit, then root with Atos, and by the time that's over, you get rooted again with a pit. It's quite strong indeed. Maybe you should upgrade his neutral item though, he's still holding on to the Arcane Ring. It's also a craggy
Like
coat
his mana, but on the other hand, like he's got Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, I don't think what little mana you get from that is...
There's a craggy coat and a Titan Sliver.
Yeah.
Already.
Dire's
Like,
middle tower is under attack.
honestly, if the Snapfire upgrades to a craggy. There is, on the other hand, there is so much magic damage on the Radiant team. It's pretty ridiculous.
That is very true. Now, we talked about that in the draft, they don't have this classic right-click carry. It's still the Bristleback who gets a lot of right-click damage and not necessarily attack speed though. As well.
I also have to say, I made the prediction that, you know, whoever got the Roche after that fight would dictate the next phase of the game, but since nobody got the Roche because the fight was so fragmented and nobody really came out ahead, we are just clashing in the top lane again.
But first, you don't succeed, just try again. As Cakes in the front lines. Not the kind of target that you want to go on necessarily. Not anymore, at
Dire's
least.
top tower is under attack.
I can certainly chip away at him from a safe distance. There we go. Hype will protect him throughout all of this. Also
and
has
barely took any damage.
It's 52 regions somehow. 20 from the talent. Oh, okay, there's the Fiend Script though on to wrist back. Weaver in front, gets the bug, hits him from the side, and now that snapper hold still. Cakes proved to be quite strong enough, question mark. Yggdrasil's very low in the River of Death. He's very dead here. They changed Bane for it. But I think they're gonna be very happy with this trade.
Now with the front liner dead, there is no good way for the rest of the Radiant to take this engagement, and now the Weaver can start hunting.
Yep. Cookie forward. Unwilling to dive the tower though. Maybe this team, maybe it's just what this team does, you know, they have just having a fear of towers. Tower phobia or something.
Well, the only reason I see to back off there is if you're like immediately making the grouped call to go for Roche.
Yeah.
And Lieutenant Dan escapes on a sliver of HP.
They were man fighting. Bristleback now with a buyback. They know that this Roshan is going on. And they want to stop it, and there's not enough damage despite all of this minus armor from the Weaver. Who also has a Monkey King bar right now up against the his chance from the Radiance. Cake's just clicking away at it now. I mean, it is below half health. They could snipe it here, especially if Lieutenant Dan wants to spend some mana. No Fiend Script for 20 seconds. This Bristleback is forced to be reckoned with. Instead, they focus on Disruptor. If he doesn't get any spells out, well, he does. Only catching the Bane inside the Static Storm. He will fall eventually here, you would think. So wait, Lieutenant Dan ended up dying? I don't even know how that works. Zeus spying back to make to help that along. Phoenix now in a lot of trouble too. Rooted up, unable to Icarus dive out of this situation. So we have another bit of a fragmented fight. Certainly very much in favor of the Dire.
Yeah, it's very good aggressive posturing. But anytime the Bristleback dies, you can just see that it is so hard for the Radiant to fight.
Doesn't necessarily even need to die, he just needs to be far enough away from his Tinker at this point. Like, Tink was up near the Secret Shop, and I imagine Zeus helped out, but Weaver was the one who got the kill. Look at all these mangoes in base too. Oh, way too many mangoes.
Middle tower is under attack.
Now bottom, Cakes. Ooh. Shadow Anglets, but it's not gonna save you.
All in a dice.
Nice try.
Oh no. She has a Shadow Blade queued up on Snapfire.
I understand the reason for that pickup. Like, if you Shadow Blade and ult, you're going to get some. Like, I think that after you start channeling, yes.
Okay.
I imagine so, or maybe you need to time it. You could, I guess, you could also get into position with it, much like a Magnus would, but it's not quite the same. Like, I would imagine that you want to go invis after. If it doesn't work, then sue me. But like, I'm trying to find a reason here for him doing it, because otherwise I don't think it's a great pick.
Yeah. Maybe he'll show us later. As Underlord finally upgrades, as they found the Timeless Relic. So that's a lot of extra spell damage, which could come in handy. Oh, the instant Fiend Grip on the Tinker! They were just baity on Cakes this time around.
Super well played, yeah. Run.
Oh my god, the Nightmare!
That was great!
Oh my fucking god! This Ultra Magnus guy, he is a gamer. Ladies and gentlemen, the official verdict is in.
Yep, we said at the start.
Oh my god.
Does that stuff, he's a gamer, and he is confirmed a gamer.
Also, if I'm assuming he was also the one who placed the Observer Ward that made this possible in the first place. So, Vision is king once again, is getting the instant Fiend Script on the Tinker before he can really follow up and help burst down the Weaver. Then that same ward just giving the information, alright, Axe is coming in, I'll precast my Nightmare on him. And now they'll lead him to a full tier 3 tower and probably the full set of Raxi, all things considered. This is a Nimbus over on the Phoenix. He can't dive out, he can't do anything, he's just dead. Oh. The old mango tree here. Their own field of mangoes.
Yeah, both teams just have no use for all this fruit. Like, why can't they hold all these mangoes?
Yeah, and there's no one to harvest them, you know?
Everyone's got 9 inventory slots now, boys. Pick up your fruit.
Seems like Zeus, you'd figure, could still use mangoes this later on in the game.
Radiant's
You have a
middle
big
tower
mana
is
pool,
under
but you tend to
attack.
lose a lot of mana if you survive through these fights.
Yeah, it's just nice to have them sitting around.
Yeah.
You're not doing anything with those slots, are you?
Radiant's middle tower has
And
fallen.
he is getting close to that refresher, by the way. That's also a great moment to pop a couple of mangoes.
Oh.
Refresher takes a lot of mana.
Alright. Full set of Rex bottom, another tier 2 mids, and this is where it stops because Cakes will be back in a moment. Aegis though, still in the hands for another minute. So they'll certainly get this tier 2 top as well, you would think.
Weaver has a Lincoln's and an MKB on top of his previous set of items. And he's going to have that Satanic pretty much after the Aegis time's out.
So just a scout, make sure the Weaver can stay safe. Clicking the tower a couple times. But yeah, there's no doubt now that Dire is very much in control of this game still. We're talking about a Tinker high ground, so if you don't find that jump on him to kill him off
Like a
straight away,
bait.
things might be a little bit difficult.
That Tinker must be very suspicious by now.
Yeah,
Because they got him real good the previous time.
yeah. It's a little bit tougher to do, you would think, if you're defending high ground. Just sit behind your towers and press your spells like this. Just
Well,
march
at some
everywhere
point,
kicks
you
in
gotta
front.
come forward because your towers are dying.
Yeah. Weaver is a ranged hero, so you can just chip away at it slowly but surely. Age is about to expire soon, so you gotta be a bit careful here. The Hex comes through. Age is expired right now. They can somewhat get this kill. But they don't quite have to jump at the ready there from the Axe. Should be able to walk away. That call just off the mark too on in the Snapfire. Wasn't fully invis, was it? Oh no, it was a Glimmer Cape from a friend. It's not the Shadow Amulet.
Here, boys, pick up.
Some mangoes.
Snap's having none of it.
Yeah.
I don't need any vitamins.
Magic Lamp. Discount Ether Lens. Oh no, Eon Disc.
Discount and discount. I doubt any one of them is interested in that though. It's the best against burst teams, and this Radiant team has never been a burst squad. They're gonna walk up the high ground here in smoke. Axe is looking for a call.
Invisibility.
Well, maybe he misplaced his phone book. Haven't seen a good call from him recently.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still trying.
THC.
Invis now.
Can't really go on Underlord. As the fire is raining down the Phoenix Grip from the other side of the river, so the follow-up cookie.
Don't be afraid to leave your friends with that.
They have a very easy time getting these kills without committing super hard. Now another Zeus Ultra Scout. See Cakes in front, but survived by the Weaver. He's just going in the back. Another kill, another 2 buybacks, and there's a blink call on him. They need to follow up on the Sunray. It's not going to be enough, or is it? With the Hex, with the extra dunk. Didn't quite connect, but it was still enough to find the kill. Nightmare jumps back. Aurora still in a bit of trouble here. They see another call in the back. Catching the Zeus. A little bit too far in front. Constant kinetic field to dust. Will get themselves the Hex. Another core kill as THC finally pulls the emergency escape button. Escape line or whatever. The parachute
Ooh.
line. You know what I'm talking about. And he gets out.
Yep.
With his remaining
And that's
teammates.
rough.
That was
That's
not the
really
fight.
rough.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason they have to play up so
Dire's middle
far
tower
with the other
is under
cores
attack.
is just to make sure that the Weaver can't be focused down. But he got everything right there. Weaver doesn't have a BKB, so
Dire's middle tower
once
is under
the Lincolns
attack.
is cancelled and he gets Hex, he is food.
Yep. BKB's on cooldown. Things are not looking easy for him. So a lot of money going to wave the Radiant
Dire's
plus a
middle
tier
tower
2, and
has fallen.
Well, looks like they want to force out some buybacks on the outside. Let's not forget they did use 2 of their own. One on Axe, which is very important, but even the Disruptor one, like if he gets bursted down, doesn't get the spells out, you want him to be able to buy back and still have an impact in the fight.
And this also means that for the Dire, there is a win condition here. If they kill the Axe, it's very likely that they can push from game.
Yeah.
And the Axe
He's way
has
in
to be
front.
careful.
Lost off back down. I was waiting for another Fiend Script there, honestly.
I think that if he Fiend Scripts there, though, the Radiant is going to storm up into the base.
Yeah.
Or maybe he could get glimpsed out of it as well, actually.
He comes out now, the call misses. Just clicks the axe, and he get him. He's dead. They can ignore the Bristleback for the time being. They might also be able to just burn down the Disruptor. Yeah, Ghost Scepter in the Firestorm. It's not exactly what keeps us safe, Chili. With the Icarus dive, but Weaver right on his tail. Aestria now. Oof. Can't push it off anymore with the Fusion Blade heal on the back. Might as well do your chores, you know. Try and deal with this Bristleback. You've put it off long enough, but eventually gonna have to bring it down. You know?
It's still massively tanky, though.
If you have any choice at all, you pull off that chore. But
yeah, I was a bit worried that that would take them too much time. So now they have the choice again: Roshan or High Ground. And I think Weaver has decided that's High Ground. But Roche wouldn't have been bad at all. There's actually a a DD room spawning in front of it. Someone called 0800 Nahas.
0800 Nahas, exactly. I'm sure he has something to say about that.
The more I cast, the more I think he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
There is something weird about DD runes spawning on Roche respawns.
Well, it's taking this time, but know that Axe is not gonna be threatening them. Do some damage to this tower. THC jumping away at it with like what 400 damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Underlord's
attack.
ridiculous like that.
Weaver. He's learned. He's finished it off.
Radiant's middle
There we
tower
go.
has fallen.
Oh, that's a 4-staff. Interesting.
Like aggressive force staffs are good if you can force staff them, say, into a call, but Axe wasn't quite there yet.
Yep.
Oh, and this Tinker's getting Dagon levels.
Oh well. Is it
Ah,
gonna
it's
be
gonna
enough?
be
Like,
rough for Weaver.
I feel like this Jinker's damage output is too slow to really threaten them enough.
Yeah, honestly, when the game goes this late, the fact that you don't have a proper right-click carry is biting you in the ass. And I like the Abyssal choice from the Bristle just because he's getting Kaijit, but I gotta say, he should have had a BKB instead of that Radiance. If you get a BKB, you might still get Fiend's Grip, but at the very least, you don't get to be Nightmared on the side for 7 seconds while the rest of your team gets killed.
That's been a big
The
issue.
protection
Like
of the BKB is not just for you.
yeah. Yeah, we've seen that in all of these fights, they're just Nightmare Cakes, ignore him. And then, okay, then called on Weaver. This time he has the Aegis, so he's absolutely fine with this, even if he drops. If they can get something to return, double Nimbus, double ults and everything here. They're gonna lose the Axe again, and of course he still does not have buyback here. The Atos route, Owen Cakes is still pretty damn low. But he's walking away, Chili. Goes up to protect him for the moment. Does not have the Icarus dive though. They do not want to overcommit into the base without creeps. They've used quite a few of their abilities. What is the Aegis? Now let's wait for that. And the counter hacks. Not sure how that one works on Tinker, but hey, Lotus Orb for the wins. And 10 Dan just does more damage to himself almost than to the Weaver. It's perhaps a bit of a misplay there from Disruptor. I mean, it's almost no point casting the Static Storm if you don't have the kinetic field already down as well. People just walk out of it.
Like, at the very least, Dan doesn't take... he doesn't have any trouble with the laser blind on himself because he's not right-clicking anyway. And
Yay.
Weaver still doesn't like that at all.
Yeah.
So, Lotus Orbs or not, you still win that engagement. One-on-one.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just imagine though if this game goes to 60 minutes and they get a mirror shield.
Their shield is stupid good.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Their shield weaver is pretty much unkillable.
It's like the anti-mage spell shields, except you don't have to be good at it. You know?
Yeah, can confirm. Played PA with that item once. It was
Oh,
stupid.
God, yeah.
There's no way they could kill me. I guess
like
I'd
this.
like to elaborate a little bit more on that BKB thing, right?
Yep.
The double BKB timing is not just powerful because you have two heroes that, you know, can't be hit by magic damage. It's more like usually they have a way to deal with one of them. And that means that the second BKB is like the first BKB you get, basically.
Yeah.
And that makes it infinitely more powerful than just one BKB.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, if you have these BKBs, you can actually act in a fight. Force
If
the
you-
attention of the other team on you.
If you listen to some OG interviews and stuff, Noto is always repeating that his team needs to be able to make plays. Like he says, "Oh, here we can make plays. Here they can't make plays, and they feel bad." It's BKB enables you to make plays. If you don't have BKB, like you always have to think about what the enemy might do to you. If you have BKB, you can make plays. Who cares?
Scribble one
Lieutenant
Tinker.
Dacko.
What the hell did you do there? The snap roll coming through, but they get some BKB out. They do end up waiting through that Fiend Script. Nightmare of an Axe this time to keep him away. No one's actually died just yet, but Axe might very well
Axe is
chop in a
going to bite
moment.
the dust here.
There we go. Buyback is available again, at least. Buyback status here. Cake's in front though. He's also dropping lower than you would anticipate. To X's back and forth. Lotuses and Lincolns and Nimbuses. Lieutenant Dan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, everyone has buyback actually. Literally everyone apart from Axe would literally just use this. So it's gonna be a lot of death dealing. It's gonna have to happen here for this game to end, but
takes
very
big
well
risk.
might happen. THG cooking forward into the Axe. He's gonna die back here. He is down for the count. Cake's down to very low health. Supernova, well, it was there, it got off, but they couldn't do anything with it, like this entire game. And now Chili, look at this damage, diving into another Nimbus. Not exactly what you want to do. He still somehow gets out as Cakes takes over the front lines again after his buyback. Although the range racks have fallen just now, but no casualty on the side of the Dire, and they're just bleeding health points left, right, and center. Cakes, he has to go back to base, but Weaver says, no, you are dead. So is the Disruptor. GG, well played his call as Tinker once again gets hexed. Game over.
Tinker High Ground there finally gets broken, but that took a good bit of doing.
Yep. All the mangoes being pinged out at the end.
Only they'd had their vitamins.
Alright. Damn, I want to see the damage numbers on this one. Weaver, how much did he do? Only 46k? That can't be right. Zeus, of course. Alright, he's got a lot. Damage tank though on the Bristleback, 122,000.
Yeah, of course. That's insane.
That
That
is,
wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And surprisingly enough, the Weaver actually tanked more damage than his Underlord did.
What? Okay, I guess he time lapses off a lot. Oh, and he's also the objective-based gamer in this outfit, so I think you can be proud of him. 15k building damage.
Yeah. And I am especially very happy that the team with Bane in its name played the Bane and played it well.
Oh yeah,
As my MVP certainly goes to Ultra Magnus there for
absolutely.
like the brainiest plays of the game.
It's always great to watch something like that happen live. It's just like, oh, Tinker's gonna come in, they're gonna burst on the Weaver. Nope, I'm ready for that. Just the ability to anticipate the enemy's moves and just laying traps like that. Just
It's brilliant.
yeah. Certainly a very much deserved win here from the Microsoft team. We saw the Bane this time. Maybe we'll see the Mirana in the next game, because this is, of course, a best of 3. We'll figure out what will happen. Maybe Amazon, the KDC team, can come back. Maybe they can't. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 in this best of 3 series in the second semi-finals for the Corporate Esports Association Dota tournament for the spring season. Quite a mouthful here, but this is a fun little charity tournament here. These corporate teams playing for their share of the prize pool, not for themselves, but for their chosen charities. Bane Mirana against the Microsoft team here in this semi-final. They're up 1-0 after a 52-minute game, up against Tink and everything. It was bloody. It was there were a lot of things going on, some interesting item choices from both sides, but when all is said and done, we are here right now. KDC need to win 2 in a row if they want to make it to the finals. They're facing an Enigma this time around, so talk about team fight. Certainly not uncounterable though, if you pick it up first. Now the Lich +1 gonna be the response. Kips, what do you make of this opener?
It's sort of laying it all on the table, you know? It's like, all right, this is what I got. How about you? Huh? And I love openings like that, especially if you won the first game. It's just a very dominant move, and you can say like, oh, what does that matter? You know, it's Dota. These people aren't sitting across from each other, but it does feel that way. You just got beaten by these guys who didn't, like, you were fighting the entire game, but there wasn't actually a moment where I thought like, oh, KDC is just going to take this.
Yep.
And now they come out and just first phase Enigma you. That's rough.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Certainly makes that statement. It's like, all right, we're gonna run this hero, we're gonna win with it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That being said, of course, purely theoretically, there are many things that you can do about that. Maybe something like Silencer, even. It's a very easy way to counter the Enigma. Even now, though, I mean, Phoenix and Lich don't particularly do great, I don't think.
No, and not particularly against the laning power of the Enigma either. If it's a support Enigma, you want to be able to hunt him down in the jungle. If it's a core Enigma, you want to be able to take down his Eidolons in lane, and neither of these heroes are really going to do the best at either of this.
Yeah, not unless you want to Frost Blast the Eidolons with Lich.
Yeah, that's about it, right?
Yeah.
It's not really what you want to waste your Frost Blast on, I suppose, but yeah. Bane Mirana, take out Silencer. None of that one button to cancel my ultimate bull. And KDC actually prepared that Phoenix pick this time by banning out the Snapfire. So they really do believe in this hero, but maybe not against that one anymore.
Yeah, it's just something that you have to do these days.
You see, here is the kind of black hole cancel that I like. Long range, low commitment. The Shaker's never going to be in the middle of things. So either the Enigma is not in the fight and the Shaker isn't either, and you gotta be happy with that trade. Or, you know, you black hole, you get fissured. Everybody has a good time except the Enigma.
10 seconds remaining.
Especially if you fall into the trap of like, oh god, you've got a good black hole of everyone in there, you know? All of a sudden Earthshaker comes out, he fissures, then he blinks in afterwards. It's like, you gotta watch out for that, that's for sure. But I'm sure they know that as well as we do.
I just want a Mirana here, honestly. I really do.
It would be fitting with the team name, that's for sure. Yeah,
and it's against the Phoenix. We already discussed, like, I think Snapfire is the better counter just because she requires lower commitment. Like, you press a spell instead of having to properly right-click it. But instead, we go for the Juggernaut. And they're just saying, all right, you still didn't draft any going through BKB stuns. That's cool.
What do you mean? Phoenix Supernova goes through BKB?
Yeah,
if you can get it
that's
off.
how
Of course,
you stop a spin TP.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Or
like,
spinning Juggernaut killing the egg.
you are technically correct, which is the best kind of correct, but it's just this huge fat butt.
That's fine. Earthshake is just going to build an Abyssal Blade, I'm sure. First item.
I want to see that build. Like, actually, how many mobility items can you get on one hero right now? Because you can 4-staff Blink Axe on Earthshaker. Those are all like regular ones, right?
Yeah.
And then you could also Abyssal.
Yep.
For a jump. you could have a flicker.
Yeah,
In
that
your
would be new
backpack?
triumphs. Was a Flicker, the Fallen Sky Meteor Hammer thing?
And the Fallen Sky, yeah, but those are like mutually
Um,
exclusive, right?
Yeah. So you can get
Mm.
4 items with the right neutral item.
5.
Radiant
5?
team
I mean,
pick.
is Aghanims a mobility item?
Yeah, Axe, Blink, 4 staff, Abyssal.
Oh yeah, and
Oh yeah,
Abyssal,
5,
yes,
5.
4.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
4 in your inventory and then plus maybe a neutral item.
Mm-hmm. That's some sick shit.
Yep. It's what you call mobility gaming. And, well, Phoenix
10
also very
seconds
mobile,
remaining.
technically, with the Icarus Dive Weaver. Very skillery
5
bug.
seconds
If he gets
remaining.
caught in any of these ultimates from Microsoft team, he's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Beyond that, though, pretty decent hero against Juggernaut. Just in terms of being able to dodge the Omni Slash and whatnot, and get away from that.
Mm-hmm. Juggernaut's also one of those
Dire
heroes,
team
like, there's a
back.
lot of melee carries that don't actually do well against range heroes up in lane. It's just that none of the range heroes have been really good up until now. The fact that Weaver's playable makes him decent
Yeah.
to stay in lane against the Jug.
So you think that's gonna be the offlane hero, or?
Yeah, or like a lane swapped carry.
Yeah.
But at the very
10
least, you
seconds
won't want
remaining.
him to be up against his Dragon Knight because that reduces you to last hitting with your
5
Saguchi.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
That's very mana intensive. And of course the cooldown's also not the shortest early on, so you will never get all the last hits that you would otherwise.
Radiant team banned.
Yeah, but the damage reduction from the
Yeah.
Breathe Fire is just ridiculous. And Weaver already doesn't hit that hard. And I'm very curious about, like, have they given up on doing any more like Enigma tricks? I
10
mean,
seconds
last time
remaining.
KDC hit us with the last pick Tinker, and I think that was a pretty
5
interesting one. I
seconds
enjoyed their game
remaining.
plan. It was just that they could still be counterpicked, and that Zeus really did do a lot of annoying work against that Tinker.
Yep.
Being able to hit him from everywhere. Like, maybe we didn't see too much of that, but the fact that the Tinker had to adjust his plays. The fact that we don't see it as casters, or that we're not, going around showing all the ways that Tinker is adjusting his play, doesn't mean that he wasn't annoyed to hell and back.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's so many of these fights where he's just been gone on very quickly, and like you just can't play your hero the way you want to on Tinker if there's so much attention, so much countering you, just itching for the moment that you show up and get in range of people, But you don't want to be constantly dodging, right? You don't want to be miles away from the fight. You want to be blinking after people, chain hexing and spamming rockets and lasers and whatnot. But you can't do that freely, so yeah.
And to lead that back into this game, that's also what I'd like to see KDC do. They had a frontliner last game in the Bristleback. I think his itemization with their Radiance made the game a lot harder
Radiant
than it had to
team
be.
pick.
But I want to see them pick up a Tanky Boy last year, because right now they have no frontline to speak of. And a good frontline does so much for you in terms of, being able to stay in the fights, positioning around him. As well as, you have a Phoenix. You have percentage heal. It's great if you have a Tanky Boy up front that you can just heal for way much more than they can actually
10
hit you down.
seconds remaining.
All
5
right,
seconds remaining.
last picks coming in.
Yeah.
Dire
Still
For
a chance for
Microsoft,
Mirana. Oh no, Queen of Pain.
as a
Unfortunate.
pop.
Pain.
Big burst damage up against the Weaver. Still a strong right clicker for into a Phoenix, and she can really feast on the Liches and Earthshakers of this world if she gets off a good start. And this is the question that I wanted to ask, is like, alright, is this a side lane Dragon Knight, or is it a
10 seconds
mid
remaining.
DK? They can still swap this up. I've seen people play the Quap on the
5
side lane right
seconds
now as well.
remaining.
She doesn't do that great because she really likes that experience, and
Yep.
she doesn't like having a support near. But they have some flexibility here.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that option if you don't have the very last pick coming into the draft, so you can make the adjustment based on what you see as the mid pick here now for KDC.
Mm-hmm.
They're
probably still enjoying Viper actually.
Void
Choose your
incarnate.
hero.
They go Foot Spirit. Huh. And I gotta say, this is Cakes, right? This is the bristleback from the
Yeah.
last game.
Yeah.
I could see that he really wanted to play up. And I, since I don't know these players, I don't know if he's usually a mid player, but this gives it away pretty clearly. This man wants to make plays, and
Yeah,
he thinks
for
that,
sure.
he's done being just a really big hedgehog.
I mean, certainly very different types of heroes, right? Bristleback kind of,
Mhm.
yeah, he kind of just stands there, It's like, oh yeah, I've got my radiance, got my tankiness. You just come and fight me if you're there. But Void Spirit is the complete
Scared.
opposite. You're just chasing after people with all of this mobility that you have inherently on that hero, all of this burst power. Very tough to deal with if he gets off to a good start. Very similar to Quap in some ways, actually.
Am I the only one who found it slightly funny to see it was all yellow there and then see Juggernaut stand there with all of his yellow muscles?
Not
Yes,
quite pay
I
attention,
see.
but yeah, I can can see
Oh,
where that
sorry,
would be interesting.
sometimes I see some good biceps and I just go,
Prepare for battle.
That never happened to you?
I think that's a girl thing.
Oh, no, I've been told that Myron, sometimes bros just be Myron, Maybe that's because my boyfriend goes to the gym a lot and he talks about those things.
I couldn't tell you. I'll just leave it at that.
See, I don't understand. These are man things. Or maybe I guess not. It will remain a mystery.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Right, yeah, they're switching things up a little bit. Lieutenant Dan, who was the Tinker last game, is playing the Weaver now. Cakes on the mid, Void Spirit. Got the offlane, Earthshake in the 3
He's
position.
going
30
to...
seconds to battle.
Ultra Magnus is just blowing him a kiss through the trees. He realizes now.
Yeah, I've
They
got that
were,
early watt down. Just waiting. Void Spirit to maybe get one into.
Literally on opposite sides of the tree.
It looks like it's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, the bounty rune wise. Weaver's sneaking about a little bit, but THC's right there. He's got a passive, so plenty of reach, and even if thanks a few right clicks here, by the time they get to lane, they'll be all healed up without even having to use a tango.
Yeah, everyone's sort of using their spells and their right clicks because that's what you're supposed to do. You see an enemy, but it's not really.
Yeah.
THC don't care. In that regard, he's still very much playing the same kind of hero as he was last game. He is a tanky boy.
Yep.
And yeah, no lane swap for this Weaver, so he's not up against a Jug. That's an offlane Earthshaker instead.
Yep.
I gotta say, this is rough for a Juggernaut, because
No money.
offlane Shakers don't need to go Fissure, they go Totem.
Yep.
You are a melee hero. He smacks.
He smacks you, he smacks all the creeps that you want to deny, especially range creeps. Very strong.
Yep.
But you have a support Enigma in lane, so everything is fine, right? Never mind
Fine
the
in the
adult
long
side.
term.
Radiant courier has been
Oh,
killed.
what? THC's courier ends up dying. 10 Dan committing for that as he sees it scattering about. Very nice catch.
With the way that gold works right now, and the fact that you don't get that much gold out of the map, but the creep gold is unchanged. Or sorry, the courier gold. Couriers are worth more now than they were before.
Yep.
A nice little pickup.
Well, still with they can get the denies and use range creeps, but it's obviously very not. THC, oh, missed the last hit on the second one, but they got all the experience now. There's a refire. It's gonna come into play any moment now.
Get this range creep last hit, maybe? No? He counted on Magnus, and Magnus let him down.
Unfortunate. It's also one of these
So-
things about Enigma that's, if nothing else, it's super freaking annoying. Like, he's gonna deny half of the range creeps, if not all. There's another one, like, you're never gonna get full experience from that.
Yeah, at some point this is going to start making a difference, but for now it's not that great.
It's also
And then
also the money, I guess.
yeah,
It's like for a while, like there was a series of patches where that gap between the melee creeps and range creeps worth in terms of gold and experience it's been has just increased so much, you know. So that wealth gap reflected in Dota, you know. Range creep is the upper class. Melee creeps for a while they were lower class.
with
And that
his
got
mana
changed a
pool
little
and
bit, I
everything.
guess. Yeah. Alright. So where do you see the first blood going down in this game? What lane?
Honestly, it might be top if they can whittle THC down. Like, I don't see a good way for them to stop the damage coming in once he's slowed, because he is very slow and he doesn't have boots yet, so this Weaver Lich could very well run him down. But they'd have to start when he's already on pretty low HP. Apart from that, mid, I don't think so, unless either makes a really big misplay. And on bottom lane, it's just so hard to kill a Juggernaut. And I definitely think that the Dire have the upper hand in this lane, so if the team with the upper hand can kill, it's rough.
Enigma also playing very defensively, not really exposing himself at all. That's a bit tough. Spin, actually. Ah, they're going in. A couple of islands are still there with the follow-up right clicks here. This with the first blood
Very nice.
for the yellow Juggernaut.
Well,
What were you saying about upper hands
Yeah.
and dire teams?
yeah, you know, sometimes you're just plain wrong, and you shake your positions up too far. It's my general opinion that you gotta fight Juggernaut through the spin, because he's not actually that tanky. And the Shaker spent a lot of time running away there that he could have been using to just lay into the Jug instead. But that's a rough call to make, and especially he got his level 2 Blade Fury just there, and that's just a lot of damage.
That is significant DPS for sure, especially if you can get the full duration out with the Eidolons are also split in. There are only 2 of them left, but that turned into 4, and that adds up. You know, it's only 20 a pop, but it does add up quite a bit.
I love how this Centaur is very much an equal. You say that? He stunned first the Juggernaut, now the Earthshaker.
Equal opportunities, stunner.
Yes. That's the word I was looking for.
You see up top, kind of alone is just keeping out. There's no point in Synesthegate yet. So he will be fine.
Phoenix on bot just did an Icarus dive for like the fun of it, I suppose.
Yeah,
It looks very nice.
caught that on the edge, was like, should talk about this. Nah, just too embarrassing. They might actually be able to take advantage of that now. Fissure, as the spin did not come out. Did they not see the Icarus dive? That would explain it, else that was gonna be a dead Phoenix.
Yeah.
But hey. The other thing about the Juggernaut is of course you have this free healing every minute.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a bit worried about right now is just that this Enigma literally has 5 super net worth, and you do want that hero to start farming the jungle at some point, and I guess the Juggernaut can stay in lane against most heroes normally, but this Phoenix Earthshaker is not going to go anywhere. I think I'll remain in dual lane. It's very hard for the Enigma to go into the jungle.
Here? First they were fighting heroes, now they're fighting couriers.
Oh, Lieutenant Dan.
And they
from
fight
another
heroes.
one.
Alright, there we go. Alright, let's...
That's-
Oh, there's rotations coming through. Look, Cakes, he's invis. 3 resonant
Got his level
pulls.
6, this is a lot of damage. Ultra Magnus is dead, but maybe they can do damage to the... No?
So fine right now. Do you see this? Do you see this deny?
Oh my goodness.
I was not
Still a
worried.
player.
Yeah, let's
And now
just...
Cakes has to fight THC, and I don't think he can. Still has an Astral Step though, so even though the Quap rotated, he's fine.
Just means that he can get back to mid at least. Continue that last sitting. It's very even now. It was a slight advantage for Cakes a moment ago, but now it's very even. Plus that extra
And I'm
kill.
really curious to see the item builds of both of these mid laners, because both of them are Yule's builders, but like Cakes, for example, could go for a blade mail, which I think looks pretty sweet this game.
Firm denial.
Would allow him to move very fast and deal a lot of damage back to all of his uncontrollable AoE damage.
Cakes. Oof. Last also step, but a blink after. That's a maxed out poison dagger. Might be able to get another one in? No.
She only got her ult just now, not enough mana before.
Unfortunate. Well, at least it wasn't back. Meal up top. THT this time. He'll end up dropping. If the bark is on top of you, it's can say goodbye to a lot of your armor actually.
That's the kill that I was expecting earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as the Bane shows mid, they go on the top lane, and we've seen this before in the previous game actually. Like players not quite respecting the fact that if they see your support, you're suddenly not as safe anymore as you were before.
It was the same player too. Also THC on the Underlord, you know.
Free coaching, THC. Take it.
Maybe you'll watch this game before the finals. You'll be like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Of course, we need to get to the finals first. Because these are replays. We pretend to know nothing, even though we know everything. As there's another kill.
Maybe you do. I still don't know Jack.
I mean, the benefit that I have is that I can see Lieutenant Dan is being bursted down here. Benefit that I have is that I have a lot of experience in just pretending that I know something when I don't. So the reverse is also becomes a little bit easier to me, you know. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Right, so a couple kills up top. Cakes trying to mirror that down bottom. Enigma down half health. Nice little fissure block. Should be able to bring him down. Yggdrasil, although very low himself, but no way to get on top of him. Oh. Slash. Yeah, it's
just a level 1.
just level 1 with
Just
no.
matters much more.
Yeah. With no, what's it called, Mask Madness too. Level 1 Omni Slash is actually quite dangerous if you have that.
Yeah, I can see that happening. But it's for me, it's definitely the fact that you stay on top of someone while preparing for your spin.
Yeah.
I must be dreaming.
Cakes gets a nice little bonus kill here with the help from his Lich who TP'd in on the outpost.
Yeah.
But it was an outpost trade though. Top was taken by the Radiant.
They were able to skew that a little bit earlier, so still not missing out on that juicy experience. Bane, he has Tome of Knowledge as well, so he'll be level 6. Enigma, not so much, despite everything, so his commitment to the bottom lane is really showing, but he's finally decided to go into the jungle.
So now that Juggernaut is on his own, and he's got 2 heroes against him. He's just basically holding this tower until they have an advantage. And THC is the man who needs to make that happen. He's got his dragon form right now. He's laying into top. Oh, first Fiend's Grip in mid.
Oh, there it is, and a good one too. Just walk up. And these are exactly the kind of spells that you need against highly mobile heroes like Void Spirit. If you just have normal quote-unquote stuns, or slows, or roots, or whatnot, you're just gonna dodge all of that stuff. But you walk up with Fiend's Grip, you lock him down for a good number of seconds at a time, and you can just really exploit the fact that he's actually rather squishy if he cannot use that mobility.
Quap doesn't even have to use her ult, so the threat for the other heroes is totally still there. And well, Ultra Magnus has made his way up to top to help his DK out.
Level 8. Just now put the value point up into the Dragon Tail, but his ult is down, so no range form. His Black Hole just straight up on the Phoenix. That'll be cancelled, but still got a good duration out, and Yggdrasil will take out Small's automated rotation kit. Wonderful. Not out of the woods yet. In fact, he just went into the woods, but I'm not sure if they're going to be enough to keep him safe. They are not. They have the vision and enough mana for a Malefice. And the Omni Slash for good measure, just to wrap this up quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can they turn this into a tower push? They can start off a new set of Eidolons.
Dire's bottom tower
But they're
is
not
under
overcommitting.
attack.
Beam up top. Nightmare over on the Bane, taken over Lieutenant Dan. He wants this kill, but they get rid of the bug together.
Measure of power.
Cakes with a
is your
DD
double
rune.
damage.
Oof.
Is under
Sick
attack.
charges in Bane's head though. Just enough health coming back. As Cakes now forced to go perhaps defensively. Maybe not. Maybe just wants to fight. Another Astral Stab is available with the taunt. Connecting on the Dragon Knight. Followed up with the Sinister Gaze. But DAC is still so tanky. Now Kex stunned in front of the tower. He dies to it.
To the goal.
And the Scream of Pain. Oh
And
no.
you could see the Morris there waiting until the magic defense came back in with that scream.
Yeah.
And the Lich Shield is all nice and all, but it's physical damage protection.
Yeah. And that is not enough.
It is not.
Well, I'm gonna try to finish what they started now. Ultra Magnus has a Mango. He could turn for Fiend's right now, and that's exactly what he's not doing. Well, Mango's not enough actually. Need 200 mana. So with the stick charges, you can have one now.
Attack.
Well, Yggdrasil is in the middle though, and this would actually be a pretty good egg opportunity normally.
The Fiend's it's not anymore, is it? There's no.
No,
No. Wait, what? There weren't any fire spirits on Dragon Knight. Normally you should be able to just kill the egg as a single hero. But hey, not sure what happened there. Either way.
the Morris
goes
is here
down
again though.
to
This
Lich.
man has been
Defrosted.
all over the map.
Oh yeah. Not even using his ultimate because he's frequently out of mana for it, but he doesn't need it, so
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Visibility.
there you go. It was all yellow on the Juggernaut, automated rotation to mid. He's got himself an Invis rune now. Scouted out and he knows it, so.
THC was fleeing into the tower in order to get a hit on it, but I think he's going to kill him now. Oh, damage reduction? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Breathe fire. Nearly 50% damage reduction. It's so stupid. I mean, if you're the Dragon Knight, it's glorious.
Absolutely. Wait, why is it 49%? How is that? Oh yeah, with the extra talent.
Mm-hmm.
I was very confused.
Yeah, and the talents got
Radiant's
nerfed,
bottom
so now all the
tower is
numbers
under
are
attack.
wacky. We'll get a
It
patch
just-
to make the numbers nice again soon enough.
Yeah, I actually want that. I'm not super bothered by most these things normally,
For the dead.
but every once in a while that does
Dire's
grate me
middle
quite a
tower
bit
is
more than
under
it should.
attack.
Especially with numbers
For
like
me,
this.
proves
49%.
how arbitrary some of these things are. Like, it's if you
Yeah.
can patch something just so that the numbers look prettier, then how much do all the
Radiant's
other
bottom
balance
tower is under
patches do
attack.
anyway?
Yeah. yeah.
my
Oh god, that is way too philosophical here. It's taunt and taunt. It's Juggernaut is fine in mid. Yeah, I mean, for example, whenever I see a patch changed, it's like, oh yeah, agility growth changed by 0.2 or something. Alright, what does it actually mean? It means one more or less agility every 5 levels.
Yeah.
You know, there's Ultra Magnus. Alright, this time that Fiend's Scope not gonna lead to anything. Nice little Supernova, forcing Juggernaut to fight it, and that'll be enough. Sonic Wave catches only 2 of these 4. And Juggernaut in a bit of trouble still here. Got the Omni Slash out, the Black Hole still catches on the Void Spirit as the Omni Slash transfers over, but now the Blink Dagger reveal from the
Nice
Earthshaker
slam.
to turn this one around on its heels. Cakes was a sacrifice, but okay, he bites back. He's actually mad. Not sure about that one. But
Yeah, I'm not sure about that buyback either. That's
yeah, that is.
I guess they're defending this bottom tower against the catapult push. It matters a little bit.
Illusion.
And buybacks are very cheap at this moment in time, but still
Radiant's
it
middle
feels like that
tower
one
is
is
under
also
attack.
definitely emotionally motivated.
Especially because you've already died a couple of
Radiant
times, like you've
structures
not been
are
able to build this
fortified.
kind of momentum, or the same kind of momentum that the co-op has so far. The last thing you want to do is use more money like that, I feel like. Dying in that fight now, perhaps
he's in trouble
trying
now.
again.
I don't think so. There's no Omni Slash.
Yeah, okay, this is the
He
last
still
one
has
steps.
steps.
That would have been quite something. though.
It
Ended
would
up
have, yeah.
dropping
And I want to point out, by the way, that in this game, it's now 17 minutes. No towers have been taken yet. And this is why the game is still so fragmented and
Dire's
the
middle
kills are coming
tower
so
is under
fast. It's
attack.
because if you push one wave, you're basically at the enemy tower.
Yeah.
It's So there's going to be action on all 3 lanes all the time, and the only way for the game to go slower is if someone finally pushes the tower down. But it's not going to happen because everyone's reacting so fast.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My hopes are on THC here on the top lane, but no. Teleports are already coming in, they're not going to let him do it.
Yes, does get some help as Bane also TPs in, but that might just have to be defensively here. Shoot
Lich wants to range on that gaze, but this DK is actually pretty fast.
So now on the Bane kicks, transferring over, misses that taunt though.
Dire's middle tower.
The other thing is if these towers are still standing, there can always be more TPs in. You don't have the kind of burst damage necessarily to be able to get a kill and get out before these TPs punish you.
Well, Zamora's got some right-click damage in on the mid tower, and I'd say that that's the more valuable one. But he's careful now because he can't really see. There was no smoke on top, so never mind. I thought that would be a smoke with the way they were moving, but no, he totally saw these 3 heroes moving into mid lane. So there's a Bane behind him already, and he can blink out basically whenever. Turns out he doesn't need to. Mid tower's dead.
Finish the tower, and can he make a play on the Weaver? That's the big question. The Orchid's not quite ready just yet. Needs the Courier to actually bring out the recipe, which it's not doing because it has the Vampire Fangs. Also a decent item, of course, but not ideal if you want to get some quick kills. He's not on bottom though. How did that happen? Script, okay. I was gonna say, only slash is still available. Wow. Oh, THC though.
Burning down to that percentage HP damage. They are not getting this top tower. Not if Lieutenant Dan has anything to say about it.
Getting the ones in the other lanes at least though. So 1-for-1 trade across the map for the offlaners. Plus tower going down in favor of Microsoft, and I guess KDC are gonna be looking to at least get this team on top now, but
Radiant's top tower is under
how valuable is that really?
I mean, if they really want to keep this top tower, then the best course of action is not to TP defend, but indeed to take the tower that the enemy is constantly moving to and take some, you know, that time pressure away. But right now, Ultra Magnus?
You're kidding me, right? You're actually kidding me right now.
Player!
The guy is too good. The guy's way too good for this tournament. I'm calling it right now.
May I cut in?
Give me that guy's Dota buff. I want to see if he's scout worthy.
Oh man. Just the nerve, you know? Oh yeah, there's a void spirit on me. That's fine. There's no way his teammate. I can just nightmare him and be like, man, get out of here.
Stand in an awkward little spot so they can't quite reach me. Free D-ward. Well, not quite free, but you know.
You get more back than you use.
You do, yes. It's it feels very good to grab D-wards right now, I can tell you that much.
Absolutely.
Like, normally the reward for D-warding was mostly that you got to feel smart.
Yeah.
Now you get to feel smart and you're rich.
Ramps up quite quickly, doesn't it? Money and experience.
Oh, I thought you meant feeling smart. But yes.
No,
yes,
but that depends on a person more than anything else, I think. Less on game mechanics, but yeah. Like you devote 1 ward, oh, I'm super smart, and then you devote 2 wards, I'm literally the biggest brained person ever.
I'm not saying that that's how it works, but
I think you can only do that when get these slightly sneaky award spots, you know, that are just out of range of the obvious ones on high grounds.
Oh, you thought you got me with that. I see.
Oh, okay. Start off with the extra stun down bottom. Need to have the follow-up stuns, and they do just enough. And THC wants to get some revenge, but I don't think he has the damage to make this work. He's actually having some bit of trouble himself. The black hole catches free! But where's the damage? It's not there.
They're not doing any damage.
Inscript coming through, Super Nova comes out, Tichi's still alive, and there it is, finally. The Morris comes in to clean up. Lieutenant Dan is on the killing spree himself, though, as he's now getting out. Already used the time lapse. But he's way too fast.
Oh,
It was
look at
very
how
bloody.
much just the sheer HP on that Dragon Knight does.
Yeah,
The
he
only
lived a
reason
lot
that
longer
that
than I
fight
thought.
ends up well is just because that DK, you can't kill him, man.
Yeah. Oh, what? Cakes?
Oh, that's dangerous. She's got another blink in a second, and she's got Orchid up, but no, not this time.
Cakes has Yules. So.
Ah, he does by now. Sorry, I was in my mind. He was still dirt poor.
He's not as rich as he wants to be, but he's certainly up there now. Not too far
And
away
he's
from his
working
own
towards
weapon.
that Aghanim.
Where do you stand on the Void Spirit builds? Between like Aghanims and Blade Mails and whatnot? Orchids?
Orchid, definitely not. Usually, I'm a fan of the utility focused. So I like Yules. If you have another Yules builder on your team, I like your draft, because that means that the Blade Mail is suddenly a super value pickup, and Blade Mail is just, you know, better bang for your buck. But you love that setup for your remnants. So.
Yep.
And then after that, yeah, the Aghanims build makes you so versatile, and it makes that all this mobility means something, because at some point Void Spirit usually falls off. You don't deal that much damage anymore, so you're just sort of jumping around and, you know, being pretty.
Yeah. Pretty running at sports.
Yes.
This case
And
on the Queen of Pain. Oh, did not get the blink out.
nice chain. But she's, you could see by the pause there that he wasn't really worried. It's like, huh, which way do I go? Left.
Double damage.
Bit of disrespect there, Morris.
Yeah, it was a bit anticlimactic there in some ways. Also very
I can
funny in
respect it,
others.
though.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hey, 5 minutes ago, I was complaining about how the game was so fast because there were still all these outer towers up, but instead several towers have been traded now. And you can see how much more space it gives to farm or, you know, to
Dire's top
ganking
tower
groups.
is under
Like right now,
attack.
you actually have 3 heroes playing on top, pressuring this tier 2 tower. And Lieutenant Dan doesn't want to go at it alone anymore, so he brings in his Earthshaker, who is
structures are
pretty close to his
fortified.
own Aghanims as well.
Yeah. Blink Dagger has been
Radiant's
pretty
bottom
powerful
tower
so far
is under
already.
attack.
Dragon Scepter is also going to add even more mobility to that, as Bane's dead this time. Surely he's dead this time, right? Right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah, he is. Oh, goodness. Hey,
They did
They
not
were-
want to risk it.
Radiant's
I can
bottom
understand that,
tower is
honestly.
under attack.
just a Bane, man. It's not Rasputin.
Is under attack.
Sometimes you're just like, alright, I'm done with this guy escaping.
Yeah.
Just gonna use
Like-
my spell.
A Chain Frost, like, that's one of the things that he can dodge too, dude.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you can see there that they definitely feel like they're behind, because you have 4 heroes up top versus 2. And they leave the entire Dragon Knight alone, so they focus 4 heroes on this one Bane. And that's just a sign that the Radiant are in their heads. Because if you spread your forces there, and you spread your disables a little bit more, I'm sure you can get the DK and
Yep.
the Bane, instead of just the one of them.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh well.
They're still playing around at full vision too, like there's no sentries on this lich. The sentries are on Igris still, but he just got orchided on bottom lane. I don't think he's long for this world.
He is not indeed. The Morris dominating. 10-1 on this guy right now. That is quite scary. Was that Lincoln Sphere completed? Yep, get the recipes on the courier. So we will not get Yules, I guess.
No Yules.
This
Also
is the
no Chain
case.
Frost, no Gaze. So Lich is going to start tab using that Frost Blast to
Yep.
cancel it, and raining on Frost Blast is not that great.
I guess what it does is make sure that they need to initiate on co-op with Earthshaker rather than on Juggernaut.
Yep, with the non-targeted spells.
Yep.
And it's just, you don't want to do that. You're saving your Earthshaker spells for the friggin' Enigma.
Yeah, that too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Enigma has a blink of his own, so Euroro, he can just stand in the back, wait for the right moment, and just threaten that black hole. Right? That's something that's been talked about throughout all ages of Dota, I feel like. The threat of the black hole is almost as powerful as the black hole itself sometimes.
However, for all that it's being talked about, apparently the threat is not scary enough that people will just try and bait it. I still fear the real deal more.
Oof, that's the actual reveal. And the counter blink. THG says, yeah, I've got teammates next to me, I don't even care. Only slash over. Just take out the Earthshaker, why the hell not? He should take out, and he does indeed. Has to spin through Cakes, gets free and script, Ultra Magnus again. Chain was still bouncing. Now Supernova dies immediately. It was still level 1 at that time, I think. And, well, they get the Enigma, but that's about all they get there. That and a lot of death and destruction on their side, of course.
Oh, it's painful. Cakes got bashed as soon as he jumped in.
Oh no. Ugh. Bash Fiend script. He was level 12. I guess he got a level 12 after he used Supernova. Either way, would not have made much of a difference, I guess.
It would not. With the amount of attack speed on the Pop and the Juggernaut, there's... Yeah, I feel like the eggs have all been either too opportunistic or too deep. And it's, I think some of it has to do with the draft. They don't have any area control. They don't have any way to make sure that the opponent fights in this determined, arena. And it's why you literally see Mars Phoenix a lot. But also, yeah, Axe Phoenix is better in that regard, just because you got area control for once that egg goes off, or to make a nice setup for the egg.
Especially in that fight, like, they started that with an initiation on Earthshaker, the one hero that KDC needs to counter-initiate with. He was the one jumping forward with the Aghanim Scepter. Being like, oh yeah, it's absolutely fine. On a DK, yeah, that's... You're never gonna kill that guy quickly, so...
It feels desperate, you know?
Yeah. It was just the wrong decision to make. And then that Earthshaker's result had no impact that fight now.
Oh no. Another bash. Yep.
You should be honored.
Cakes, my man. This game must have felt real bad. Like, he made a couple of counter rotations to the quad, but never did as well as her. Then he retreated into the jungle a bunch, like, alright, I'm a good player, I'm gonna recover. And that was correct too, but as it turns out, he's still not ready to work against this overwhelming amount of disables that are on the Radiant team right now.
That's where THC comes in. Like, he's been using this instant stun, this blink very aggressively, knowing that, oh yeah, I'm tanky enough. I've got my pipe, I've got my levels and everything. I can be as aggressive as I want, and I'm not going to be punished easily for it. So he can just go in, blink right next to somebody, stun them for like, what, 3.25 seconds. And the team is there next to him to follow up. They have plenty of burst to deal with your Cakes.
I really enjoyed his Underlord play in the previous game. Just because, you don't have much to play, but you have positioning. And if your tanky slug is in the right place, all's well. And this time too, it's just a tanky dragon now.
Yep.
Secures his team rush. Just stays on the mid lane, doing his job.
Now they're on the verge of taking over the dire side of the map. There's one up on the high ground that spots them for a moment, but that's about to expire. Someone still needs to push out bottom as Reaper near the tower as Cakes actually finds the Enigma, follow-up taunt. And the counterplay, Sons of Dragon Knight as Chain Frost, not gonna bounce too much here.
Deep egg this time.
Back indeed. This one's gonna go out. The black hole onto the Omnislash. Just kill off the Weaver though. Buys back immediately. Time ups into the fight. First the kill on Enigma. Another buyback comes through. Ultra Magnus with Fiend Script on the low guard this time. Don't quite have to follow up. Is Screen of Pain. Celested Ultimate ready to go. And Cakes dodges that with an aggressive jump forward. This could actually be looking pretty good for KDC. Morris super low. Too low. That's the Aegis. Can they stick around? They're all very low and they decide, no, let's get the hell out. Morris though, he wants none of it. He wants some revenge and he'll get it on at least the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, the extra blink stun from THC secures a secondary kill onto the Lich. And now Lieutenant Dan, he bought back into this fight. If they can catch him here. Oh my god. Oh my god, they almost saw him. Almost saw him.
That was too close for comfort.
He had Lincoln, so I guess he would have been protected against the Q from Jiro. Not sure if they
Yeah,
could
and
have
there's
cancelled it.
no other. There were no other cancels close
Dire's
enough.
bottom
So,
tower is under attack.
all right. That wasn't as close as it seemed, but still, the fact that he thought about it instead of DPing immediately as he went behind that tree was. Ooh. You're braver than I am, son.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everything's going on. They still get tier 2, and they're pushing high ground without the DK ult, without anything. Will they want to stick around though? You know, if Shaker's back, you ready to fight.
Middle tower is under attack.
Feeling what going, so they're all very much nice. A counter, but there is the Echo Slam coming through. They're trying to burst down this Juggernaut, and they will be successful. The full up taunts over on the Queen of Pain. It's 2
Great
cores
play.
going down. Overstate their welcome. It's Ultra Magnus. Okay, nice. They cancel the TP on the Dragon Eye at the very least. Only Enigma to live throughout this whole ordeal. It's THC. I want to go in. I want to click the racks at least, but nah, he's not going to get to do that. I saw this one coming, to be
Excellent
honest.
Play. Yeah, that was, and we've all been there in our pubs, right?
Yeah.
Where you're standing on that higher, and they're like, yeah, sure they have the tools, but we won the previous fight, so. And I was like, no. The first
not
part
what
of that sentence was the important part.
Yeah,
And
you
that
won the
was- that
fight
was-
because you used all your spells, but they didn't use all
Yes.
theirs. So, what will happen in the next fight if?
Well, you're basically counting on them not to be able to execute,
Radiant's
which
top
is
tower
already
has
a
been
weakness.
denied.
Like,
Yeah.
you gotta respect your opponent. You gotta play for what if they can
Radiant's
execute.
middle
And
tower is under
I gotta
attack.
say, that was masterfully done. Nothing stacked.
Radiant structures
Everyone was
are
perfectly in
fortified.
position to make that entire chain of events come off.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Hard unseen.
beautiful
Down
sound.
to the fact that Cakes went in first. I mean, there was an instant silence,
Mm-hmm.
but if that instant silence went on the Earthshaker,
Radiant's
maybe he doesn't
middle
even get his
tower
Echo
is
Slam.
under attack.
Yep.
Well, it's making the decision to send Cakes in first.
Like,
So they
the
should
only
out of
problem
that.
right now, and it's a problem that their lineup had in the previous game, and definitely also in this one, is what do they get off of it? Sure, they get to hold their base, but the Shaker gets to lay a couple of totem slams into the mid tower, and that's it. That's 0 buildings, that's no Roshan, because they were the ones that, took the Aegis down from the pop. And once again, I haven't seen any D-wards happening.
Well, at least they get to be only 10k behind, not 20k. If you look at the gold graph, that's where they were headed before that fight. It's a sharp peak that's been made there. Also very noticeable in the XP.
Mhm.
It's like it's not the fight that allows them to grab full control of the game, but it's the fight that allows them to stop the bleeding at least.
Yes.
So I need to get a couple more of those to get back into this game proper.
Yep, and especially with how much the kill gold has been nerfed, you don't get as much out of ending all of these streaks anymore.
Yeah.
So you need more fights to come back into the game. Cakes is risking his life here, actually. Are you sure you want to do this, man? This is
He's
just
using
Ultra
now,
Magnus.
but there's couldn't get the green screw out.
His
Not
team
the
is so
latest yet,
far
but
away.
oof.
Steps out of the meaty slash.
If you get a bash down a swift flash,
Yeah.
oh. It's a ridiculous
playing with
ability, by the
fire.
way. I feel like 15 seconds.
Swift slash?
and,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good
Depending
stuff.
on your attack
Lincoln's
speed,
down.
depending on the items, you get what? Oh. Oof.
And Den also risks getting bashed. These people are really praying to Gavin.
Radiant's middle tower
And I gotta
is
say,
under attack.
when you're 7k
Dire
behind,
are scanning.
that's maybe not what you need to do. It's what you need to do when you're 20k behind, but it's still a pretty decent gamble.
Yep. Kind of forming up, pushing out the top lane. There's a few Eidolons spreading out, looking for them. Very nice scouting there from the Enigma.
Regeneration.
I guess both teams just setting up around the Roche pit here, I would think.
Yes, Radiant is all ready for a fight again. I have a halberd on that Dragon Knight as well, so that's going to make him super survivable against the Weaver, as well as disabling most of, like, Dire's damage output.
TFO items. Princess Knife coming out, which seems...
My flesh
okay, he's dead.
thaws.
Princess Knife seems pretty decent for the Void Spirit, perhaps, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, he does have a quickening charm. Will you
Yeah.
really let go of that? Like, the recharge time on that Astral Step is just so important.
Yeah. We'll see. They also have an illusion escape, but once again, no illusion hero, so it's kind of maybe
Yeah,
it's
it's
helpful for
scouting
misdirection,
information. Like,
scouting.
Lieutenant Dan could keep it in his backpack and send an illusion out now and then.
Yeah.
But he has Orbit
Radiant's
Destruction,
bottom
and
tower
Weaver
is
Orbit
under
Destruction
attack.
is one of the most powerful
yeah.
combinations of neutral item hero. Like, Orbit Destruction in general has ridiculous win rates with a couple.
Ooh.
Bloodseeker, PA, Ember Spirit.
There's your Void Spirit item. Spell
Ooh,
Prism
yes.
picked up, so make
Radiant's
that
bottom tower
13%
is
cooldown
under
reduction
attack.
to 20% plus the mana region and whatnot. So we'll be very surprised if that's not being picked up soon. Yeah, it's already on the
He's
courier.
got it in his in his quick buy.
Yeah.
There we go.
You can't even do that? What? Didn't know
Ain't it-
that at all.
Yeah. It's got it right there. It's got a Lincoln's now as well, so this man is definitely a lot harder to kill now with that Fiend script.
Yep.
But it also means that he has been itemizing very defensively. First heals, now the Lincolns. Pure utility. It all rests on the damage of this Weaver, and yeah. How much can a Weaver do when there's a possible Black Hole, when there's a Halberd, when there's a Juggernaut who is finishing an Abyssal Blade very soon?
Yeah. It's a lot of spikes that you have to dodge while falling down the hill or something. Keep trying to make up new new sayings, new similes, but
They're
not always
pretty
successfully,
lucky
but
now.
hey.
Yeah. Like, nobody on the Radiant has really... I'm not sure what they've been waiting for exactly, but the gold difference has been pretty steady for a while now, and it means that the Dire got some of these items that we were talking about up, and I do feel ready to move forward again.
Co-op is getting closer to BKB.
Bounty.
Ligma has one queued up, but the ways away, and yeah, the Abyssal Blade from Jug is there now. Smoke up. STG in the front, and okay, goes back. Lincoln's pot. Open Magnus. They're trying to bring him down. The Sonic Wave doing quite a bit of damage here. That was full on Omni Slash though. Weaver is there, bites back once again into the game, and that Supernova actually goes down. Juggernaut stunned right in front of it. The right clicks are real, and so is the Black Hole though, turning this around, but Juggernaut still down for the count. There's no real damage follow-up here, and so they can now turn this one onto the Enigma. He's got the Ghost Scepter to protect him a little bit longer, but the stuns are there. THC trying to help his friend, who's still silenced, but Glimmer Cape 2 walking it off. As Weaver, he wants it, he wants more, as there's a Queen of Pain super low. They click her down too, but now the Biox have to come out. Both her and Juggernaut, they dove too deep. Cakes out of mobility here for a couple of seconds. The Nightmare will hold him in place. Follow-up stun from the DK, and he falls apart. Morris, oh my god. Nice Yule's dodge there, I'll give him that, but I think that was a bash on the jump, interrupting it. Oof. All buybacks being used. Still slight advantage, I guess, for the Radiant if you want to
And
believe
they're
the
going
fight
to put an
recap.
Aegis on top of that.
Yeah, alright. That'll seal it.
That's... I don't like diving into, like, if there's a Roche available. You can dive if there's no Roche available, just because, you know, if you get those buybacks out, after you respawn you can go again and now you have a win condition.
Yep.
But Aegis is the direct counter to not having a buyback. Think before you dive, friends. Think before you do something stupid. I don't care if you didn't do it anyway, you know, at least you need to have thought about it.
Juggernaut also has a Princess Knife himself. I mean, it's not too bad with Swift Slash, I guess, but you might
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
it's also
Yeah,
good
you
at
get
co-op,
to
I feel like.
jump a little bit of a distance with that.
Again, there's no other really good
Dire
items. Magic Lamp's kind of meh.
structures are
Flicker, if there's...
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower
Flicker's not the
is under
worst, because it's a 4-second dispel. It's down bottom. Oh no, Weaver! He bought back into this earlier! He's just dead for 125 seconds.
How was his Lincolns down?
Brain sap, I guess.
Yeah,
Brain sap, Nightmare, you couldn't get out in time.
and he was under tower. Man, oh man, oh man.
These are the kind of mistakes that just cost you games straight up.
Yeah,
Might be the
like
case
as a
here.
coach, I have to say here that if you're in the kind of place where one mistake can cost you the game, you already did it wrong. But
Yeah.
at the same time, yes,
Oh,
like if
another
you
blink
buy back,
forward.
you can't play for that. And
Sound is going both ways. They don't quite have the control for Cakes as he was limited up. But there it is. Morris with the Omni Slash. Nice little Yule. Still gets out. So he is alive after the Swift Slash. As, oh, feared up. You don't want to let him get his Omni Slash off. The hacks follow up with the... there it is. The black hole. On top of the Omni Slash here. Dodging some of that with the Yules, but damage has been done. Still no Weaver for a while. The buyback though on Lich as they're trying to turn. There's another Swift Slash here. Could one fall. He is down for the count. Mice back into this fight as well. Next one is Cakes. He is low, too low. Another buyback. Another jump in from Kid Wonderful. They're using every coin that they have in their pocket. Every trick in the book as they finally might be able to get the Sages. Maybe not. Another Swift Slash. Another Sonic Wave. Another stuns going all the way as they're pushing him all the way back into the fountain. Triple kill for the co-op. Another jump, another bash during the jump now. It's just
that
adding
Juggernaut
insult to
didn't even use
injury.
cheese.
Who needs health points, am I right? They didn't even use their Aegis. Didn't even use their cheese. And now they know everyone's dead. They'll just go straight for the Juggler here. They want to punch a ticket to the finals as the Fiend Script tanked up by the Phoenix. Morris, is that still time for Rampage? It is not, but it is the game. I'm still confident calling it now.
I feel pretty confident calling this one as well. And man, I have to say, I really enjoyed how the Dire played that comeback, and I firmly believe that they could have actually equalized this series if they played it at a little bit more controlled. But
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
unfortunately, it is not to be.
Is under radiant victory.
Any sort of combat plays that requires pretty high degree of experience and shot calling and coordination. And if
It
those
does.
gears don't really turn all in sync, then it's very easy to mess it up. And just take this one one split push out of position where you think, oh yeah, you can get away with it, but then you can't.
Mhm.
Well, this one team
And
fight
then
where
nobody
you
else
extend,
can.
yeah, it's not easy. Dota's a hard game. I think we.
It is for sure.
I think the consensus is pretty clear on that.
I think so too, but yeah, does that mean that we got ourselves a Microsoft versus Google finals?
It does indeed. You've got the Google Cloud players from our earlier semi-final up against Spain and Marana gangs. That'll be coming up next, but for now we're going to take a break. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss this one because, well, there's a few dollars on the line. $2,000 for the first place victory. $1,000 for the second place victory. Google Cloud players, they're supporting the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for 2019, the novel coronavirus. And Bane and Marana gangs, they support Child's Play. Certainly worthwhile causes that will win. And if charity wins, we all win, I think. So with that in mind, we're going to be back soon. Stay tuned.
join forces.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome! It is time for the grand finals here at the Corporate Esports Association at Dota 2 Spring Season. Well, you've just seen the semifinals. They've been quite something, but the Google Cloud players and the team from Microsoft, Bane and Mirana Gangs, they have made it all the way through. So that means, before we get going, we still have to wait for some of the players to join the lobby for the grand finals. Before we get going, of course, quick reminder: my name is Dragon Drop. Be happy to be a main caster for this finals game as well, and even more happy to be joined by the wonderful Gibbs. How are you doing? Yeah. Oh yeah. There definitely is something to fight for, not for themselves, but for charity, of course. This is a charity tournament, let's not forget about that. So, for example, we can take a look at, if I can find what I'm looking for. There we go. We can look at the charities that these teams are playing for. Microsoft, in their case, it's Child's Play, and the Google Cloud players, they are playing for the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for the 2019 novel coronavirus. So, certainly noble and worthwhile causes. And I believe, yeah, the finals have a $3,000 prize pool. $333 go to the third place, $1,000 for the second place, and $2,000 go to the first place. So it's a bit of a jump here. But those are the charities that we're working with. And here we can take a quick look at the bracket here, how these teams got to be here. And well, they've been have been having a pretty easy time at the very least, as far as Microsoft is concerned. They've 2-0'd all of their opponents. The Google Cloud players, they've dropped a few games. One against their fellow Google team, and then recently against the Facebook team from New York, Jarjo. Yep.
And they wound up playing this playoff bracket. Now there were like proper groups before this, and they are now all the way through. These people have played together for a very long time, so
Yep.
I think we're also seeing the culmination of the season for two teams here, and I think that is just a great thing.
Yeah. All right, I think we're slowly getting ready to get started here. I'm also the lobby host, so I'm a little bit looking around, being like, "Oh my God, what's happening?" I also believe that I accidentally had you muted for the for the initial opener, so I do apologize about that. But yeah, we can catch up on that in a second. For now, we've asked a few questions to the captains and the teams before this final started. He asked them to introduce themselves and say a few words, so we're gonna get straight into that for now. And yeah, we'll start with the Google Cloud players. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, we are the Google Cloud players team. I'm President P, and I'm the captain and mid player for the team.
Hi, I'm Sol. I'm the carry player.
Diablo for the offline player.
I'm Transparency, the support.
Castling, position 5.
We met each other in an internal forum at Google. 3 of us were in the tournament last year. This year we found several great players to join us. The charity we are fighting for is the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for coronavirus. A lot of people were impacted by this unfortunate disaster, so we want to help them. Hope you guys can root for us.
How did the team get started? The team has existed for probably 5 years. I only joined the team about 3 years ago. At that time, Fuzzy was our captain and he decided to take a break, so I stepped up to captain the next iteration. The team has great chemistry, which is why we've reformed for CEA each year. What charity and why? Our team has always supported Child's Play because it's a great charity that provides video games and equipment to kids in hospitals. Since we're all passionate about video games, this charity made a lot of sense to us.
All right, some interesting opening remarks there from the teams, and of course, we could really tell that there's actually quite some history in between these teams, and they've not just been thrown together for this tournament here. They've been playing together for a little while here, as far back as 5 years ago with some of these players. Of course, there's always going to be shifts in any Dota team, be it amateur, be it professional, and this is no exception. But it's always nice to get these players under the umbrella, under the umbrella of these companies. Yeah, get a chance to follow their passion and do good things with that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I see that we finally have a draft underway.
Yes, we do indeed. So we can hop straight into that one and not deprive our viewers of this one. Bane and oh, actually, I forgot to update the number, the
5 seconds remaining.
The team names. So while I'll do that, Kips, I'll let you talk about what you're expecting out of these drafts and what you're hoping for.
The things I expected most was for this Faceless Void to get banned out, and Bane and Mirana Gangs have done just that, because in their semifinal, the Google Cloud players really leaned on that Faceless Void. In fact, the match that they dropped there against the New York JoJo was the game where the Faceless Void went to the opponent. So none of that this time around. Wonder if Google Cloud players are going to fall for the Bane ban against the Bane and Mirana ganks. They never played the Mirana before, but they have in fact played the Bane in the semis twice. So they do lean on that particular hero, and I do remember their captain playing really well on that as well. Let's see, who was that again? Was it THC? Do you remember D-Drop?
Google Cloud players. Wasn't Castling?
No, Castling's for the Google Cloud players, but the Bane for Bane and Mirana gangs.
I'm not 100% sure. But I do remember settling the question of whether he was a gamer or not.
Yes, he was in fact a gamer. We have it confirmed, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. One blink in from the axe. I think it was the axe, right? I mean, for everyone watching, of course, it was just a few hours ago that they saw these games. For us, not so much. So it's been a little bit longer since we had these semifinals pre-recorded. But there was definitely something where a hero blinked in and the Bane, and there it is. On the other side, actually.
That's why you don't ban the Bane. You take it for yourself. Clever.
So we'll see what Google Cloud players also have their chops on that hero and do some precast nightmares on blinking in initiation heroes.
Are they two gamers?
We shall find out. So yeah, I mean, Mirana is still in the pool, so maybe you just want to gank the Bane with the Mirana. Maybe you have to
I would
change
require a Shadow Demon, I'd say. So one of the things that I want to point out here is that I think we missed out on this as well because D-Drop unfortunately had me muted. But I cast ESL Birmingham Opens today, and we can already see here that the group stage, far beyond the Opens by now. And you can already see that the bans are completely different than any of the teams there. These teams are completely tuned into what the other party might want, as opposed to what is in the meta right now. So a lot of picks that are considered strong right now might just show up. Heroes like the Lycan, Queen of Pain, Dragonite, or Death Prophet are completely untouched as of yet, and they haven't seen much play in the semifinals either.
Huh.
Radiant team pick.
Oracle Phoenix. So double saving support for Bane and Mirana ganks. And I want to point out here as well that Google Cloud players, the games that they won were very much based on these team fighting lineups around the Faceless Void. And with the Phoenix on the field, there's already a big team fight ultimate going the way of Bane and Mirana ganks. So we're going to have to see if Google Cloud wants to answer this. They also need to think about the Mars, which could be played in combination with the Phoenix, and they go for a Legion Commander. Interesting. I would have actually liked to see the Mirana here, just because leaping in and killing the egg is always nice, and hey, you have a Bane.
Well, I'm assuming they want to be a little bit more proactive here with this Legion Commander pick. I mean, on top of the Bane, that means you have two single target ultimates that go through
10
BKB. So
seconds remaining.
this is very strong lockdown.
Mhm.
But you have to hit the right
5
heroes with
seconds
it.
remaining.
Just the Oracle being picked right now means it has to be that he has to be a target. He has to be taken out in one way, shape, or form, or else he's just gonna save whoever gets dueled or whoever gets Fiend Script. So that is something that you have to keep in mind. And normally what you want to do with an Oracle is to pick up some beefy frontline heroes. They have plenty of picks left, of course, to make that happen. Heroes that can actually take
Dire
advantage
team
of this
back.
extra survivability. Heroes that
Mhm.
that maybe are a little bit on the vulnerable side in some certain situations that the Oracle just takes care of, essentially.
Yeah, so I'd really like to see either an Axe or a Mars here. Mars for the teamfight ultimate combination, and Axe because it's just such a strong lane together with the Phoenix, and that
10
also provides you
seconds
with one of those
remaining.
burly frontliners that Phoenix can heal up with his Sunbeam that the
5
Oracle can hide
seconds
behind.
remaining.
So either of those would be really nice to see for Bane Moronic Axe.
I think they can also control a number of people to protect the egg. I mean, there's no dedicated egg hitter just yet. Legion Commander can always purge off the Fire Spirits at least.
Mhm.
To try and
Well,
walk
we
in.
have seen Google Cloud players play the Snapfire before, and
Yeah.
she's the other easy egg hitter. Oh, but she's out. That's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
has been out in first
So, yeah.
phase, so that's already been
Dire
anticipated. I think
team
if you want to
pick.
play Phoenix, which you probably should, it's still a good hero, right? But you have to ban out Snapfire because a single value point into the little shredder and that just invalidates their entire ultimate, and it's very hard to play around.
Yep, Phoenix is actually the highest win rate, at least in the European CIS division of Birmingham, as far as I know.
That does not surprise me at
10
all,
seconds remaining.
to be quite honest with you.
No, just the
5
attack slow
seconds
in
remaining.
lane, the damage over time, and then of course Sunray later on, and the, shall I say, the massive inconvenience of the egg to deal
Yeah.
with for the enemy team.
Even if you end up killing the egg, like unless there's another hero inside of it as well that Phoenix is trying to save with the Aghanims, they could always be a bit tricky sometimes. But beyond that, it's especially if it's just a support, quote unquote. It makes it so that they don't do anything else. You either have to hit the egg and then
Ooh.
take a team fight, or you have to run away. Speaking of running away, Underlords can make it very easy for you. Just pull up the car, you know.
Get in,
Party bus.
losers. We're going top lane. Yes. And this is also definitely a beefy frontliner. Plus, he'll lane
10
very well
seconds
together with
remaining.
the Phoenix. He deals a ton of damage, percentage based as well.
Yep.
He
5 seconds
he has the
remaining.
pit, with which you can then, of course, extra easily hit your fire spirits. This is going to be a rather good lane, no matter what they end up playing against.
Yeah. Underlord also lends itself very well to any sort of strategy that involves you just 5-manning down a lane and taking any sort of team fight, because it's also a hero that likes to build Guarding Greaves and these aura items. Pipe, Crimson Guard if you really need it. Maybe not so much in this game, but basically where you can just get the train rolling and never have to stop because you have so much sustain between these heroes that are already on the field. So this could be
It's pretty crazy actually if you look at it.
This could be a little bit tough to fight into actually for heroes like Legion and
5
Bane who are so
seconds
single
remaining.
target focused.
Yep. But with the Juggernaut pickup, at the very least, they have a lane that can kill this Underlord. And if you want to do with the Underlord, you have to kill him before level 3 usually. And with a Bane Nightmare to set up into the Juggernaut walking in and spinning, you can definitely do that. The Underlord doesn't actually have any defense against that, and neither
Radiant
does a
team
Phoenix.
pick.
Of course, the Phoenix can't be killed, but the Underlord can definitely die.
And the Troll Warlord. Classic combo with the Oracle almost.
Yeah.
It's, if you chain it up properly, it's like, what, 10, 15 seconds or so where you just literally can't be killed. Unless Google Cloud players want to pick up an axe now. If you bring the Troll Warlord low enough before the
5
Oracle ult, you can
seconds
still chop him
remaining.
down.
You can, yes. I think that in this case it also really suits their idea of how this lane is going to go, because Legion Commander is still very strong up against melee laners, but Troll's one of the few popular carries right now
Dire
that just
team bad.
is not necessarily a melee laner.
Of
Yep.
pain.
And there we have another mainstay of the main stage right now, the Queen of Pain. She can burst down a Troll Warlord before he pops his ultimate, as well as that she's great at hunting these fragile backliners like Oracle.
Yeah.
Of course, she's not going to be too happy if she gets caught in a pit of malice. I'm hoping to see her build heals this game just to make sure that she doesn't get caught by either the Underlord pit or by a Troll Warlord net.
Yeah. Beyond that, though, I mean, those are not necessarily too reliable. I mean, a bit of malice, yeah, more so than the troll nets or the Oracle route, but that's all the lockdown that they have right now, actually, if you think about it. So this is still very much a lineup that you can play around as a Queen of Pain.
It is, yes. Bane and Mirana players ban out the Shadow Demon, so they think that none of these heroes on Google Cloud players right now are supports, and I would agree with that. Apart from the Bane, of course. This is their core lineup, and Shadow Demon is just still a very strong pickup, even though against this particular lineup, I don't really think he would have felt that great.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, we shall never find out.
I'd like to see a team fight support from the side of Google Cloud players. Maybe a Winter Wyvern would suit them rather nicely.
Yeah, something to break the flow. Anything that can help kite a Troll Warlord, I think. That's kind of the main thing that you have to be thinking about. Because if you don't kite the Troll, he's just going to kill your entire team. If you do kite him, he feels like, I don't know, like an insane person just running into into the enemy and not doing anything. It's very much hit or miss with this hero. In more ways than one, in fact. But, yeah.
They could also go with something like a Crystal Maiden, maybe? Because there's not a lot of jump on the side of Bane and Mirana gank, so she would be relatively safe as long as she doesn't overextend. And once again, that's a really big teamfight control ultimate that can deal a ton of damage to all these heroes that have trouble cancelling her ult.
Yeah. Bane and Mirana gangs, though, they're still looking for the mid hero. How do you think they're going to fill that position? Something more teamfighty as well can help push down towers? I mean, think about Death Prophet, perhaps, which is still in the pool.
Death Prophet would deal decently with the Queen of Pain. The DK not so much, and I would also, I don't like the DK as much. You know, classically against a Pop, you'd think about, for example, a Puck, but Pucks have been losing this Queen of Pain matchup quite a lot recently. So I'm not actually a fan of seeing that.
Ooh, best hero in the game! I'm not biased, by the way.
Yeah, don't look at this man's profile picture at all. He swears it's got nothing to do with this.
No. I am completely unbiased when it comes to the hero.
I have Phantom Assassin, so can I really say anything here?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, for real though, it's a pretty decent hero if you can avoid being jumped at. As you said, there's not too much jump on the side of Bane and Mirana gangs right now. So you can kind of stay on fringes of a team fight. You can drop a Macropie on the Legion duel on the Bane Fiend script, which is always nice. Ice Buff is low cooldown, AoE disable.
He's got a ton of reach, and especially if this Queen of Pain builds the heals, he has someone else to set up for him, which is always nifty.
Yep. There's also
and of course,
wave clear in case Bane and Mirana gangs, if they want to go for this kind of 5-man run down the lane, you just drop down a Macropire, and then you just walk away, let the problem take care of itself. But well, there's another flying winged creature. 3 in total now in this game. 4 if you want to count the Queen of Pain, actually, but she's also walking most of the time. So I'm not sure about that. Anyway, Viper. What do you make of this one now? Is this kind of tempo hero that they need?
Yeah, this ticks pretty much all of the boxes of like a tempo hero that can take these towers. And in fact, they have great tower taking capabilities here. They're still a little bit low on like the actual hard stuns, but I'm not sure how much that matters in this game. Because they're just going to fight him straight up.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it is a little bit late here. I swear I won't do that during the cast.
Well, the camera's not on right now on screen, so yeah, absolutely fine.
Thank you, thank you. I still think that was rather audible, though.
Let's just ignore this and move on as we head into the first game of this best of 3 grand finals. The Google Cloud players versus the Bane and Mirana gangs, a team from Microsoft here in the Corporate Esports Association Spring Season Dota Tournament. $2,000 for the charity of the first place team, $1,000 for the charity chosen by the second place team, and of course that's Child's Play for Bane and Mirana gangs. And the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for Novel Coronavirus for Google Cloud players. Quite a mouthful, but certainly a worthwhile cause. As I'm getting some static from you at the moment, Kips.
Ah.
Not sure what
Let's
that's
see
about.
if I can. This should be better.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sometimes I accidentally touch the sensitivity on my very new microphone, so I'm not entirely sure how this thing works yet. And then you can suddenly hear my laptop working really hard in the background.
Alright, is this a battle pass thing that the game stats on the left are lower now?
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. That is going to be... it's going to take some getting used to, for sure. But at least we've got these fancy new towers. Look at that. You have the dragon towers.
You're using the dragon towers? Yeah.
Are the dragons are like burrowing worms, I guess. Anyway,
Look
they
like
look quite
Chinese
fancy.
dragons to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I had to choose purely by the cosmetics game, which players in this game are really experienced on their heroes, my vote immediately goes to the Radiant side, where the Juggernaut as well as the Legion Commander are fully decked out in some clearly very well thought out outfits. They look awesome.
Very intimidating, I think, is what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And Jakiro doesn't need items to be intimidating. No items, no relics, no nothing, but I still believe in transparency here. Yeah, they're just posturing aggressively up top. Secure these runes there, down bottom Juggernaut. Hoping for a snipe, but unwilling to really go for the spin. Might need it right now to just dodge some damage from Aurora. That's... Well... Is he going all the way top now? Is this what's happening? They're swapping lanes.
I'm not sure. It looks like it.
Yeah.
Even though we don't see Diablo is TPing to bot right now. So Juggernaut is dodging the aggressive troll matchup, which I think is the right choice, and they are now going to be, at least for a short little while, aggressive tri-laning into this this solo underlord here. The Jakiro is going bottom. Alright.
Yeah. Now casting, just clicking away while you still can, you know, before he gets a few of these region items up and running. Meanwhile, mid. Oh, the courier! Present P! Once again, showing his chops on the Queen of Pain. Just blinking in aggressively. There's nothing the Viper can do about it. He's actually gotten the Nether Toxin first. If he has his poison attack, you just punish that stuff immediately.
And he's got it now.
Yeah.
That makes the lane infinitely harder for President P.
Yeah. You can already see him being zoned away from creeps, but again, just getting the courier early on, always nice. Beyond that though, I mean, normally you win the lane as a Queen of Pain by just spamming Shadow Strike on most heroes. Viper, not really one that you want to do that to, at least not when he's got his corrosive skin. Just gonna damage you right back.
Doubt that he's going to want to level it up very much yet, though.
Diving top, THC. Level 2, but safety at the tower, just giving extra regen, extra armor.
It's the only thing keeping him alive right there. That Juggernaut Bane combo is extremely deadly.
Yep.
If they try that again on level 3, he's most likely dead. At the same time though, he is getting solo experience, so he might hit level 4 before that, and President P goes down in the mid lane. He was so close. Is Demora's gonna take out?
I think he's fine. See, so fine. 20 health points. He's probably gonna deny himself to the tower. Right
Not
here.
even close.
Just before President P comes back to claim the experience. So.
You forgot about the fact that it takes a very long time to deny yourself, or before you can safely deny yourself right now.
Yeah. But gold still goes the way of the Queen of Pain. But again, it's about that experience in mid lane, more than anything else at this point. Because a lot of the goals you're probably still spending on region.
Yes, for sure. And this Queen of Pain is now in even more dire straits than before. She can't really come close. She doesn't have enough damage to deny up against this this nether toxin either.
Nice catch on the Observer Ward as well. Viper. Right now he's winning the lane. Down in the bottom lane though. Transparency, no! Stop dragon abuse, you can't do that. It's not allowed. Diablo trying to avenge him with an extra click on Magnus, but the stick keeping him alive. And now Diablo is in a bit of trouble to say the least. The extra root queued up. It was all yellow. Ah, just click him, you know. Just click him. Double kill for the Troll Warlord, and that's always nice to hear if you're a fan of Ben Varane against this.
Definitely, and I gotta commend Ultra Magnus here. This is the guy that we called a player on the Bane, I believe, by the way.
Oh yeah,
He did not last hit either of those kills with the Purifying Flames. How is that for some control as a +5 player?
Yeah, that is almost unheard of when you play Oracle. I always snipe kills. It's like part of the hero, you know?
Like you gotta secure that shit.
Yeah. Like you don't want them to heal, so you just only use that nuke when it's killing them, you know?
Exactly. Can't risk doing it wrong.
Yeah. Alright, so off to a good start on pretty much all lanes. As I said, Underlord did not die.
And he's got an Oracle behind him now.
Yeah. Making his presence known, making sure that they can't threaten Underlord as freely, because now, yeah, level 2 Brain Sap, level 2 Spin, and the crit. It's,
Castling was definitely looking to set up on the Underlord there, but he's not going to get to now.
should be able to secure the rune at the very least, yeah? Ultra Magnus just a step too far away to stop that. Meanwhile down bottom, Yururo also getting one. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 exchange. Meanwhile, Juggernaut, he's just going ham. Spin doing a ridiculous amount of damage, but now it's THC's turn. Together with Ultra Magnus, there's a nuke. And the Purge to get it away. Now they just need some vision. He's juking and jiving, killing the right tree. He'll be fine for a little bit longer, especially with the Nightmare coming through from Castling.
Oh, THC thought he juked.
Yeah. You did not, and Juggernaut didn't even TP all the way back home. Still had some regen left, and he's also got the Ring of Health right now, so he can stay in lane. Very smart.
And that means he's going for a Battle Fury build-up.
Yep.
He's definitely looking to match this troll in farm. Wonder if the troll sees it the same. No, he's building for a diffusal, so definitely wants to go fast and furious on this troll warlord.
Makes a lot of sense. You also have a Viper who wants to hit that earlier timing. Trying to leverage this strength of the poison attack and the Viper strike as well early on.
And he's got 2 defensive supports behind him.
Yep. Right. Despite everything though, I mean, Diablo, he did end up dying, but he's still lasting in creeps quite proficiently. 29 and 4. Right up there with the rest of the course. Even President P in mid is caught up a little bit. Not sure many of those are jungle creeps.
The only one who's really been suffering is this Underlord on top, who, while he's been getting experience, has had a hard time actually getting to the farm.
Yep. Well, once you do have those levels though, of course, Storm is a wonderful farming tool. So we'll see if he can leverage that later down the line.
Absolutely. Like, you only ever temporarily stop an Underlord from farming. It's never over for him.
Right. Starting to close in on these level 6s as well.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to talk about next. Is this Legion Commander duel is going to be up pretty soon, as well as President P's ult. He already has it. So, do we see the two of these come together for a nice duel win? And if so, who's going to be the unfortunate victim? My personal vote is for the Phoenix here, Chiruru.
I don't know if it's going to be a duel, but it might very well be a kill. There's also DD rune bottle for Queen of Pain. Link it in straight onto the Troll Warlord. And that ult with the damage over time and the extra nuke from Diablo. Swift kill indeed. And straight back mid.
No duel necessary. And yeah, that was an assassination if I've ever seen one. He comes in, he sees, he's like, yeah, I think you're dead.
I've done the math, you know. I
Yeah.
can kill you easily here. And again, no level 6, so there's no chance to keep yourself alive with battle trance, which in that situation might not done them any good anyway. He's now
He has
TPing on
nobody to
top.
hit there.
Yeah. Getting the safe farm now after you've been killed. Makes sense.
Bullying that Juggernaut out of lane as well. Well, Juggernaut wants this wave.
Ooh, President P though. Oh, he wants him again!
The Juggernaut's Omni Slash! Oh no!
He does
Control's
indeed.
gonna
No, he
die
doesn't
again.
have it anymore, but the last couple of bounces coming over, it doesn't matter.
He's
He
dead.
walks forward. Last click does it. If it wasn't that, then would have been the Shadow Strike.
Radiant's middle tower
President P.
is under attack.
He's
That is-
okay. Down bottom lane. That's a dual victory here. So trying to make a play on Phoenix with a couple of extra nukes. Will trade for Diablo in the end. Transparency, unable to hurt his bird brother, fellow flying creature. They don't kill each other. It's not allowed. It's part of the
Okay,
Wyvern
that's like
code.
the... Got it. Only allowed to like throw fire at each other, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes.
It's the Wyvern
But-
/ Dragon code.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well... this poor Troll Warlord is going into the jungle
Radiant's middle tower
without
is
level
under
6,
attack.
with
Dire's
no Morbid
top
Mask
tower
yet either. That's going to feel bad, and they give up this top tower right now. That's a 2k advantage for the Radiant side already, and they haven't really had to give anything up for that.
Some very smart, very quick play from this mid lane here. This classic mid lane where you just start ganking the side lanes and on the right targets too. I mean, you're
Dire's
basically
top tower
kneecapping
is
the
under
Troll
attack.
Warlord, who's been
Yep.
doing quite well in this bottom lane, but then 2 swift kills in a row.
And you can see that the Dire doesn't really know where to go right now. They want to do something about this mid shove here. Diablo is there. The Queen of Pain made herself heard earlier. Because they can't really go through bottom. There was a Jakiro there up until now, and he can just always throw the Magnifier down. So they go to mid because that's where the enemy heroes are, but that's not the same as having a plan.
It is not. Diablo though, he might be formulating one of his own as he picked up himself an Invis rune. But I'm not sure if he can kill anyone alone right now. But he might be able to scout out the Phoenix.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Juggernaut.
attack.
True,
close
can die if the Jug is near enough. You see him now. Diablo still has a little bit left on that Invis, so he's probably going to wait another.
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
tower is under attack.
Gets spotted.
Yeah, he did not remember that thing gives true sight in the small AoE, so Phoenix knew that what was up.
Well, neither did I for a small moment. Just because the Phoenix didn't react, I was like, wait, he can't see? Wait, no, just balls of steel. He was going to get that outpost first.
I mean, he couldn't see him before he got the outpost, right?
Oh, that's true. What the fuck? Okay. Excuse my language. Blimey, it is getting rather late out here, don't you think?
Analyst caster,
Old
by
chap.
the way.
Boy. And just so you know, I'm going to blame everything on that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, TC.
Castling wasn't quite early enough with the Nightmare there. And right now, the Radiant are wasting some of their precious momentum. This bottom tower is going to get pushed by the Troll Warlord very soon. And they haven't gained anything else from that. No damage on mid, no kills in the top
Radiant's
lane.
bottom tower is under
Underlord
attack.
still holds his tower, as Underlords do.
And Morris also reading the map correctly, just figuring out, alright, they've just shown top. They're no jungle. They could
Radiant
backstab me right
structures
here,
are
so he just
fortified.
ducks onto the triangle.
Dire's
But now,
middle tower is under
the
attack.
TP in from THC, the big beefy slug in the front line. I want to keep this tier 1 tower safe. And also want to steal some runes. DD snagged away from Diablo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At the very least, this means that the Juggernaut gets some more space on the top lane. And while these two cores of the Dire side can
That's
hold a
dual after
tower,
feed
this
script.
Kiro definitely can. Oh!
It's a bit unfair, 4 against 1.
Aw. Or Troll.
Radiant's bottom
Did you get a
tower
boo-boo?
has been denied.
You got a boo-boo. Legion Commander got an extra 10 dual damage. Always nice.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And for what? I mean, yeah, Transparency has stayed behind in mid just to defend it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Just like the strategic play. Who cares about kills? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, killing heroes is just a cross for bad players. You know, don't
Very
need to kill
true.
players to win the game. We just need to kill the ancient. You know, kill all the bullies. Wasn't there
This is a
a pro game at one
strictly
point
PvE
where that
game.
happened? Where basically that there were no
Dyer's
kills.
bottom
Maybe that was
tower
just a
is
random
under
hub.
attack.
I do. I
that
feel like that
might
was a
have
story
happened.
though. Yeah. Was a story. Of a team
I
that did
don't
that.
remember a pro game having that, at least. But still, it's a plausible enough scenario that with like 10 years of Dota 2 played almost,
Oh yeah.
it can definitely have happened.
THC says I'm out of here, and so he is. No further committal.
I like how he walked at them menacingly too before disappearing.
What else are you gonna do? You know, you're not gonna kill them physically in game. Maybe you can do some sort of mental impact here, but maybe you can just give up your Bane for free here for Warlord. Right-clicking away. Its Nightmare was taken over by Oracle, but does not find the root. Does find another slow. Castling. I guess we're baiting him in here. President P. He is hanging around. And, okay, it's actually getting the troll ult.
It's a worthwhile trade.
Yeah.
Dyer's
Next time
middle
Troll
tower
shows,
is under
she can
attack.
assassinate him for sure.
Alright, let's few trades back and forth. They reclaim the outpost. Juggernaut is still farming. He does have that Battle Fury, so that's what he intends to do. Just hit a lot of creeps here and there. There's the face boot and what's next for them? Do you go straight for the Aghanim Scepter or do you go for some sort of other intermediary item?
On the Juggernaut?
Yeah.
I'd like to see him get some attack speed first, just because that little jump is mostly based like it's a time frame, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't have any attack speed, you're not going to deal that much damage in your mini slash either. It's an amplifying item for what you already have. So I'd rather see I don't know, I've seen a lot of Mjolnirs actually.
Yeah.
But you could also go for a Sanjin Yasha or something like that, or the age-old Manta style. I think Manta style with this many roots in the game is actually a very good idea. So let me vote for that.
Alright. We'll see what he decides. Diablo always got the blade mail, so you can do some more work inside these duels. Next up will presumably be the Link Dagger. Then you have this very strong jump initiation. The hero still just camping mids, like he's looking for the Guardian Greaves. Also very nice to have.
Yep, that would tank him up so much as well. Jakiro is already hard to bring down.
Yeah. Best hero in the game, that's what I'm saying.
I had this discussion with T-Panda earlier, but I want to ask you this question as well. As like overall hero kit, would you agree with me that Beastmaster is the best all-round hero?
Beastmaster, the best all-round hero.
Yeah. Vision, aura, BKB piercing stun.
Yeah.
A little bit of a zoo aspect to him, you know?
He's got push, he's got some defense, he's got initiation or lockdown. Yeah, it's very strong, but yeah, even damage output actually, if you go Necrobook and whatnot. You can solo kill cores. I would have to consider all the other heroes first, which I'm not going to do in the podcast. But yeah, it would be a very strong candidate for sure.
What a splendid cop-out.
I mean,
you're completely correct. Oh, Ultra Magnus ults himself on top, and he's also going to get healed up by the Phoenix, so no assassinations for the President today.
What hero is T-Panda suggesting?
No, he was actually pretty convinced by my arguments for Beastmaster.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not right. It's there's a lot of things, a lot of boxes that he's taken, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think he also just felt like, I'm not going to fight Kips, that is folly.
Ah, you got me. You got me. THC? Oof, almost died actually. I feel like Jar could have Omni Slash and killed him before he got out there. But hey.
Well, if he gets a crit though, you don't have to spend the Omni Slash, and at the very least THC is out of your lane right now, and you get to just push this tower, and that's what they really want, bringing 2 cores down here.
Dire's bottom tower
Meanwhile though, the Dire will push mid for like
Again.
the 5th time. What will happen? Well, oh, a Macropire from Jakiro. Look at that Macropire, dude. Oh my god.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. Do you remember that ad?
No, I've banished it from my memory.
It's so funny. Anyway,
I mean, they got what they wanted. It's a meme. And the Juggernaut is stealing stacked Ancients right now. That is also a bit of an economical blow. Ultra Magnus now with the sidestep. Alright. This mid tower can't be long for this world, can it?
Jakiro's a little close by, so it's gonna be fine, I think.
Macropire has a stupid cooldown, doesn't it?
Yeah. Even without Macropire, just dual breath first. It's a little bit less safe.
Has been killed.
But also does wonders against creep waves.
Radiant are scanning.
He opted for a 4-staff first, by the way. So once again, all of those roots, he gets some protection, and THC gets found without his ultimate.
Juggernaut making his way in there, and an extra duel win.
And this is just the siege of Radiant Tier 1 mid. You can see the forces of darkness encroaching from the right side.
Yeah.
They're beaten back time and time again by those obnoxious Radiant. Oh, they're so sanctimonious.
It's like an anime TV show that goes 10 seasons, but every episode is the same.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh,
under attack.
it looks like we're in an action episode though, although... Wait.
Supernova connecting, Bane dies. So try to make a play for the Strong Warlord. Not quite enough damage though.
Morris had a wave under mid tower and he went for the rune. And now he needs to go again.
It's a duel.
He's going to have
We've
his
seen
ult.
this before, I'm telling you, Kips. This is not a duel win though. Not quite enough damage here without the Super Omni Slash, but they do get the kill after all. Now Jogs may be in a bit of trouble. No spin, no Omni. Has a few heals going from Ultra Magnus, so it's a bit annoying.
He's going to have the spin TP in a second now.
Yeah. He's even being healed up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And in the meantime, Pop went for the...
Heals?
Yeah, there's her heals.
And no roots. Oh, unfortunately.
Boink.
But yeah, I'm telling you, this is an anime series. They keep pushing mids. That happens over and over. They keep killing THC. That happens over and over. They keep killing Castling and the Bane. It also happens over and over. It's nothing new in this game. For the last 10 minutes, it feels like.
They are making slow but steady progress though. The Dire mid tower is actually going to fall. And this is going to slow down the tempo of the siege towards that Radiant mid even more.
Wow. Just imagine if they had a Train Protector as well.
No. I refuse. No such thing will happen in my brain today.
Yes, 2025. Tier 1 tower is half health.
Diablo? No. No sneaky blinks. And now it's the Juggernaut's job to hold mid. And I think he feels comfortable. He has the Mantis Tower right now. They might still be waiting for the Queen of Pain to get her Ags up before they start fighting properly, but that is only about 900 gold away. So the Radiant are pretty ready to start their push soon. As for the Dire, BKB nearly done for the Troll Warlord. So these two item timers are going to connect onto each other, and the Troll is actually caught in a duel right now.
He's going in, Castling with a follow-up here, might have to... Okay, die. Could get the Fiend Scrub out here, so Oracle won't save the Troll Warlord. Plenty of fields coming through, but now he's in a bit of trouble as he cannot make his way out of that situation. So 1-for-1 trade, suddenly what do you want as Ultra Magnus? He is a player. If he needs any more proof, there it is. He just TP's out in front of a Juggernaut.
And you know who's also a player? Remora's got the mid tower.
Oh, wow.
He just finished the entire season while we weren't looking.
This is like the reboot of the series, you know, where things actually get shaken up. I'm committing to this bid right now. No matter what you say.
Oh, it's okay. I'm one of those people who only hates on anime when it's like funny.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I'm actually in favor. I think more Dota players should watch anime. They'd learn something about the power of friendship and shit.
Wow.
Huh?
Friendship
want
and
more?
shit. Yeah, I like.
You want more opinions about the professional usefulness of anime? Come at me.
Have you used anime to calm your players when they were sad after scrimmages or games or whatnot?
No, but like...
Hey, you may have lost this tournament, but here's some anime. A new episode of Dragon Ball Z.
You can ask the Team Liquid lineup that won TI about their Kuroku no basket and how it helped them, okay?
Okay.
You do that for your homework, then you come back for the next lesson in anime.
Diablo going in, trying to find Ultra Magnus. And need a bit more damage here. Okay, that casting, come on, man.
That would do it. No, that's a secure. That's a secure.
Nah, it was too late though. Didn't get the duel. She went a little bit early. Anyway, Phoenix also dead and dying back into this. Yeah, Diablo trying to run away, gets rooted, gets Nightmare just to save him for a little bit, but I think he's still in a bit of trouble. Certainly with Troll Warlord popping the ultimate on. Maybe I say that he's trying to walk away. Buying some space for the rest of his team, which still looking for some sort of turnarounds, but unable to secure anything. Juggernaut somewhere else entirely. He's just pushing, just farming more.
And does this man need to care? I don't think he needs to care. He's got a Battle Fury. He's happy. This Troll Warlord will want to stop tower, and Transparency is here to say no.
No Macro Pyre, so just gonna have to be in the dual breath. President P also still hanging around, maybe. A little bit dangerous, but of course. Item Scepter means you already have another Sonic Wave into the Ice Path. Into the Sonic Wave, into a couple more right clicks here. Sure that kill the Supernova went out, but they had nothing really to nothing to do with that. Sure, Jug is stunned, but you've already lost your own carry.
And things feel like they're really starting to fall apart for the Dire right now. They've had the team fight advantage, but they haven't really pushed as a group up until now, and by now this Juggernaut is already so big. He's got a Basher flying out to him. He's going to work on an Abyssal Blade. He can burst anyone he wants already.
Jiruro can't even two-shot Curious because he's got the Philosopher's Stone. And now, oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no!
I mean, you can see my face on the camera, right? Oh my goodness, Transparency, come on. You gotta max that Ice Path.
I think he was winding up for it too, and then he's like, nah, it's probably gone already, you know?
That's a shame. Is Bane going to find the Morris here? He's walking straight at him.
Ooh.
Ward? Ah, he's got him.
There's a Nightmare. And
sweet dreams.
Brains and Fiend Skirt. Oh, doesn't want to go for it. Does not trust Queen of Pain to have enough damage. Wow.
Remarkable. There was an LC near as well. Like, she can just walk past that creep wave if she really feels like it.
Yep.
You know, sometimes you don't feel like it.
Yeah. Not seeing anyone else on the map, so might be thinking, alright.
That's true.
Maybe they're just right there, smoked up, and just waiting for Core to commit on this.
Yes, and I think that's one of the few comments I would have on the Radiant's gameplay right now, is that even though they've been making pretty big forays into enemy territory, they haven't exactly left any vision there. So anytime they go forward, once again, they have to do it because one of their players got caught on the other side of the map, or, you know, because the Juggernaut is just frontlining it. And right now, he seems to be frontline tanking a gank, unless he gets the TP out right here.
How do you catch him even? There's nothing really to prevent him from TPing, or there's nothing preventing the Fiend Scoop and the duel. Scored on Oracle, quick win for sure. Nightmare, Ice Path, there's another Supernova. Same position as earlier, I'm telling you, Kips. This time though a different outcome here. As the Sonic Wave catches two more heroes. It was all yellow. Undercover BKB was trying to find a target, which he can't. The only slash over, no, Morris tanking that whole thing up. THC next on the fall, and now, well, Troll Warlord, he is very angry. He will take Transparency with him. But that's about all they can get out of this exchange. Everyone else has fallen. Now, Incessant Pings on this Roche pit. They want to bring down the big guy.
Yep, it is time. And with this Aegis in hand, they can take the first set of racks of the game for sure. And it will probably be very hard for the Dire to dislodge them from that high ground at all.
We've been talking a lot about the counter push from the Jakiro, and you can also count the overwhelming odds from Legion in that. Actually, also the Queen of Pain Sonic Wave with the Aghanim Scepter, putting that at a 40-second cooldown, but on the other side, you only really have the Underlord, which is fine for one wave, but what happens if you push in two waves at the same time?
You're going to get a point of contact, as I like to call it. And it's usually going to be the Viper or the Troll bearing the front of the damage right there. And now, by the way, some deep vision has been left by the Bane. So this is going to set the stage for the next assault from the Radiant side. And right now it does seem like they want to farm up a little bit more. Queen of Pain, she's going for an Orchid right now. Well, actually, she's very close to being able to just buy it straight up. Legion Commander, Orb of Destruction in the stash. Yeah, fly that out, lady. It's good stuff. Although it won't save you from what's going to happen to you right about now. Oh, he used his arm.
Ah, the roots.
They're like, wait, why is he not hitting him?
He can't, but yeah, it'll get the kill in the end. But at what cost? Top lane is being pushed in.
They have to choose which tower they want to save right now.
Yeah.
And by virtue of the Morris, oh, I wanted to say it's going to be top tower, but never mind, he does not want to come close, so...
Omnislash coming off cooldown.
Ultra Magnus smoked only himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only player on the team. We've established
Okay, that one. Bravo. Bravo.
THC, yeah, he's gonna take control with him. Jeroen picked up as well from Ultra Magnus, always very nice. But yeah, top tier 2 goes down, mid tier 2 at half health, and still with this fresh vision behind it, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them pressure that lane. At the same time, bottom is also quite a juicy target. Feeling confident enough to push both lanes at the same time when they're still relatively far away from each other, but the Dire still not really finding a way to take advantage of that. I mean, they don't have much in the way of initiation, do they?
No, they don't. You can't kill the Quap, you can't kill the Juggernaut. So they can push two lanes if they want to. So I do think that they're being a little bit conservative right now. The Orchid is up. They have an Aegis in their pocket. They have the Abyssal Blade as well. At some point you might as well go for it, you know? Maybe this Juggernaut feels like having an Aghanims in his pocket as well. Really wants to 1v5 this game, but the truth is that they have all the tools already.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, so I want to do something with that. Ags
yeah, let's go top lane then. So they're going to work towards this ward up at the Dire base. Pop takes one wave, and she is the fastest in joining up as well.
Yep.
And then meanwhile, Bane, yeah, needs to get that vision down before they can properly threaten the mid lane as well. And Juggernaut's just going. This man does not give two hoots.
He does not. Forcing some TPs here. Still does a spin in case of emergencies like this one. So he'll be fine. Taking some attention. Pinging in on his mid lane. The Mara is playing very defensively here, all the way back as he needs to. So the smoke rotation comes in into the space between the tier 2 and tier 3. So if anyone was hanging around there, would have been a bad time.
Well, THC, are you in for a bad time? He is very tanky though. Got a pipe. Got the clumsy net.
Not the first, the primary target that you want to go on. Juggernaut just says, alright, smoke's gonna end anyway, I want more farm.
I have
Simply get that.
an Aegis here. I'd like to fill that slot with an Aghanims.
Yeah.
Let's wait until the slot is free. I'm sorry. No, it's definitely, if you are a less experienced team, and I say this with all heart for these players, you want to take your time before you go for this high ground
well,
here.
all on the Supernova Juggernaut. I don't think he'll be able to get that now. No, they will be stunned. Legion Commander is down for the count. And now Jug needs to run away. Manstall still available to counter that route, but no, maybe not. I don't know. Just still has the Omni Slash here. Bouncing back between a couple of heroes. The Ultra Magnus does not want to go for the last right click for the quick kill. Instead, he's just trying to run away. Transparency caught in the front. No! Stop the dragon abuse, I said. I'm not sure about that, Ice Pop. It was a bit off the mark, but hey, another secondary casualty, but Juggernaut survived. Aegis just then expiring, so was right on the cusp of being an absolute disaster.
He had to bail out there.
Yeah.
Either that or die real fast, and that's not a risky one to take. There's
Lord,
P.
kinda low health here, silenced down. Oh no!
Oh, he's still gonna die,
President P! Alright. That was not a misplay. That was
styling.
That was styling on them, yeah. He's basically saying, I don't even need to hit my ultimate to kill you. That's how strong I am. I'm pretty sure that's also something that only happens in anime. You know, where the villain just intentionally misses all his stuff, or the hero, or whatever.
Honestly, why don't we see more of that in Western media? Like these extravagant villains.
Yeah.
Our villains are always a little bit sad, you know?
Yeah. Let's have like bad childhoods or something.
Yeah. Why do they need to be sympathetic?
Yeah. They can just be caricatures, you know? They can just be... yeah, just be the evil guy, you know?
Mm-hmm. Anyway, the thing that I was going into before I got rudely interrupted by
the team fight?
By the team fight, yeah.
Okay.
Is that you do want to secure an advantage as much as possible, especially when you have the late game advantage. And this Viper is not scaling very hard right now. You've got a BKB coming in for your Queen of Pain. You've got a Legion Commander as well who counts absolutely as a full core. You can and will outscale this Dire team. So as long as you're not in this particular game to, you know, improve your play, just take your time with it. You can play faster in scrims. If you want to win this one as Radiant right now, yeah, go ahead, farm that Aegis. Because I can make jokes about it all I want, but it's not actually that easy when you're sitting there. You're looking at that high ground and you think, oh man, this is a choke point. They can finally, you know, have their backline protected here. They can throw all of their AoE spells at us. There's going to be a Phoenix Egg. Maybe I don't want this yet.
Yeah.
It's their full right, and I don't actually disagree with it. I just reserve my right to make fun of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting further ahead, especially when you're looking at these item builds on the other team. Like Viper's not building damage. He's getting Cypher Vice on top of his Atos and his Guarding Greaves. He's going full utility alongside the Underlord, who now has Crimson Guard queued up.
Yep. So all the damage is in the Troll basket, but he is jumping on Diablo right now. Gets disarmed, unfortunately. Will get a bash now.
Ultimate was already used by the Troll Warlord now, and
Diablo
want to go back in. He does indeed. BKB comes through. Yeah, battled out till that one now. Supernova in the back. The Omni Slash is bouncing through, doing it okay amount of damage here, but not as much as he would want. Now, spin. Gotta get out the bash though. Can he get more? Does not look like it. Force Staff away. Ice Path on. Nice spot to block them out.
Brave blink forward from the Morris though. He does not grab anyone, and it's just going to be the Bane again. And Diablo there, I think a Regoose is okay, but only if you actually jump the back line. You are not ready to fight this Troll Warlord, especially not when you have just used your Halberd defensively and you're on half HP. That's just not going to cut it.
Omni Slash didn't even do all that much damage because Joel got the 20% evasion from level 20. So I feel like some of these Omni Slashers did not hit at all. Which does make a
President
difference
P.
here, considering the strength that he has. He's since added the butterfly to his collection rather than the Aghanim Scepter.
It will allow him to frontline and face up against this troll better, but as you can see, you don't actually. And this is where I'm starting to feel doubtful now about this decision to go later, because they itemized right into this troll in the mid game and into all of these routes in general. But after you fail to press that advantage properly, you're a juggernaut. You're not going to fight a troll warlord straight up.
Yeah.
In the end, it is just not going to happen, no matter how well you itemize for it. And you gotta leave the troll to getting kited and then hopefully getting blown up by your Queen of Pain. That's her job.
Yeah.
It's your job to either kill their team or push their towers. And right now he's not really doing either, just because he seems set on killing the troll.
Yeah. Like we talked about this in the draft as well. Like you need to go into the backlines simply because Oracle is otherwise he would be standing ready to save wherever you go on. Didn't even need it in the last case on the Troll Warlord, because he is getting to be forced to be reckoned with. You need to start kiting him. And you do have all the tools. I mean, we've seen the Halberd do some work. They need to be closer perhaps as well as now Nightmare comes through in mid. They're trying to take advantage of the space that they've been given because Roshan's going down. Maybe even get an extra kill on a Viper. Feels good. Couple right clicks here. There's a dual win with the Sonic Wave. But he will keep the tower safe, presumably.
And there's going to be a backstab with an Aegis.
Aegis is now fallen, so Troll Warlord will be joining in a moment.
And they
Sunray
left the cheese in pit.
Oversight? Well, not one that you can anticipate. I'm not sure if they actually did, yeah. Alright, this should not be stolen. I don't see a reason for anyone of
for Radiant
the
to check
Radiant
the
side
pit.
to walk in there and check.
I do see a reason for Castling to regret his life choices right now. President P.
Pain, but now roots it up. Another roots, BKB, the bash! Oh my god!
Went back in there. That's just a +5 support.
Save your body syndrome strikes again, Kips. It's fine,
like,
I'll just use them for you.
I mean, bless her heart, but that's not the way to go. This is war, lady. You're the Queen of Pain, not the Queen of Cuddles.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a fun new hero.
Queen of Cuddles?
Queen of Cuddles, yeah.
I'd play the hell out of that.
Absolutely. We already have a grandma giving out cookies, you know, why not a hero that gives out hugs? Maybe you can count the IO as kind of like a hugging hero, you know, with the tether and the...
Io's pretty fluffy. Yeah. Unless Ana plays him, then it's a beat boop ball of murder.
Yeah.
Alright, Troll Warlord. Pretty alone here on the bot lane. He has an Aegis, but if there's two Radiant cores so close by, and it's Bane who now comes in and says, "This is enough. This cannot be allowed. Come here, Diablo." Abyssal?
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. Also the ultimate here, it's a long cooldown. Still get this kill. Only Slash is still available, so they could take play with that, but of course, they took some time, so what? The Abyssal Blade on the illusion! As they're now trying to kite, trying to get away here, but no, never mind, Slash coming through. But hey, there is Oracle with the ultimate here. Has to stop, and now the retreat has to be final. There's Transparency, who also ends up dropping. Both supports going down, just for the Aegis and a couple of cooldowns. BKB charge. Will that stop them from going high ground here, though? I don't think so. They have two Kardis. Not many other creeps, I guess.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That might give them pause. Have they recovered the cheese yet? Yes, they have. Yeah, who has it? Morris. There we go. Also, I can't hear you right now.
Ah, my bad. A dutiful soldier is what I said about the Morris.
Oh.
No,
Oh, another bit late forward. Oh, nice 4-star back here on Diablo to keep him safe. So no snipe. And honestly, I would not expect a team that's almost 10k behind to be that threatening going high ground.
I mean, as long as they determine the place of the battlefield, again, their positioning allows them to fight there, because their backline is safe. As soon as the fight gets muddled, the Dire get wiped. But if they carefully position themselves, Troll on the front line, there's just nothing that can kill this Troll with the Oracle behind him. And the BKB up, especially once his Battle Trance also going, that's basically 3 lives.
Yep. Alright. Let's see whether they can find a solution to that. Meanwhile, a few extra items coming out. We saw the Spell Prism picked up by the Phoenix and given over to Underlord. It's pretty good. Still a Havoc Hammer. Oh, a Leveler. Oh no. He picks it up immediately on the Troll.
Leveler on the Troll. This man is now the Lord of Attack Speed.
Yep.
And if he gets close to the Radiant base again, it's just going to be flat.
Yep. He's hitting twice a second, and that's without any further stacks. That is, oof. Don't want to be caught in front of that, that's for sure.
He is literally bitch slapping these creeps out of the way.
That's the technical term.
Gone. At the very least, we can always count on transparency to kill a wave. But with him and the Queen of Pain reduced cooldown, they nearly have enough to kill all creep wave in a single lane from a safe distance.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Just that the
attack.
Quap lags 10 seconds because their cooldown is 40 and not 30.
It's very sad.
I wonder if they realize that. Probably not. That seems like a Gibbs thing to think about. I care about creep waves a lot. They're out.
So you're hurting every game when you see hundreds of creep waves die?
Oh no! It's. I guess what I should say is that I care about the creep wave momentum, the balance, the meeting points. The creeps themselves, trash.
Screw them. Who needs creeps?
You definitely need creeps. It's just that, you know, the individual creeps themselves, like their identities or whatever,
Whatever.
The
It's all about the
is
collective,
here.
you know, it's an army, it's not a group of
The troll
warriors.
is not near. It's Hex as well, but that's the Hex down.
Yes, indeed. The spells being exchanged. Both teams kind of just jockeying for position right now. There's still the cheese, but there's no Aegis, of course. Roshan. I think that might be the next target for both of these teams.
I'd say so, yes. At the very least, though, the vision has been prepared here by the Radiant once again. And honestly, after I've spoken about it, Castling has really been on these aggressive wards, so thank you for listening. I enjoyed this.
Please no stream sniperino. But it should be fine. This is on a 5-minute delay, so no worries there. Oh, THC,
THC can and will die here.
They don't
he doesn't
see
know.
him.
They don't know.
They see him now. There's the Fiend Script. They're just doing everything to stop him from pressing an ultimate on the slash on. Just a mini slash, alright. Enough to secure that duel win. Very nice.
This Legion Commander at some point is also going to be a right-clicking force to be reckoned with. Again, I mean, she already is against anyone but the Troll.
Oh, yeah.
This Troll is a powerhouse. Look at that smack, 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 smack.
It's gonna have that Satanic finished as well. Very value in this game, considering all of these long duration lockdowns, the Fiend Script, the duels, and the nightmares. Having some status resistance to help you out there. Could be good.
The Radiant has been building a little bit more of a lead here again after that 9k, but at almost 15 minutes into the game, 13k doesn't mean that much anymore. That's 2, maybe 3 big items in total. Yeah. And depending on your teamfight positioning, if those items don't get used, or if, you know, the enemy manages to make more use out of what they have, then it's not that big of a deal.
Yep. Viper picked himself up the Princess Knife, so it's more hexes even.
Yes, at a very long range as well.
Oh yeah.
And he's going into that damage now. MKB upcoming.
Yep.
They want to have none of that evasion shenanigans.
Also picked up the damage talent on the right clicks rather than the Viper Strike. Makes sense. Because yeah, they need the secondary right clicker. Like it's very tough to just have one hero be the focus of that.
Yep, it's worked for now, but it only works in certain circumstances, as we've said before.
Yeah. All right. Roshan. Pretty long respawn here. Still 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. It would be a while.
That's unfortunate for the Radiant. They're controlling this side of the map very well right now, but controlling a map side is always a balancing act. At some point you're going to get forced back. And oh, you went in for the duel.
Duel and... Oh, that was a Phoenix egg. I did not realize he had Aghanim Scepter, but yeah. Nice play there from Yuru. Turns out that's the second player who's saving the player. Now they're gonna kill him. Yep. Battle what cost? Top lane. This tower is getting lower and lower, but coming in the Mars, Nightmare up. See, casts the teleport on poor old Castling. He's gonna have to leg it. And the illusions went off to finish the tier 3. They can now kill the shrines. Oh wait. No, you didn't have the tier 3
that's
mid anyway.
An old line D drop. Hasn't that been patched out of your system yet?
Yeah.
I mean, I miss it too, man.
Yeah.
I miss when taking a tier 3 did something.
Yeah.
Agony awaits.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, it gives you some more room to fight. And I guess it takes away all of this defense crap that you get, like the extra armor and regen.
Yes. No armor, no regen. It also means that the wave doesn't turn automatically anymore, which is a big deal if your teams know how to manipulate quick waves, but that is, in this game, it will only ever happen accidentally.
Yeah.
Oh, Castling does not get to claim any of the...
He's just going in. Lotus Orbs, silence over on the Oracle, so he can't do anything right now. But meanwhile, Juggernaut being gone on by the Troll Warlord in a man fight here. That's not something that can win. So, Pistol Blade, Fiendscopes, they have to get the hell out. The Hexes, the right clicks, Juggernaut is dead. President P pops his own BKB to get away from there, but that was the kill that they needed. And now DD run from Rush Bit. Do you want to do the honors, Kips?
1-800 Nahaz. I repeat, 1-800 Nahaz. That is N-A-H-A-Z.
Ages, cheese, and a refresher shot. Could be coming in handy later down the line.
I would like to say, on behalf of all of us, yikes.
Well, this game certainly took a turn.
It certainly did. Again, I want to come back to what I said earlier. If you have a tri-core lineup, there's definitely a way to play this out so that, you know, this troll gets left over at the end alone. And you don't have this problem where you have to fight into this monster. But if you target your team fights wrong, then yeah, he can and will kill your entire team while you are 10k ahead.
President P gets the blink out. He's all yellow. He doesn't care. He's just going in. He knows, yeah, you can't kill me right now. Trouble's killing him once, especially with the Summoner healing him up, the Sonic Wave. Not really scaling particularly well into the late game here. Have to tickle him a little bit. More and more spells disarmed both sides.
But the Oracle just gets to keep on healing him. Now maybe he might
backline said it. Oh, again! The save from the Phoenix! It's impossible to initiate on that, but in front they did get the Aegis, and now it was all yellow. Nice nightmare here. No one to trudge it off immediately. So, yeah. Keep kiting now, he does not have his ults.
Someone needs to be hitting these buildings. The Morris, the Trooper. Omnislash?
And Slash, a bunch of heroes here. Not really, actually not to finish any one hero off. As, oh, never mind, the Orchid is falling. Important kill again, as he still had his own ultimate to work with. Another Supernova. Will he put the refresher shot here? President P, he's clicking it. Is he fast enough? He is not, so he blinks away instead. Meanwhile, it was all yellow, still in the front lines, but low health.
Slash.
Almost dashing away.
Disjointed.
Swift Slash was jointed, I believe. Now Juggernaut, also enough trouble, no mana. For anything, he is hexed up. I have to buyback 2 here, so just hitting the tier 4s. One more buybacks forced out. The racks finally fall. THC, there's another Swift Slash. Bringing them low, but throwing off another Hex on the silence. Yes, spin out. It was all yellow. You cannot fight him right now. Not when he has the support from the team. Sonic Wave trying to bring up THC, but Ultra Magnus with that false promise, keeping him alive. Now they're finally saying, alright guys, everyone get into the bus. We're leaving. Oh no. That was...
I half expected the Swift Slash to take the Juggernaut to the enemy fountain.
Oh yeah. That would have been Dota 2 right there.
It would have been an amazing bug to report, I can tell you that, but...
It was not to be, thankfully, for them, because that would have been a dieback.
Oh, Radiant. I feel them here, you know? This Juggernaut is now building into a rapier because he feels like he doesn't have enough damage. And the truth is, he had enough damage for pretty much all of the game. All he had to do was not pump it into that Troll Warlord.
Yeah. At this
And
point,
I know that ain't easy. But the options were there. You have a Bane. Yeah. That Troll could easily spend most of a team fight used, then Ice Path it or something like that.
Yep. Now it's getting a little bit late. Even the impact of the Legion Commander, normally it's very, very good. Yeah, just blink on the Oracle as Diablo's tried to do, but last couple of times he's done that, of course. The Phoenix had that Agnum Scepter at the ready, and that is not something that you can counterplay. So as long as both of these supports are together, one will always be able to save the other, or one will always be able to still save the front line.
Yep, and that made the game indefinitely harder, but that Agnum Scepter hasn't always been there.
Yeah. You need to just leverage their own strengths a lot earlier.
Mm-hmm. Diablo bravely pushing the top lane. He doesn't have a buyback. He's several, like hundreds of gold short. Surprised to see him go this far. If he gets rooted here. No, THC just goes for the safe play. Kills the creep wave. Diablo does not go for the safe play. He's like, get away from my base. I will hit your base.
It's forced out on both sides. 1-on-1 in the top lane. 4-on-4. TP back from Juggernaut in the bottom lane. Tier 3 goes down. Diablo already still working on these melee barracks. THC not making it easy for him.
Joe smoked up and he has a rapier.
Okay, he does indeed. He wants it, and that is goodbye Oracle. No Phoenix save this time. He is hexed up on the Juggernaut. Still has his proper Omnisessional. There's a creep wave. Oh, but
look at that damage!
The damage is real. Now both heroes click in the egg. There's 2 people in there. Ultra kill for Juggernaut. The Fiend scrub over on the last one. Just like that, a full 5-man wipe. The rapier reveal.
There we go. There we go.
Enough damage to snuff out the Oracle before they could react. And
delicious.
Transferring over as the Supernova attempts to save a friend. The Omni Slash still goes on, transfers over to THC, just chopping him down on 3 or 4 hits. Then President jumping in at the right time with a BKB to help hit the egg. This is late game Dota, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. You are not safe, no matter what happened. This goes both ways. They've just won a team fight.
The Oracle's
might still lose the
down
next
though.
one. Oracle though, yeah, down for 60 seconds. So there's no
like
save.
he fought back previously.
Yeah. Now it's actually the Google Cloud players who had a bit of a buyback advantage. And right now with Transparency and Diablo both having one available, and everyone else having it on 3.5 minutes. So what you want to do is wait that out, which should line up decently with Roshan. If you can then secure that fight, you're gonna have Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shot, and a free Agnum Scepter, and all your buybacks. When Benny Mirana getting swapped.
Yep.
Is that about right? Yeah.
It feels like a safe enough game plan.
I think you have the static again, by the way.
Ah, my bad.
Right.
I'm going to move this just a little bit out of the way. This should be better.
So how do you respond to that now if you're the Dire?
Honestly, the thing that made you successful, namely frontlining with the Troll Warlord, is still a thing that can work for you. I don't think that the Rapier on a Jug is enough for him to actually fight the Troll face to face.
It does undo any sort of advantages from the evasion at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
So you won't have to worry about that. All the blind, I believe, from the axes. If you, it's not something that Juggernaut tends to worry about anyway. All the dispels and all those engagements coming from the Omni Slash and Swift Slash and whatnot.
Yes, I do agree that the I might be discounting the True Strike on the Rapier a little bit here. That said, there's still an Oracle here. There's still a Phoenix ult as well. There's double hexes on the Dire side.
So, am I bugged because the damage for Juggernaut only is, it says 200 plus 103 for me.
Oh yeah, that's bugged. It says plus 433 for me.
Alright, thank you. That's a bit interesting. That's really weird.
It's for 600 above. I have heard of this before actually. Happened to several people earlier. It's a caster thing right now.
Okay.
Just gonna say battle pass.
Battle pass.
Get it over with.
Have you also heard of this bucket where people just disappear from the top, from the hero panel?
Yeah, I've heard of that. I haven't seen it yet though.
Just saw a screenshot on Reddit, and some of my friends, they had that in the game that we played recently.
Is it only in games with coaches?
I don't know. Don't think we had a coach.
Curious indeed. Well, pings from the Radiant side for Roshan. Neither of the teams is watching it right now. A little bit of vision advantage for the Dire though, but that doesn't matter because the Radiant are smoked up. Diablo leading the charge.
Division
He's
can
got
work.
a buyback right now.
Yeah. Situations like this, the vision can even work against you. Like, if they were inside the Roche pit right now, they're like, oh yeah, we've got these wards, it's absolutely fine. But then they smoke through them, jump at you out of literally nowhere. But alas, they are not inside the Roche pit, they're not anywhere near it, which...
They didn't bring any wards for this aggressive smoke. Oh, that feels bad. At the very least, they're going to get this Roshan, and I don't think anyone from the Dire is even close to it. Never mind just like realizing that it's being done at all.
Well, not in any position to contest this, so it's gonna be free for me. Who gets the Aghanim Scepter? The Pain has it right now in the backpack. Might even sell the proper Ags.
Invisibility.
I was thinking about
What
it.
do you need money for though? We can give that scepter to the Jakiro.
Ooh, Trident. But yeah, okay.
That is a great pickup for him as well, but he's got an Apex in his inventory. Would you even swap it out for a Trident?
I don't know. Trident seems... there's probably better items, but there's like so many stat thingies, you know? It's just like... It must have some value, right?
Yeah. At the very least, Apex is also going to be very good on your Underlord or even on your Viper, honestly, whereas the Trident is only really great on the Troll Warlord.
Apex also dropped on the other side. Legion Commander hanging on to that for the time being. Also hitting for a good amount of damage here. What's that? 3, 4, 5, 600 as well. That's without rapiers at all.
Yep. Also want to point out that there is an Ex Machina on the Phoenix, so that's a double egg.
That
Or sorry,
only
not
resets
double egg,
item
that's a
cooldowns.
double hex.
Yeah, double hex.
Eggs. Just pretend
Double
that I said
hex,
eggs.
X. Yeah, hex and eggs. Sounds almost the same, so I will forgive you this once. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Radiant are
It's
scanning.
down bottom of the Radiant. Ready to smoke up again behind President P, perhaps. Holding on to plenty of gold for the buyback, of course, and as well as a free BKB in the Minotaur Horn. They are not farming up the rest of their items, because yeah, there's only one more. Stitch and Desolate as well. Wait, am I just... Did I just miss?
This Juggernaut melts anyone.
Oh yeah, there it
The
is.
smoke
Okay,
pops.
Diablo just going in, does not quite get the duel out. And the Hex over on the Juggernaut. Can they keep him controlled here? Slipping over the back as Diablo just gets chopped down. That's unfortunate. That is the full-on Omni-Slash, I do believe, bouncing through and doing a ridiculous amount of damage, but no one's dead quite just yet. Oh, the Swift Slash reflected by the Lord Sword, so now it's going to be the old right clicks. Oracle's down for good. So CHC, President B, with the cut off BKB, trying to finish off here Jororo, and will not quite be able to do that as he dives into the base. Silence and follow-up Hex here. Tomorrow's clicking away at him. Being on the back, have a Nightmare Patrol, Warlord, Diablo back into this, and that's the Aegis. No tool available to control the troll, so now they have to focus on the Mars. Or maybe they just have to leave there as a refresher, but walks into the silence. You can't quite get the Omni-Slash out just yet. Purification. One licks their wounds. 2 buybacks used on the side of the Radiant to force this fight even further.
This is where they have the advantage, but it's only a short while. Most buybacks of the Dire are only a minute off now.
To a slash into the Omni-Slash, onto it was all yellow. And he's just going to be burst down. Ultimate available to save him.
Oh, that is
no
game.
egg, no nothing. Into the Viper, down for not good here. He can buy back, but what does it matter? There's not going to be a Troll Warlord in this fight. And
look out,
no 2. GG, well played, is called.
Oh.
They're keeping us on our toes, Kips.
They are. And what a way to start a final after such a long bracket, such a long season. Get it to almost 65 minutes with a rapier, with all of the super powerful neutral items on the board. And finally, after finding the backline once, they find their footing again. And the Google Cloud players can finally push their way to a deserved victory, but at the same time, I would not have called it an undeserved victory either if it went the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was getting to a point where, I mean, you just play late game Dota. You know, anything can happen. Any one of these teams can win because they've all got their levels, they've all got their items. So it's all just coming down to, hey, who finds the better angle into the team fight? Who finds the right pickoff? And who just has straight up more resources to throw at them in the ways of what Roshan gives you. I mean, we saw the refresher shot just come into play there. If you didn't have that extra Omni-Slash, maybe Troll wouldn't have died right there. Maybe they could have held out a little bit longer. You know? Not to mention the Aegis and everything else. Plus the buybacks coming into play from their own heroes. And then TPing back into the fight. All of that adds up over time, and you can build advantages, but you can also throw them. I think that's what we saw in this game.
Oh,
if
definitely.
nothing else. So, yeah, we are gonna get the lobby ready for game number 2. But for now, we're gonna take a short break. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for game number 2. But first, Kips, what was that game 1? That was quite some Dota that we just witnessed.
It was, wasn't it? And I think it was all due to the way that these two teams approached the game philosophically. One of these teams, like the Google Cloud players, was very much about spreading their items out over their players, and everyone had a little bit of what they really wanted for themselves, And then on the other side, you had a team that was very much aiming to make that troll warlord as big as possible and support him in whatever way possible as well. And so whenever the troll clashed with the Juggernaut, the troll would simply overpower him because he had the more powerful support staff. But then Google Cloud players gets back into the game thanks to them actually getting a grip on the backline, taking out that support cast first, and they do that twice in order to win the game in the end. Yep. And I'm hoping to see both of these teams stick to their philosophies actually, because it makes for a really interesting clash.
Yeah, we'll figure out if they can make that happen as we get straight into the draft for game number 2.
Dire team
Marana gangs. This time they're on the Radiant side. Google Cloud players on the Dire as we have some of these bans coming through, and we see game 1 affecting them quite a bit here. The Queen of Pain has been taken out as well as the Legion Commander. So not
first
gonna have any
pick
of that.
goes to Bane and Marana gangs as well. Yep. I wonder if they're going to take the Bane first pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they do actually.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
And on the other side, no changes, which is kind of normal if you win the first game. It feels good to hang on to your regular plan. But they might want to think about, at the very least, having tools to deal with the Troll Warlord, because Bane and Marana Gang seems extremely comfortable with that hero.
Yep.
If not to ban it outright.
Well, that's what they gotta figure out right now. Do you want to ban the Bane? Do you want to ban something else? Not having the first pick available is a little bit annoying as the static's back.
Ah. I didn't touch anything.
Huh. Mysterious.
Radiant team.
Anyway, it helped us pass the time as they do ban the Dazzle. I believe that was the last ban for them in game number 1. And of course the Bane.
There goes your Bane.
There you go. Will we see the Marana this time? That's the big question that I have right now.
I'm still hoping for it. You can only hope that that's what they named their team for a reason, right?
Yeah.
But as time goes on, I feel like the Marana part is more and more of a bait.
Yeah.
Especially with a very neat setup there with the Phoenix in the previous game. And I do want to add here, by the way, Phoenix is open. I do very much enjoy a Phoenix against the Bane as well, but Google Cloud players go with the Warlock. And we have seen them play this before, I think, for Castling. This was a very team fight focused lineup back then, and they could definitely go for that again with the Warlock in their arsenal.
Yeah. Trying to find the game where they did that. 2, 3.
5 seconds.
Yeah, there was a Warlock with the Void and Snapfire as well. There was a Warlock in third place. A third place pick, so bit of a different draft order, but certainly yeah, there's a Snapfire. No Void this time, of course, also once again being banned out in the first phase, but there's other heroes that you can combo up with the Warlock and the Snapfire as well. Anything that can stun people for a little bit.
Yep. Honestly, to me, this smells like a Mars. Well, Mars Arena fulfills basically the same purpose.
Just imagine you catch a few people inside the arena, then you fatal bond them up, drop the Golem, drop the Snapfire. Like that is just 2 or 3 heroes with all the team fight that you could ever want. But the Sniper.
This is a brave pick then. This must be a secret weapon of some sort. So pick a first phase Sniper in the finals when you are 1 game behind.
Yeah. It's confidence if nothing else. I mean, it is a bit tricky, you know. It's can be a very strong hero, can be flexible enough to be a 4 position nowadays.
If you're Yapzor.
If you're Yapzor, yeah. Or if you're crazy, one of those.
I can't believe that earlier in the week I actually advised the team to ban the sniper just because they had to win the lane. And in that regard, I have started to respect the support sniper more. It is insanely hard for supports to trade against this.
Oh yeah.
He will outrange you, he will get vision with that shrapnel, he's extremely obnoxious. And yeah, it leaves your carries to 1v1. And right now, I can only imagine that Google Cloud players will save their mid pick for the last, which means that there's going to be an offlane into carry counter pick possibility in the mid game phase of the draft here.
Yep. Alright, for now though, another round of bans. Spade and Miranda gangs. Trying to identify the one hero that's the worst from their perspective, in conjunction with the Snapfire, with the Warlock.
Dire team back.
It's the Enigma, yeah, that's...
Enigma is also pretty bad.
Yeah, that would fit the bill. Much longer cooldown than the Mars.
Smaller reach too.
Yeah.
And a little bit surprising to me just because you do have a BKB piercing cancel in that Bane.
That's true. You would have some ways to deal with that.
10 seconds remaining.
It is what it is. Which means the Mars is still open.
5 seconds remaining.
Could they go for something like the Underlord themselves as well? Underlord Snapfire?
That's an extremely tanky lane. Trying to see what else could be good.
Okay, the bandit troll.
Any kind of control, honestly.
Yeah.
Kunkka could be good as well.
Ideally, of course, we're talking about the big teamfight combos later down the line. But even just in lane, like Snapfire works best with some sort of tanky melee hero that maybe also has a bit of extra lockdown or stun, just to set up for a nice cookie. And then you can just have like 2 or 3 seconds. We can freely right click, where Snapfire can walk up for a Q, a scatter blast.
Axe could also work really well.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Team pick.
For now it's a Spectre, so securing that pick for themselves together with the Warlock. So that's one of these classic dual lanes where you just buff up the Spectre in a way, or the Spectre's lane in a way where she has a much harder time getting bullied out.
Yep, and later in the game, of course, once you drop the Fatal Bonds and the Spectre presses R, that is a ton of damage. Yep. And one of the reasons to pick this up is that you don't want this to be a core sniper anymore now, because the Spectre is always going to be on top of him. It's one of those jumps that can't miss.
Absolutely. So I think they were ready for that though. So I think they had that 4-position sniper.
Dire team.
Yeah, I don't think you first face sniper unless you're ready to play support with it, because nobody's gonna ban that. You can just last pick that sniper if you want to.
Yeah. Well, the Dragon Knight comes out, so that is a hero that could potentially build Silver Edge as well. If you're trying to kill off a Spectre late in the late game, you need something like that.
10 seconds
just to disable the dispersion to make sure that you don't kill yourself in the process.
5 seconds remaining.
That's something worth keeping in mind. Beyond that, if you just go for the blink initially, that's also either one of these is pretty good initiation. Which is something that they've been lacking in the last game, so maybe they can take a more active role here, trying to grab control of the map and try and prevent the Spectre from farming in some degree.
And what I enjoy here as well is that this is a tanky hero up against a teamfight lineup, where if they blow their spells and you survive it, you can take so much advantage of that. And especially because you're a DK with a tower pushing ability as well on a way shorter cooldown than theirs.
Yep.
Yeah, you only have to survive through that combo a couple of times in order to get a lot of advantage out of it. So really enjoy it. And there is the axe.
Alright, so far so good. We've touched on that that combo in the offlane as well, so now all they need is that meteor that helps tie it all together. So if it's not the Queen of Pain, would you still like to see some mobile hero that can just jump into either one of these lanes to try and get some kills?
5 seconds.
I do think that that's the way to go for mid laners right now. Of course, it is very hard to gank into a Bane, you ideally need to have someone TPing in on the side as well. Alternatively, they could try to bring some percentage health damage as well as like a proper tower pusher in with the Death Prophet. She's also not out yet.
Dire team ban.
Monkey King.
DP would seem to make a good amount of sense. Monkey King, though, it's offers a whole new set of problems, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, neither the Axe nor the Spectre likes laning against this. Of course, the Axe can always go back lane, but Monkey King is one of those heroes that's very good at actually meeting up with his support in order to kick a back
10
laner out.
seconds remaining.
It's a pretty
5
nice pick
seconds
there.
remaining.
It's one of these heroes that can just get completely out of control, right? You just get 1 or 2 kills in lane, all of a sudden you have your Akuse where you start jumping around, joining up with the Dragon Knight, where's this nice little long duration stun, or the Bane for that matter, of course, setting up for you, and then, well, next thing you know, you're just jumping around in the Spectre's jungle, and she can't feel safe anymore, which is exactly what you want.
And now I definitely feel like Google Cloud players need to get some form of tower push on a shorter cooldown. Leshrac could be an option as well, although of course the Monkey King can dodge some of your spells. As well as any other hero actually if the Bane is on point.
10 seconds remaining.
But you provide short cooldown, a lot of tower push, and there is
5
enough tank on your team
seconds
to make you
remaining.
feel relatively safe, so wouldn't dislike that. The Death Prophet is the safer pick in terms of like you don't need as much of a specialist player for it, but at the same time, she is just less good because of the longer cooldown.
Yeah. Well, one of them might also be banned out right here. Ben Marana gangs have the same kind of thoughts as we're having right now. They have to settle on something in the next 15 seconds, unless they want to just let the ban go and be like, we don't need to ban heroes. We just do whatever we want.
DK style. Alright, last option, Pugna.
Well, yeah.
Dire team
It could be quite interesting against the Monkey King. Just blasting him to pieces, because unless he until he gets some stat items.
This is going to be a Razor mid most likely, though.
Yeah.
I think you put the DK opposite the Spectre, because she doesn't get a lot out of that Warlock, because you're not really pressuring her, you're just there, and the Warlock's never going to kill you.
Oh yeah.
Not in a million years. And then it's up to Google Cloud players to get themselves a proper mid hero that can actually survive this Razor, as well as hopefully do some tower damage. But tower damage?
Nope.
We are the team fight players.
Towers. Well, you can just hit towers, and if it takes a bit longer, well, it doesn't matter if the entire enemy team is dead. And I can see that happening a couple of times in a couple of ways in this game. Like, talk about synergy with Fatal Bonds, you know? Just Zeus already has spells that hit everyone.
Yep.
Now they hit everyone twice, essentially.
Plus percentage health damage.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice to chip away at the Dragon Knights and the Razors of this world. BKB is an absolute must-have for everyone on the Radiant team, and it still feels like a bad purchase because Axe is going to get you through that, as well as the Warlock stun.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. Before those BKBs who just get nuked down, especially as the Monkey King again, you don't have a ridiculous amount of health points, so just yeah, you know, just few Zeus spells here and there, maybe a Snapfire Q.
And if you don't come out of the lanes in a right way on the Microsoft side, then it's going to be very hard to cross the distance towards heroes like this Zeus or this Warlock. Basically, the Monkey King is the only one who can do that. And you have to be playing very much forward.
Yep. Ultra Magnus the Selfless means he gave away a compendium. Very nice. Or battle pass. It's not been called compendium for a while now, is it? Anyway. Game number 2 as we are paused. Oh, can we play the game? We can play music. Oh no, we can't. We need to be heroes.
We can cast it though.
Oh, okay, there we go.
See how many players actually play.
Alright, first round, still pretty easy, and everyone else just He's like, I don't want to play this. Now, 4 chairs with 5 players. And Monkey King Axe got him, and it's who's actually out? The Snapfire has lost. Unfortunate. Now it's only 2 chairs, 4 players. Who will make this one happen for their team? Monkey King and Bane.
Oh, nice.
All right, so it's already a victory for Bane and Miranda Gangs here, but which of the 2 will actually secure the point? Is it going to be the Monkey King? It is indeed.
It's the Monkey King. Fast fingers
Easy
on this guy.
Game. Ready for round 2. Can they extend their lead?
We know which team has been playing Osu.
Oh yeah. Oh no! Don't unpause. We're casting this one. Oh my god. Well, we're just gonna have to wait until someone makes a custom game out of it. So then Valve makes a standalone client out of it, and then we can cast that. Unless, of course, it
This
fails
sounds-
immediately after launch.
No. Like, the trick is to first let a third party make it successful, and
Oh, yeah.
then you take it over again.
That is true. Alright. Game number 2. Bane and Miranda Gangs are up against it here. They're down 0-1. Google Cloud players are only 1 win away from claiming the title, as well as $2,000 for their charity of choice. Center for Disaster Philanthropy.
And purely from a, like, this is a finals perspective, I like the Bane and Miranda Gangs lineup more. Or sorry, did I say Bane and Miranda Gangs?
Yep.
30
I,
seconds to battle.
I mean Google Cloud players, because they have the late game once again with this
Oh, yeah.
Spectre. The pressure of getting a performance done in a short amount of time is on the Radiant side, and it actually pains me to vote against Ultra Magnus's Bane here, because yeah, man's a player, we've
Yeah.
seen this before. I want to see him dodge a call or help dodge a call. Either works.
He's done that last time we saw this matchup, so would not be surprised to see that happening. Of course, that was down to the vision that he himself had placed beforehand, so... well, we'll see if they need these kind of plays. For now, Euro on his 4-position sniper. Boots first, so he can just run circles around everyone. But now he has to run all the way back home because he tanked quite a bit of damage. Either way. Starting with a tri-lane down bottom, actually. Just recognizing, alright, I mean, if Dragon Knight's not gonna pressure the Spectre, then Warlock doesn't need to be with the Spectre, so might as well try and support bottom.
Exactly, and the 1v1 up top is pretty beneficial for both teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually let it be that way. Monkey King is not happy with the tri-lane, but they do have a Bane, which is a very good tri-laning hero in general.
Shrapnel level 1, expended all of them, so... that's gonna be that for a little while at least.
And to expand on this a little bit, since no kills seem to be coming down yet, this means essentially that the side of Bane and Miranda Gangs is going to be playing with 2 mid players, because both the Dragon Knight as well as the Razor have a 1v1 matchup. And both of them are pretty decent.
Yeah, both of them can start rotations and start pressuring towers as well. Dragon Knight more so than the Razor, of course, but... yeah.
Both are very decent at that, as well as at frontlining. And what I want to see from the Dire side then is they need to be ready to leverage this Spectre's level advantage, because she is going to be 1v1 here. She is going to have very high levels compared to the rest of her team, and compared to normally. I want to see her get involved with early haunts. She has a Warlock behind her, she has a Snapfire behind her. I think it's totally possible if you execute it right.
If we don't do that, then, well, I mean, the Axe is not gonna be as... that's the flip side of these tri-lines, right? Your core does not have any levels right now. Still scratching at level 2 at the moment. So a lot of these creeps have to die. Yeah. And even
I take what I please.
they pull off to the side, which is something that you probably have to contest.
They should contest it right now. Either that or get a kill, but with the Battle Hunger over on the Monkey King, you would have wanted that on Jiru, for example.
Well, there's no creeps in click range until right now, so you get decent duration out of it.
At the same time, you also don't get any kill threat out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Alright. I mean, is there much point watching the other lanes? I mean, top lane, no one's gonna kill anyone.
Listen, there shouldn't be a point.
Yeah.
That's not the same as that there isn't one.
Yeah. Well, for now,
Gotta say that kill threat does seem minimal.
Radiant's top
Transparency,
tower
yeah.
is under attack.
That's a good thing though, with at least having a warlock in lane. You can always just throw in these heals, keep everyone topped up. More or less.
Fatal Bonds only gets better the more heroes they are close to each other, so they will be happy to do that. Snapfire, do you really want?
Almost got the courier. But like I
That's
always say, almost gets you nothing, so the courier will walk away.
The Boundless is a pretty big commitment there just to save a courier. Maybe he's very attached to it.
I mean, level 1 Boundless, level 1 Jingo, it's even at the best of circumstances, it's not really where you start killing people. You start killing people when you have level 2 Jingo, level 2 Boundless Strike as well for the extra crit. And you still need to get the right clicks in the first place to build up that Jingo. Oh, yeah. But just for the sake of completeness here, mid lane is oh no, President P missed the last hit on the tower, unfortunate. But yeah, Morris slight advantage right now with that. Diablo, very very low. There's no other shrapnel available, so he should be able to walk it off. The heals from the Salve and the Shadow Word.
Ultra Magnus going very far to try to deny that creep, but no scar this time.
Yeah, mid lane pretty much even. Top lane though, slight advantage for the Dragon Knights perhaps, but a lot of these creeps have yet to be killed by the Spectre. You'd think though that
he has a
Breathe
big
Fire,
level advantage.
yeah. Again because of these creeps dying. Not yet dying. Spectre also doing a good job lasting down the tower. So everything is still even there. Meanwhile though, down bottom, there's the fight for the bounty rune. Ultra Magnus committing a little bit too deep there. President P making rotation around, but nice cookie to cancel teleport. First blood will be drawn by the mid Zeus. Will he be punished though? The Morris runs straight into him and TP out. Nothing to cancel that one to death, except death. Yep, I meant to say that. Death is the ultimate cancel.
It is. It was all yellow, going a little bit far forward here. No cookie yet from Transparency though, so he was safe there, even though he's not liking this battle hunger one bit.
Dire's structures are
You
fortified.
time it right, and even on the carry,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it's not always immediately able to get a last hit to get rid of it. So. And he skipped the call for now, so it's 2 points up in the battle hunger. It starts hurting a little bit more. Oh my god, Morris. He got the extra bounty rune. This was not
Very
picked up
nice
by
of him.
anyone on the Dire.
I mean, the same rune is also still up on the Dire side.
Yeah.
If we gotta go grab that one as well, maybe you take a nice little haste on the way. It would all be very sad for the Zeus, who has a bottle, whereas the Morris doesn't. He's just taking these because he can. Meow.
What we can do with that as well
Dire are
is
scanning.
perhaps rotate top, but Spectre does have level 6, so it could always taunt along to the other side of the map perhaps.
And that could be a kill as well, depending on the situation that the bot lane is at that point. Nice stun from Transparency.
Going to do much
He
with that.
does.
Meanwhile, Razor, yeah, he ran down to Zeus instead with a haste. Diablo dropping kind of low. That'll be enough to make them not want to commit down here to get a counter kill.
And this bot lane is sustaining, but by this point it's not really worth it anymore. They keep getting their range creeps tonight, and pretty much everyone on the other side of this trial lane is
Dire's middle tower
far
is under
ahead in
attack.
experience of their counterparts on the other side.
Sniper. Sniper got to the face. Light gets cancelled. Yeah, it's just. This is all back and forth from both sides.
I'm looking to see what the Spectre wants to build though. She is very low right now, and yeah, this is going back to base. I imagine she'll want to haunt back into lane, although into what lane I
Dyer's
couldn't say
middle
right
tower
now.
is under attack.
They might be looking to create an opportunity on bottom right now. Transparency getting low. Cenobite is all yellow.
Counting in on that with the cookie forward on Diablo. Zeus to steal the kill and also provide some extra vision. Yururo also very, very low. Spectre might be able to claim that for herself, and Castling says that.
Castling taps it.
This is my lane. I'm getting the kills.
I worked hard for this.
Got the vision here, got the link up on the Spectre, who's not fast enough to walk away from the Mars, but maybe now with the second last right click, it's just enough to finish that kill, and this just made that rotation less worth it, to say the least, you know.
To say the least, yes. At the very least, the Spectre buys her double Sage Mask before dying, so didn't lose that much gold. And this means that we're going to see an EE-style Spectre Necro book.
Yeah. It's, I actually played that the other day.
Oh man. Diablo went top now, so they are breaking up the laning phase, but they broke up this tri-lane very late, and now there's a level 4 Axe getting stared down by a level 8 Dragon Knight with his ult up.
Huh.
I don't think he survives this. He goes for another wave, but yeah, man.
I mean, he's fast enough, I guess. Musical chairs. All right, let's get ready for the derby of a lifetime. Which team will secure more points? The musical chairs.
It's a shame that the points get reset.
Yeah, it is.
Excuse me.
Well, the Axe is winning because he's the only one playing.
It'd be funny if someone else takes it now. I mean, if they can.
Not sure they can.
No.
Easy game.
Just Diablo, scoring points for his team. He's actually going toe to toe with THC now. Like you're losing a ton of HP here, man, and you're not getting that much done. That's a Dragon Blood, full leveled up Dragon Knight, and he is, yeah.
Where is he's kind of fast with the Battle Hunger as well.
He also can't really farm now.
No sort of health region, no ring of health, anything else, so he has to get his HP back elsewhere.
Ah, yes, he gets the tango from his support. True core player right there.
Tango ahead of Aura of the Snapfire, castling with the W, yeah. Might still end up dropping here. Nice little defense cookie though to get him out of range. Monkey King. They can't punish even Ultra Magnus there. Hero mids. Okay. Does not want to dive the tower, being pretty low himself.
He finally finds a ward that's been haunting him.
Mango tree for the Spectre. It's pretty nice. Having a Zeus on a team, you could always use these mangoes.
I can do with more of that.
Yep.
Snapfire also quite mana hungry.
Oh yeah, both of those heroes do very well with mango. Snap loves the HP regen as well, and President P made his way to bottom. Chiruru? Just a threat of an ult for now.
Not certain if they saw the Zeus. I mean, they have this forward observer watch here for the Radiant, and might have caught a glimpse of him walking in.
Yeah, they saw.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, THC is now the king of top lane. By default. No,
and the Morris knew that the Zeus was back, he's just going straight on in.
Ooh. This might finally be punished though. TB's coming
Java's
through.
also here.
Level 6, but there's a slow coming through. No call to stop him, but Spectre.
Cookie. Nice.
The cookie to secure that. Meanwhile, THC, yeah. Again, king of top lane by default. No one else is here, so he's just taking towers with the catapult.
Top tower is under attack.
This needs to be responded to though, but still no call on X. He by himself can't really do it, can he?
No. We have 2 cores here, but the Spectre is in no position to fight.
Radiant's middle tower
quite ready yet with the Necrobook.
This Zeus is holding on to almost 2k gold, by the way. I'm a little bit, and I'm going to say this straight up, concerned that he's going to want to go for Boots of Travel. Which is a very greedy build, and it's he will be paper. The Morris is going to tear through him every single time the two of them meet.
Yep. Well, normally you just go Ethelyn's axe, right?
Yes. But Force Staff is acceptable in some circumstances as well.
Oh yeah, Force Staff is this game probably quite useful.
Yes, I'd like a Force Staff this game. Also, just for the opportunity of saving your teammates here.
Yep.
Nobody wins when Razor is linking someone else.
You will be
Dire's
disappointed.
middle tower is
Just
under
queued
attack.
up the Boots of Travel.
I mean,
At the very least it means that he can be with his team when there's like these kind of back and forths.
like, Zeus doesn't need to be with his team.
Yeah, I mean...
That's the entire point of the hero.
There's only so
That's
much
like-
that the Thunder God's Wrath itself can do. Like, you kind of want to have the Lightning Bolt nuke as well in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's true. It's
Especially
just,
when-
I know they went for the superior late game, but as I said, the Radiant team is going to have this in the bag if they get out of the lanes well enough. And right now, the net worth advantage just briefly dipped over into 4K, and that is at 13 minutes.
If you look at
That's
the
terrifying.
distribution, all three cores are pretty much sitting at the top. Spectre's kind of tied with the Monkey King, but it's these momentum heroes like Razor and Dragon Knight who just
Dire's
sitting
top tower
way
is under attack.
comfortably on
Risen
top,
P,
and
getting
TK is
killed
even...
again. Ultra Magnus is here now. He is not getting out.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower.
Bye, my
Dire's
friend.
middle
Tier 1 tower goes down
has
again.
fallen.
Yeah, top. THC.
Oh.
He's brought this down to 700 health points. That tier 2 tower.
Yep. Missed
Dire's
misunderstanding on the
structures
bot lane, by the way. They wanted to cookie Diablo in, but he
turned around
had
to the last
already
second.
turned around.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So they're still not breaking this bottom tower, and their top tier 2 is getting taken. They have no space to breathe.
Dire's top
None
tower
whatsoever.
is
This
under
axe wants a
attack.
blink dagger, he's not even halfway there.
Spectre's got the Necrobooks who can start farming.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ah, yes.
Yay.
You can start. And that's an immediate Radiance queue up. It's...
Morris.
How
He's
much
just
is that
feeling
going to do for you when a Razor can just walk
Yeah.
up like this?
way too
Bane?
confident.
Found poor President P again.
Saham to give some vision to Morris. Able to finish that TP out before the call can come in. And they all just walk away.
That's a haunt wasted.
Yeah, this is where you know that things are a little bit concerning. You know, when they can just walk in all alone into the triangle and beyond, and they cannot get
Slightly
punished.
concerning.
Yeah, just a little
Such
bit.
deep vision placed by the Radiant as well, both on the top lane as well as in the triangle. And Ultra Magnus is just toying with his victims bananas. Hey, you want an axe? I have an axe for you, Morris.
Skills coming in. Kill goes away for Razor. And
Slapping him down.
oh, the courier! Oh! They don't want the courier. They want casting themselves. So. Could have gotten both if they were paying attention, but hey. Kill is a kill.
Well, there is a turnaround opportunity for this lineup for sure. Like, these individual pickoffs are very rough to deal with, but if the Radiant lineup actually bunches up, they can die in a matter of seconds still. There's a level 3 Fatal Bonds, the Cookie is now up, as well as the Chaotic Offering.
Maybe if you have to see
If-
that golem being dropped.
Yeah, if everyone on the Dire presses R at once, then yeah, Radiant team just melts, but the question is, are they going to be standing together for that?
Right now, they kind of are, but
Not the right position though, but this bot fight might be it.
MP coming in. What is this?
Dire's
Alright.
courier has been killed.
This time the Warlock was like, alright, you should have killed my courier earlier, so I'm just gonna give it to you now. Unfortunately, miss micro there.
Ultra Magnus is like, hey. Danger zone.
Looks like he's got things
Dire's
under
middle
control.
tower
They're
is
starting to
under
split up a
attack.
little bit now. Top lane. So, up some extra farm for the Monkey King.
Oh, Spectre finds her camp blocked. It feels bad, man.
No.
And there's several camps blocked, actually.
Oh.
I don't want to turn into an Ultra Magnus fan account here, but
Well, Transparency tried the globs, did not really hit too many of them, and now he just dies to raise. The Golem was dropped, Ultra Magnus also takes a few tower shots, plus the Spectre coming in, so nice counter snipe here, 1 for 1. But with a couple of these big ultimates being committed. And
the horn's up in another 20 seconds. But they do not have the Thunder God's Wrath for more than a minute now. It's just rough.
Diablo at least getting closer to his Blink Dagger.
Dire's bottom
Looks like he
tower
wants to
is
farm
under attack.
all the way on the other side of the map to make that happen. So that's for the top camp. And these... Oh, what? I was gonna say, at least Spectre hasn't died yet, same can't be said for the Zeus. The Moor is just running it down again. Poor guy.
He keeps getting run down, and yeah, at this point, Boots of Travel are not going to save you. You just die before you finish the TP. Oh, Diablo got found by Ultra Magnus.
Yeah. And guess who's there? It's Razor. Razor who? Razor who kills you.
Oh, dear. I was just going to contrast the fact that one guy is named literally Morris, and the other guy is Ultra Magnus. It's like, you know, one of them is... might just be his name, and the other one is extremely fancy made-up name.
DD Monkey King next. That's where you just resign yourself, you know.
This game is just rapidly falling apart, and again, they are doing what they need to do, which is not bunch up. It's a shame for us because we don't get to see any fireworks, but it's the way you play this one up. Oh, and Ultra Magnus.
And the Courier. Oh! Nah, didn't get the third right click in. There's a Fiend Scoop available now. And he gets it off before the Haunt can actually go anywhere. And that's an active sniper, by the way, so just in case they needed more stuns, they would have had them. He just picked up that.
Diablo is running at THC, but he can't cross the distance, and he gets...
Bonk.
He gets bonked.
Yeah, I don't recall things early, but...
I have to laugh, otherwise I'm just going to cry. President P getting chased through the woods.
Yes, the axe done. THC, they're not fast enough to keep up with them, actually. With the trouble, if nothing else, also give them a lot of movement speed, so there you go. Oh no, the Courier, not again! Oh, President P.
Ultra Magnus fan account here snipes a couple of mangoes too. It's like, hey, there's a tree up here. Wanna like do something about that, or do we just want to keep grabbing their mangoes?
Oh well. So they suddenly hit the timing quite well. 20 minutes in, 12k advantage. That is quite hard to come back from if you're sporting a Spectre who's barely halfway towards that Radiance.
Quite. I mean, a Spectre one can always come back.
This time Diablo's actually there. Like, I was saw a Courier walk down the lane again, and it was like, oh, okay, this time it's actually getting an item to Diablo, which is the Blink Dagger.
That's valid, at least. He can make things happen with that. There's at least some kill threat. Though, you know, even Jururu is hard to kill right now. This little sniper man is running around with Tranquil Boots and an Aghanim Scepter. He's got 1300 HP, he doesn't care.
Might be able to set up a kill on Diablo. There's the stun. Guess who's there? Morris, once again. They're just doing a really good job, just sweeping back and forth in this area of the map. And setting up for kill after kill. All meanwhile, THC is just pushing a random lane. All tier 2s have already been gone, so now it's just a matter of going high ground, perhaps even with the next Dragon form already. Doesn't look like they want to make a play for Roche anytime soon.
No, none of these heroes on the Radiant side are itemized up for Roshan. It's one of those things that you definitely get with a support sniper. Like, unless your offlaner is a Vlad's builder, you get
President P again. Oh god, just melts. Way too far in frontline casting. Doesn't have the Golem to drop in. He does indeed. And a couple of them are linked up, but the Golem just instantly dies as well. Nice combo. And there's the gloves. This is the combos. All the remaining arts being cast. They got the 1 kill. Is that actually enough to save this tower? I guess it's a pushing hero, right? So, has anyone told them that? They're still finding extra route over on Spectre. What the hell? That guy just randomly dies.
I didn't even know what killed him.
Plasma field?
I think it was plasma field, yes.
Oh boy. He just falls over, keels over, standing behind the Spectre.
I just feel sad. There's like more presidents dying in a disaster movie.
Ugh. Dropping like flies, even in their own base, under the cover of their towers.
White House down.
Yeah. Olympus Has Fallen, I believe, was the movie.
Oh yeah, that's the movie. Yes.
Question is, who's the security guard that swoops in to save the president?
It's gotta be Diablo, right?
Yeah, that would have to be Diablo.
Blink?
It'd have to be a little bit quicker this
blind
time.
blink
Oh
will do it.
My god, he almost got
so
him.
close.
Maybe they needed to wait for the Zeus ult to go first.
That's such a rough moment in the goals, though. If President P wasn't watching what happened there, then the Axe is just yelling at him to ult, and he's like, "What for?" And then he needs to explain it. And the Axe is like, "Fine, I'll do it myself." And this is, "Oh wait, oh I'll do that." And then you get what we just saw.
Can definitely imagine that.
Now imagine that 4 times a day in Russian.
I'd rather not. Thank you.
I'm sort of glad I'm not in Moscow anymore.
Trying to keep the out. That was never going to happen there with Ultimaxus on the case.
Everything Axe desire.
That's another free kill on Spectre, who did have the relic at least, I believe. Yeah, was on the courier. Which did not get sniped. It took damage from something, but it did not get sniped. So there you go.
Diablo got pinged in mid, but nobody came back for him, and now he's going to cut away. He also got himself a bounty room.
Nice.
He might pay for this one though. Manky Kang with the shadow.
Ooh, the blink. And the cancel. Oh. Too fast with the haste rune. Holy hell. Didn't have that haste there, you would not have been able to find him in time. Yep. Pretty sure. And hey, 2 heroes down. I guess one of them is going to come back, but they go for Roche.
This would be the one moment where the entire dire combo could just land.
It's not the fastest Roche in the world, so they might still have.
No, they don't see it coming. And even if they do, they don't have the map control. Look at THC, he's where he needs to be. He is popping that smoke just in case it's coming through underneath that vision.
Yeah.
But it's not there.
If there was a smoke, he would have popped it, they would have been forced to go on Dragon Knights, and he would have probably lived.
Yep. Man's got a pipe. He's got full bloods as well. Hey, you guys wanted this life steal for the no? Okay.
Well, it's certainly going to be helpful. Razor, he's been the one who's been frontlining. He is more net with the Monkey King right now, so of course he's also claiming the Aegis.
Yes, and you also want to give that Aegis to the hero that's actually going to be properly hitting the high ground. And that's definitely going to be Razor.
Yeah.
It's going to be the most in harm's way, usually. He is showing liberally on these dire wards right now, so I don't think they'll actually let themselves get caught. Also, don't think that he knows what to do with all his movement speed. He just keeps zooming back and forth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't handle the speed. Thought I had the need for speed, but I can't handle it.
Pressing the brakes, guys, it's not doing anything.
It's not working, yeah. Brakes are broken. Alright, the glyph will delay this. We'll get rid of the creep wave.
I mean, Castling is definitely applying the brakes for him.
Oof, that is, yeah. Where's your move speed now, Morris? Kind of a nasty position, because if you wanted to walk back, you'd have to walk through the freaking appeal. But it's over now. They're getting the damage over on the axe, and well, God, he just disappears before can call. But there's the golem. Everyone's kind of linked together. There's the gloves. There's the Zulsul. It was all yellow. He does not have the Aegis to help him, so they're trying to do some work against him. Now they only got The Razor here did not want to commit into the Monkey King ult, no matter how low he is. This was also Invis now with the Silver Edge. So they all survive another buyback. Sure, they use the Aegis. I think they can be happy with that, especially if they manage to force another fight with some of these ultimates on cooldown.
All of them are gone right now.
Well,
But the
Axel is
Spectre
his.
has a Radiance.
Oh no.
A significant one? I don't think that's a significant one. And he fought back, didn't he?
He did. I mean, it's less about the Culling Blade as it is about the Blink Call, but...
Yep.
Not
Well...
gonna have any of that.
No, sir.
You should just run straight back out Hegel. I think that's what they're gonna do.
This is a very good game, by the way, just in case that the Radiant watches back later, is... How can you diagnose earlier that you're winning all 3 lanes, and how can you end this game at 20 minutes? Because you have a lineup that can totally finish at 20 minutes. You can learn so much from this replay. How do you push this tempo even harder?
Oh, Kips, so judgmental. Already winning the game, then you just want them to win earlier.
I mean, these are Dota players. If they're not interested in improving, they should probably pick up, you know, Anthem right now.
Oh wow. That's quite the burn. Speaking of burn, that's another tier 3 that's going to be burned out by THC, who still has a good duration left on his ultimate. Also picked up a Titan Sliver, so if he wasn't hard enough to kill earlier.
There's also a Satanic on the Morris, so he has disassembled his Masked Madness into a quarterstaff and into the mask. Hook it into Satanic. You can now make a, for example, an MVP out of that quarterstaff.
Jumping on castling. Well, by the time he gets back, okay, he fights back. Still no golem, so he could have honestly waited for the timer. He's useless anyway right now.
Fatal Bonds is not useless.
Diablo, you're too far forward, always been caught out. Now Spectre haunts it back in the corner.
Look at that damage through the Morris.
So much damage. Alright, stand corrected here. Fatal Bonds doing almost enough here, but Spectre, everyone else, you're just falling apart too quickly in the face of all this damage. So they all die, they call GG. And we're going to game 3, Kips.
We are indeed going to game 3, and I have to say, with how equal game 1 was, I did not expect the second game to be this much of a waffle stomp. Because, let's face it, there were no plays to make for the Dire team. And that's one of those games that feels really bad, because you still have to play it out in case the enemy makes a mistake. You know you have to damage, if they will just group up in that one place, and you can't force it out. You lost all 3 lanes. You don't have any utility heroes.
Yeah.
So they just sit there, wait for the opportunity, and it never comes.
That's at a point where even if you have the Axe Blink, for one thing, if you are always the one initiated on, then that doesn't really count for much, you know? And it's even if you do find the call. I mean, we saw it happen once in that first high ground defense. In mid, they used all their spells. They got the call, and I believe in everything, but they only got the 1 kill on the THC, and then that follow push that had Aegises and everything. So it was just enough. Like if the enemy breaks high ground before 30 minutes, and you have a Spectre on a team, you can probably just call GG right then and there. So
I completely agree.
Yeah. Those are normally the kind of milestones or the kind of landmarks, whatever that you're looking for, that you're looking at. The end of the game, and it's like, yeah, there was no other way this was gonna work. So, well, unfortunate for the Google Cloud players, good for Microsoft, and also good for us, because we get to cast a game 3 of the Grand Finals here in this CEA Spring Series tournament for Dota 2. So, I'm happy, and we're gonna take a break, but we'll be back soon. So, don't you go away. Stay tuned.
I find it hard to keep to my own pace when the road ahead begins to fade. We try to keep our heads above the waves. You make it feel so simple. Every time we disconnect, I find another part of you left. And until we can intersect, we're going in circles. When I think I'm at my end, I'll wait for you to come around again. Before I make a break, you start to bend. You make it feel so simple.
As far as I can go, rest assured the wind will lead me far from home. Let's sail this world, the water beneath me is so clean, is so neat, is so pristine, splashing over me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and well, I could not be happier. It is the grand finals. If it went down as a 2-0, it just would not have been right. And well, the Dota gods have gifted us a game 3. Google Cloud players and the Bane and the Rana gangs 1-1.
Remaining.
The winner of this next game will take $2,000 for their charity.
Remaining.
The loser, well, they'll still get $1,000 for charity, which is always gonna be nice, no matter what. We're all gonna be winning
Dire team ban.
in some way,
Radiant
but
team
some
ban.
players are just gonna be winning more. You know. That's the way it works. Anyway, Kips, these last couple of games, any expectations now? Like how does the team dynamic work out after a win, then loss, and the comebacks? What is your insight on that?
Honestly, I know the Google Cloud players like their team fight combos. They might have gone a little
10
bit too
seconds
all in
remaining.
the last game. And I think that
5
Bane and Marana
seconds
gangs as
remaining.
well, the directions that I saw come from, and I'm just going to gush again. My man, Ultra Magnus, clearly telling his team to split up in some cases, to stop pushing solo in other places. It was just a well coordinated attack. It's always easier when you win all 3 lanes, but then again, they did have to keep sharp in that game just to avoid clumping up, because you could see even in that last fight the amount of damage that comes out from a completely one-sided draft like that is still ridiculous.
Yep.
So with some adjustment, I think Google Cloud players are the more team thinkers out here, I'd say, just because of their spell coordination and their tendency to favor that. But at the same time, they gotta find the balance, because last game was not it.
Yep. Well, as we head into the draft for the final game of this series, we see the Snapfire being banned. After some deliberation here, Google Cloud player is taking quite a bit of their reserve time for the last ban. Now, once again, of course, Bane first pick. If you let them get away with it, they will take it every single
They
time
will.
for good reason.
Still, no, give us Morana for the last game.
Yeah.
I'd be saying a Phoenix double
10
pick
seconds
here,
remaining.
though. I don't see any good reasons to ban the
5
Snapfire
seconds
otherwise,
remaining.
Yeah.
because they're the ones that have been playing the Snapfire. I don't think Bane and Morana
Radiant
gangs has.
team pick.
That is. That makes a lot of sense. What do you come with that up with, though? Or to even...
Axe,
Yeah.
Mars, if you feel like doing something fresh. I think both of them are not the greatest against Phoenix, just because Bane can save people that get caught in the arena, as well as the presence of the Bane being
10
good
seconds remaining.
for dodging any kind of axe blinks.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
And Bane himself specifically also doesn't really care about battle hunger, for example, just because you can always last hit a creep with brain sap.
Oh yeah. But then he takes a creep away from his carry. Maybe that is the ultimate strategy.
No.
No? Okay.
Dire team pick.
Kind of wish I still had the
Oh.
cams up for that, because that was
Ember Spirit.
very nice. But hey, yeah.
I'm just playing with camera, you know. I don't care.
Well,
You know, if I could actually make my eyes go 2 directions, I would do that, because then I could keep one eye on you and
oh
one
yeah.
eye on the draft. And then at the same time, I would also have the benefit that you
10
could
seconds
not say
remaining.
anything because you were too busy laughing and had to keep yourself muted.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, luckily my my screen is off to the side a little bit, so I will not be distracted, I swear. Unless I choose to. But yeah, someone who also should be distracted right now is THC, who's in the drafting chair for the Microsoft team here. I'll try to figure out what they want to do with that.
Dire team ban.
It is a sniper again, alright. Worked out well for them in last game, as the 4 positions. So again, first phase sniper. You probably end up having to put that in the 4 position as well. At the very least, it's another ranged hero, so you can kind of spread out. And then not all be hit by these Phoenix Spirits, so you can maybe click it like that,
Radiant
just
team
brute force
ban.
it down.
Mm-hmm.
And the Agnum
Pretty
Scepter, once you have
decent.
that, yeah, it's very nice extra lockdown for the Ember.
Pretty decent egg hitter as well, especially because it's a support you don't really like. a support sniper is not going to contribute that much to the team fight right-click wise anyway, so he might as well spend them on getting that Phoenix down. A
10
hero hit is a
seconds
hero
remaining.
hit, even if he's just, you know,
Oh, yeah.
poking you.
Even if it's a level 5 sniper with that the Moneyball neutral item, you know, minus 35 damage. Why you would have that and still be level 5, that's a different story.
I've never heard the phrase Moneyball for the Philosopher's Stone yet. I can't believe it.
I could not think of the real name. So made of something.
I am going to infect other people with this. Promise.
Yeah, I
He's
mean, this could
holding
be
the
our thing, you
Moneyball.
know. We could spread all of this ball and orb centered language into the cast, you know. I mean, you started with the coddle, you know, the orb of no, I think it was.
The Orb of No,
Yeah.
yes.
The orb of no, now the Moneyball.
Dire team pick.
Also, Phoenix Egg, I'm sure we can find. Look at that! Talking about ballers.
I mean, egg itself is also.
Yeah.
No, it would
Lich
be an
with
egg,
his
right?
frost orb.
Anyway, yeah. Chill Kugel.
So,
Kugel is the German word for ball.
10 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
I was about to say, hey, I know that, but probably a lot of viewers don't.
Yeah.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
I like this pickup into the sniper with the physical damage protection. That does a lot of work.
Yep.
The Bane can, of course, dodge a bounce of the ball, but he doesn't actually stop the chain. So, yeah, once again, Google Cloud players are really leaning into this this team fight aspect, but this time also 2 empowering supports for an Ember Spirit. I would like to see this Ember Spirit mid most likely though, and I'm not sure if they're going to get that. But I would not want an Ember Spirit to be forced to play in a lane where there's a support sniper, just because that sounds like pain upon pain upon pain.
Radiant team pick.
Crack and crack and crack. Alright.
Well,
Now
you
the
might
Razor
have to
comes
look up the side lane anyway.
Yeah. Don't necessarily want to play against that Razor in the mid lane. It's just gonna suck your damage and do inflict a lot of pain of his own. No sniper required, so.
It is possible to play your way out of that matchup, but
10
only in a
seconds
sense
remaining.
that you're most likely going to be a level behind anyway. But you
5
get to
seconds
live,
remaining.
you get to have mostly mid laner levels of experience, and hopefully you've got a camp stacked so that you can make up for the lost time. But it is not a fun mid lane matchup by any means.
Yep.
We'd definitely call it a 70-30 for the Razor.
But yeah, the Google Cloud players though, they have their very last pick coming into this game, so they have plenty of time to settle on another mid pick up against that Razor once they can confirm that that's actually what's going to happen.
Dire team
Well, the
picks.
Guap's not available.
Timbersaw against the heroes that we're seeing right here. I'm not sure if that's not going to bite them in the ass in the end. Because normally you want that hero against these big melee strength cores, and yeah, there's maybe not too much magical damage just yet. There's plenty of control just from the Bane alone, so they can keep him in place for a long time.
5 seconds remaining.
And you do need to keep in mind that right now they have 2 cores that are resistant to different types of damage. So Ember Spirit can tank a lot of magical before his Flame Guard goes down. Timbersaw is the other way around. The more you poke him with physical, the stronger he gets, but he doesn't like magical damage. So either way that the draft of Microsoft goes right now, they will have trouble bringing down either of these heroes unless they just once again overwhelmingly win the lanes.
Yep. That's an interesting way to look at it, actually. Yeah. And Timbersaw, he tends to get this early hood at the very least, just to make that a little bit tougher for the other team to burst them down with magic damage. And then there's, the Lich can buff up the Ember Spirit with the Frost Shield, so they have ways to mitigating these weaknesses, which is always nice. Alright, Juggernaut, just a cookie cutter hero, safe lane carry. Not really exceptional, not a big super counter, but it's also never a bad hero.
He is especially bad against heroes that can real easily click down his healing ward. So especially like the Maranas of this world or Dark Willow. Dark Willow is very good against Jug for that reason.
Phoenix actually also pretty decent if you're in a position where you can feel comfortable committing the Icarus dive aggressively. You can just dive in past that, get the click out during the dive. And then you just have to make sure to not be gone on and get kills.
The biggest reason that I see for this Jug, honestly, is the synergy with his Bane again. We saw in the previous game how much difficulty an Underlord had in getting out of that. A Timbersaw on the first 2 levels is also very likely to get murdered by that.
Yeah. In the later levels, like unless you get a good position in and a couple of points in the Timber Chain, perhaps.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, this spin scales quite well in the damage department with the first couple of levels.
It does. Like, what I've learned recently is that, especially in the earlier levels, normally with most offlaners, you should be fighting into that spin as opposed to running away from it, because you can deal a lot of damage to the Juggernaut during it. The problem is just that Timbersaw is not exactly a right-click trading hero.
Yeah. He does not do a lot of that. What's his base damage, like 50 or something?
Remaining.
55?
I'm not entirely sure.
5 seconds
I know many things, but the exact numbers is not one of them, unfortunately.
I can't be more than 55, I think. It's fine enough if you get a Quelling Blade, so you can kind of hit creeps still, but...
Sorta.
Yeah.
But it sucks.
Yeah. Truer words have never been spoken, I'm pretty sure.
New hero.
That's an interesting one. That has a lot of implications. But I am not certain if that's the right hero. Because it's always a bit funky when you're thinking about the fact that they're playing against the Phoenix. So Phoenix can always turn it into daytime on demand. So in any sort of team fight, Night Stalker's gonna have a phase where he's actually not stalking at night, where it's going to be daytime. You know?
Yep. And, you know, that attack speed that he gains during the nighttime is something that you need to bring down the Phoenix Egg, which is a thing that unfortunately makes it daytime.
The flip side is you have this AoE silence. If it is nighttime, it lasts for quite a while. It's really strong against Ember Spirit, something that the Yules... I mean, it doesn't get you out of it necessarily. It saves you for a few seconds, but it might not end up being enough. Same goes for Anti-Mage, actually. So this last pick is also quite bold. But maybe they're going for the strat of like, alright, we have 3 heroes that are hopefully going to be an issue for you, and you can't Fiend Script all of them, right? Maybe that's the idea.
It is that is one way to look at it, of course. This is not exactly a tri-core medium lineup here. Microsoft once again has just the faster team.
Yep.
And judging by this lineup, President P is on the Ember Spirit. If he's on the mid lane again, the Morris is going to have a good raise again once again. We've seen what he does with that, especially if he has a Bane to just set up for him running in.
That was it feels like every couple of minutes I'm looking at this Bane, he finds someone randomly anywhere on the map, and there would always be the Morris Razor next to him, ready to convert that into a kill.
Prepare for battle.
Fair, the Morris was playing no breaks gaming, and Ultra Magnus was playing a really good warding game. If we actually had time to talk about that, we could have gone into that more. But honestly, with the amount of death and destruction being rained upon the dire side of the map, there isn't really any opportunity.
Well, maybe we'll get a chance in this game as we are starting up game number 3. The final game of the grand finals here. The Corporate Esports Association Dota 2 Spring season.
And this one is for all the marbles.
Yep. All the marbles and all the dollars. For the charities, of course, because that's why we're doing this. Microsoft supporting a Child's Play. And the Google Cloud Player supporting the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for the 2019 novel coronavirus. Is, well, We have the hero hunt. Do you want to cast this one? I mean, Snipe is already the opposite of winning.
Yeah, he seems
Clicking
to
one
have
heroes.
clicked several heroes that were definitely not it.
Yeah. Alright, we'll see. Bane in the
Magnus,
lead right
Nature's
now.
Prophet, Weaver.
I'm actually really bad
Weaver
at
has
this.
already been found.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Still missing Magnus. Where's Magnus? Ah, up there. God. Don't even know how Magnus looks like in these kind of hero icons. It's like
Oh god,
some
they
are
look so silly when
recognizable, some are really not.
Lich, Earth Spirit, Necrophos. I see Necro.
I don't see anything.
Left of the middle.
Oh, I see Lich. Lich. Necrophos is there. Is no one playing anymore?
Oh, it doesn't look like anyone's playing anymore. Oh, I
Come
see
on,
the Lich as
guys.
well.
Come on.
Earth Spirit is the last one.
I don't see. Oh, I see him. Forgot about the others. God damn it.
Where's he hide? Oh, I see him too.
Bottom left,
Yes,
yeah.
okay. He has a very unremarkable face along all of these. Like,
Yeah.
some sprites are definitely higher contrast than others, though. Like Tusk looks very detailed.
Yeah.
And then you go, one up, and the Pangolier is just sort of, it looks a bit like a dog, I guess.
30 seconds to battle.
Alright. Shulak and Bane up top.
Dang. Look at that anti-mage swag.
Ooh. What is that cape? What the hell?
That has a price tag.
I can imagine. It's a fate. Two of the golden bashes. Yeah, he's an anti-mage player. Otherwise, you would not have items that are this expensive here. And actually going in, just trying to burn some of that mana, forcing out these shrapnels immediately out of the sniper. So it's pretty nice. And they secured an extra bounty rune.
I just want to say here that the last time I judged Google Cloud players on their cosmetics game, they aced that game. So I'm feeling it. Diablo also has got his cosmetics game on point once again. The only one who doesn't is President P, but it was the same in game one as well. It's okay.
Good night.
So once again, bit of a trial in. Only a defensive trial in here though, as yeah, this Night Stalker is not going to be happy with that.
Denied.
No, Night Stalker is very much like a Bat Rider in that regard. If you get trial in, you are just insanely unhappy.
Especially with okay, Sniper actually gets the courier, so find Miss Micro, but first blood will be going the way of Transparency here, as Anti-Mage would rather kill creeps. But yeah, I mean, Night Stalker, very weak laner until it's nighttime. And then you add a Sniper to it, which, I mean, if you can run at him, it's he's not nearly as obnoxious.
And a Sniper trades very well one-on-one with the support. The problem is that there's two supports here, and he just does not have enough damage to keep both of them off his back, so...
Even if he can right-click, I mean, there's Fire Spirits, long cooldown, sure, but when they're up, then he can't right-click you back, and then there's a Frost Blast, which slows you down when you try and run away, so it's not easy at all.
Not for thee.
All trades in this lane are bad, and the Timbersaw gets a side pull off on the top lane, so he is also going to be very happy.
Yep. Tower helping
That's
to push
going
us
to
out.
secure him level 3 pretty much. Doesn't even have to be under this tower right now, but he's feeling confident.
Almost got a last hit, but he is 55 damage, by the way, with the single Iron Branch at level 2.
I bow to your knowledge.
I got the right general area at least, so I'm happy with that. Yororo trying to mix up something somewhere else, I guess. Lich is on the case.
Might have been looking for a career snipe. Lich
Cast-
just mirrors
yeah.
him.
Casting Lich, by the way, that's what he's been playing in the semifinals as well, I believe, a couple of times. And
Could very well
been
be
pretty good
possible.
at it. I think.
And THC is... He got pushed off the creep wave completely during that last round over there.
I want to see Anti-Mage reflecting the void. Hasn't skilled it yet, but he will eventually.
That would be pretty sick.
We'll see if that happens. What else can you reflect? Oh, we could reflect the Omni Slash. That would be sick.
Diablo?
Ooh. Ultimate Chain, but not quite enough, or is it? No. The last right click enough despite all the extra armor. That's where I feel cheated, you know. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, I've got my stacks. I'm on the tower. I should not die
No,
directly.
that's magic damage. And that was always going to come in at some point. He was ready for it, but Juggernaut's got his boots already.
Enough health points of his own to be able to afford diving on a tower like that. There's no rotation to try and punish that, so he gets to live. THC, at the very least, he can... I mean, the silver lining is that he's keeping both these supports down here and just... Not even stealing experience, because they're keeping well outside of XP range, but they're not going to get much themselves for a while.
That said, Jiruru has no place on the map right now. He's not even level 2 yet. He's going to be a courier sniper, I guess, from this ward. There are 3 couriers going to be moving in and out of bot lane, so I guess that's where your chance is highest, but...
There's one Lich with raindrops, observer ward clarity. Sniper's leaving now. Oh no. No sniper. Wants to stack hams and get runes, I guess.
Unfortunate. I like how he's also made his purpose clear just through his quick buy. It's like, I buy Aghanims.
Yeah.
Nothing else is going to happen. I buy Aghanims.
She missed that stack, I believe.
Did.
Yeah. Was stacked once before. Did not get the triple. Not sure if the Morris is gonna like that as he gets his clarity cancelled. We'll scout out the fact that there is a ward here, but the one's about to expire.
That's... You'd rather not give away the ward itself, but the vision is going to be gone anyway.
Yep. Try to get the value of this. Yeah.
And the poor homeless sniper is now trying to find himself a new place on top. He's going to get a courier.
The courier, 1, 2, and 3.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice.
Once again, on the way out though, that's not as painful for Diablo as it could have been.
Yep. This could be though. There's a level 2 spin to take over. Let's position himself aggressively so he can catch up with Diablo. So let's try and get himself out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, so...
Castling waiting in the wings on mid now. Ah, yeah, he snatched that haste rune. Not for you, Morris.
Not
no
this
race
time.
car anymore.
Not
yes.
this time, yeah.
We are done with you running around like you own the place.
President P is level 6 now though, so he can keep away from the Morris, so he should be fine in that regard.
And he has done about as well as can be expected on his mid lane. Of course, he doesn't have nearly as many denies, but he did roughly keep up in levels. And yeah, as I said, he is about a... oh, he's not even a level behind even. That's very nice.
Nope.
Doing better than expected.
He is quite close indeed. And of course, the anti-mage. He's sitting way on top of this shot. 41 and 22. 42 and 22 now, which is much better. THC, it is nighttime, but he's on level 3, so it doesn't really count for much. He cannot leverage this whatsoever right now.
In fact, he has to be very careful that he doesn't just die. Luckily for him, Castling doesn't have the Sinister Gaze yet, otherwise he is confirmed a dead man.
Even if they just catch him and he's still hiding
all of these range creeps might get denied as well.
Nah, there's only the single setter there.
No, he's not gonna do it, okay. Still, this is definitely where you need to shove THC off the wave. He can't be allowed to get this.
Walking
Send him home, boys.
Yeah.
Maybe they were expecting a gank. The Morse is missing right now.
Just hitting creeps of his own. At the moment.
And Diablo is behind the top tower by now. Man's got level 6. He's not afraid of anything anymore.
You can keep the stacks up very easily of just tanking up the entire creep wave. THC up
Ultra
to level
Magnus
4
is
now.
going to have to reconsider his positioning here, as in his position on this side of the map in its entirety. Just like his positioning means in like.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, yeah, they've been able to keep THC away from some of these range creeps at least. They're also using this kind of momentum to put some pressure on this tower. Taking turns tanking the tower as well to keep the catapult alive just that little bit longer, and then glyph as well.
Very nicely done.
Yep.
And this now means that if THC comes forward again, there's not even going to be backup for him.
Now, with the extra slows coming through, no more mana. We don't have to follow Frost Blast, so he gets to walk away this time. But it's anti-mage. He's rapidly closing in on that Battle Fury.
Went for the Mithril Hammer first as well, which always feels great.
Yep.
Now
What
got
was
the Ring of
that?
Health as well.
Omni Slash used there on Lich as he was TPing top. It's a bit of a waste.
Unfortunate. And yeah, this Juggernaut is looking for a Battle Fury again as well, but
Diablo, oh
he's
no.
behind on that.
Missing Timber Chain. Nightmare not lasting too long with all this damage coming through, but Diablo, another Timber Chain across. He barely lives there.
He has a lot of mana left.
He did not have a
He
great
also
amount of
has
stacks
Return.
either. I was very surprised that he does not get snapped down there.
Tank him up, boy. Yeah, look at those stacks kicking in. That feels much better. And meanwhile, Ultra Magnus, juking and jiving, and surviving.
Keep the double damage room for Endless Spirit here, who does not have too much mana to keep going, but dive coming cooldowns, not enough damage, I believe. Lich at the same time went down top. Of course, it chose the wrong chase to follow. Unfortunate. Anyway.
Always.
Always, yeah.
I'm trying.
It's a guarantee. Technically, I should be looking at the opposite of what you're looking at, but it makes it a bit hard to commentate.
What we really need is a picture-in-picture. The third guy. Ultra Magnus is level 6. Oh yeah, going straight for the anti-mage. No counter spells, so no chance to remove like that one, even if he's not coming. So that's a nice pickup, especially for THC. Considering how much he's been struggling. Meanwhile, Raisin up top lane. Did we have these same issues when we were casting the semifinals, where one player was just...
I know how this one built up though, as he tried to go for Diablo with his link, couldn't actually get a long connection, and then overstayed his welcome.
Alright.
Dire's top tower
Quite the
is
same
under
as like
attack.
one player just overextending when he knows that the rest of the team is going to go down.
No, it's not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 goes down up top,
Dire's
bottom
top
lane.
tower has fallen.
Don't quite have the same
Dire's middle
pressure
tower is
there.
under attack.
THC at
I want to
daytime
also
is
point
getting
out
angry.
that President P has gotten this dire mid tower to within an inch of its life. And that is great news. It might actually get denied here. Let's see if, yeah.
You
No?
never want to deny the tower, even if it's in range, unless it's actively being threatened.
Well, President P is right here, but I guess you could be looking for a Lich kill or his courier.
The
Physical
courier,
damage shield.
Omni Slash, bouncing back towards the creeps. Yeah, of course. This always happens.
Dire's top tower is under
Definitely when I play Jug.
Yeah. Diablo doesn't have a crazy amount of stacks right now in casting. Alright, he just gets...
Yep,
down.
and
It
the
is
bounce
nighttime.
to the creeps there as well.
See with silence. Diablo still... He's actually going back in. He does not feel the danger at all. Nightmare open and Misbird. Old Magnus though, he just gets nuked down. Everyone's very, very low, in fact. Diablo.
His Flame Guard dealt so much damage.
Dire's bottom
It's an
tower
arcane rune
is
for
under
President
attack.
P as well. If he ones up, he can totally fight again. Said no rune for him just now.
What do you make of this Blade Mail build?
Blade Mail build?
Yeah,
Really enjoy it. This is like, even if you don't get to use it as a blade mail, the stats are so good right now, it's ridiculous. The Ember likes the armor as well. So, all around, nice pickup, especially when you need to play this hero more tempo and you know that, your anti-mage only just got a Battle Fury. That said, anti-mage got a Battle Fury.
Oh, Battle Fury 30 minutes. That is very fast, actually. Of course, you skip the boots, you only got the gloves of face right now, but of course, once you get the Battle Fury, the farming speed just gets increased.
Skyrockets.
Yeah, quite a bit. He's gonna
Also
have
notable. And he is going to be able to sometimes move outside already and keep those lanes pushed out, which is very unfortunate for the Dire because they don't have any towers down just yet. Even his bottom tower is still on a lot of health.
Diablo, 1.5 health, might be a bit of trouble, especially with the sniper coming through, but no, it's not enough damage to Mars. Now he dies instead with Supernova in the back. Nemesis Spirit in the front, just did more than enough damage to finish him off. Another chains available in a couple of seconds, but Ultra Magnus able to get to safety, but they got the high value kill, and more importantly, they can also keep this pressure.
Anti-Mage was fighting Juggernaut in mid. Maybe not. Maybe not. Like, the rest of your team went great early item builds, and just, tend to thine agriculture, my lord.
There's no other way to play this hero. I believe, like, a few years back, there was some sort of weird different anti-mage build, including Vanguards.
Yes. There's always been rumors of the Battle Mage, including Vanguard Mjolnir builds, but I don't believe in the Battle Mage.
Especially not now. Battlefield got a few extra buffs in the recent patch. Especially as far as the build-up is concerned. And at the very least, thanks to this buff on the top lane, THC has been able to work on his bottom tower. He's getting glyphed up now, but nobody has come his way to actually mess with him. Nope.
And that's a bit of map pressure lost for the Radiant. Sling?
Sling versus Ultra Magnus. Phoenix goes in just to threaten. And they find a ward, very nice.
That's a win.
Radiant's bottom tower has been
bottom
denied.
goes down, but was denied. So President P just too scary for presence. For Night Stalker, maybe he wants to set up for something up top. He does not want to go on Diablo. He does want the Phoenix, the person who can turn it into daytime and still be able to. Nope, get snooped down.
No bounces on that either. That is painful.
It's painful lead to casting will also have to bite the dust. Diablo,
Yeah,
keeping out. Ultra Magnus is there.
He's going to get Fiend Script. I mean, they don't even need to use the Fiend Script.
No.
Oh goodness, so all that time given to THC really comes back to bite them in the ass.
Especially if the Phoenix is the first one to go on, because then he can't just go in with Supernova and nullify it.
And this is also a result of the Ember Spirit showing on the bot lane and denying it. At almost the same time, the AM shows in mid, and suddenly the Dire know that there's only 3 heroes on top.
Yep.
And if you're with only 3, you don't really want to use your Supernova. If there's 5 people coming at you, you don't feel like it's worth it.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame actually, because they did have the outpost. I did not check the TP scrolls. But I thought for a second there that the Radiant backup was totally going to come in, and it did not.
I'm not sure about the TP status, remember. They might have TP'd down to the bottom lane. Ooh, Ring of Aquila, very nice item. Essence Ring as well. Extra stacks for the Anti-Mage. Gonna be thanking his team later. So at least you've got those cards still in your hand, you know, this Anti-Mage scaling with complete free farm.
You got those in your pocket, but Juggernaut is not exactly someone to discount either.
Yeah.
He's keeping pretty good pace, even though he does not have a blink to move from camp to camp with. And yeah, that's not your jungle, my friend.
It is now. Home is
That
where
goes
the
with
farm
the
is, right?
This is true.
That's a saying, isn't it?
Home on the range.
Emmersburg's a couple of years around him, but of course he doesn't have anything to work with. Plus the Arcane Rune bottle, so if they
Radiant's
want
middle tower
to turn
is
this
under
into a
attack.
fight,
They
Radiant
also
Maybe
spotted
could.
the Bang moving in for the flank, so he's not going to fall for that anytime soon.
A tool to teach.
those
Yeah,
heroes that have to be very,
yeah, okay.
very off here. And it's even going for the Lincoln Sphere. Against the Bane is up top castling, gone on, but with the silence, he will die to Juggernaut. Everyone else gets out this thing, right?
And stupidity.
So overall, quite even match, isn't it? I mean, both cores, both horn positions are farming. I guess the Ember versus the Razor is a bit of a discrepancy here. As,
Yes.
President P has actually been able to farm up quite efficiently across the map.
The Razor has more than 1,000 gold sitting in his pocket currently, though. That's it. Oh wow, the Ember has almost 3k sitting in his pocket. No wonder neither of these teams are really moving. If you have that much gold, you don't want to do anything.
Walking for this outpost. I think the courier from the Anti-Mage saw Ultra Magnus. They did not see the smoke. Ooh, the Aghanim Scepter on Sniper stuns him up into the silence. He needs some help, but can they? There's daytime at the very least. And he does get to run it out. Nice little chains thrust bouncing here. The Morse almost dead. And the last bounce will finish him off.
Oh,
Bane also in the
drive-by.
wrong position. Now Remnant forward. There's a spin available. You have to keep the chase going if they want to kill this Juggernaut, but
Diablo can pretty confidently tank an entire Omni Slash. Not anymore now, though.
oh, he's dead! He could not go for the Omni! He was chained up. President P with the snipe. Oh, that was next level. That was next level.
It was. President P has really been on point with these shackles, hasn't he?
He's angry about this last game. I mean, Zeus was not really...
I would be.
Yeah, it was quite a different type of hero to what we've witnessed him playing before. Even just game 1, the Queen of Pain.
Yep.
Very mobile, very bursty, and Emberspirit is very much a hero that works along those Incan lines. And you can really tell that this player knows what to do with that.
He feels so much more in his element.
Yeah. And he found the region rune. Makes sense.
Castling?
That's been scouted.
You got him. You got him, buddy. You got him. Why do you run away?
What?
Oh no, that's not a sentry. What? Oh, I thought he'd sentry there. He just got spotted placing at war. Like, he gets spotted so hard.
Yeah.
That's painful.
Thought he was fine because when they got their own sentry up a little bit north, but it does not catch the
Yeah,
so
they have been they have been having sentry wars up in this woods. I've kept half an eye on that. It's
Radiant's middle tower
you know,
is
it's
under
funny,
attack.
but at the same time, it's funny because it's happened to me. Ultra Magnus places a ward under an already placed sentry. They know he's around there again. I mean, it is the proper place for him to be. They should expect him there any idea. Emma is not falling for that sniper Ags trick again. No, sir.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
it's another reason for this
top tower is
Lincolns,
under
but
attack.
he's finally committing for some items.
Radiant's middl tower has
Mid tier
fallen.
1 finally goes down as they're also finishing up the top tier 2. Last hit goes away with Diablo. Instant smoke. So rotating perhaps away from the Juggernaut.
AM's very close to Manta style. He's very upset that there's no creeps in these camps. Yeah, now he's gone.
Once you get towards that Abyssal, you can even solo the Juggernaut or at least take him out of the fight.
Well, right now this Juggernaut is all on his own. You just found out that this is not his jungle.
Oh, reflected the Omni Slash.
Oh, reflected
That
slash.
looks really, really weird, but hey, that is. Juggernaut will still end up dying here. Silences, Nightmares come out of the Supernova.
Nice Echo
nullifying that Night Stalker threat. And he just dies immediately during that Supernova. And now, hunting for more. President P going forward. Another chains over on the Sniper. Fiendskill on one, Nightmare on the other. But the flames are still burning him down. Magnus also very low indeed. And too low, in fact, as Razor gets sucked back by Castling. Unable to really leverage that power.
Diablo, do you
Sucking
really?
away from
Yes, he
President P.
really.
And, oh my god, is he going in? Everyone's kind of too low for that at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe
Dyer's
take what you
middle
get,
It's like
take
if
your
it's
almost
only-
team wipe.
It's only one guy. Guys? Yes.
It's only one guy, yeah, but he has more health points than all of us combined.
Radiant structures
Oh, that's
are
a
fortified.
really good leap in net worth for the anti-mage though. After that fight, he's like halfway through his basher.
Yeah. That's yeah, he's hitting some superb timings on his anti-mage. This is the kind of game that you like to play.
Mm-hmm.
Just bounce around the map, farm creeps here and there, push out waves. Every once in a while, join team fights.
You know, mop up 4 heroes, just another day at the anti-mage office.
Yeah.
He ran into the Juggernaut, though, and he still does not want to get into that particular scuffle, even though he outlevels him by 3 full levels.
And once you get the Abyssal Blade, you basically can jump the Juggernaut before he spins, burn all his mana, and then he can't do anything. So.
Yep. Jugger Boy better start carrying some mangoes around.
Yeah, one earlier.
He's working for the same item build-up, but he's definitely behind by now. It just feels like... I don't know. I've seen this mistake in like the very first game where you itemize against your direct opponent as a carry when, you know, you won't win that.
Yep.
And hey, Ultra Magnus found asleep and the Morris is near, but this time it's Diablo and he doesn't die that easily, so they gotta call in the cavalry.
Next
Yes,
play
he's
Timbersaw,
here.
he does not seem to be dying too much. Supernova comes out here before Suns
Oh,
can
hey.
connect. Diablo is still very much alive, still rooted up, but yeah, he's gonna live. Chain Frost not bouncing. THC, she's of course still end up dying here, especially with the remnants forward. President P, Nightmare up now. Get for latest. Diablo, they still, alright, they got him now. I'm sure that's fine. Extra stun
President P
over
still
on
sleeping in the
Transparency
trees.
is, yeah. That took a while. Trying to TP out, that was not gonna happen. Omni slash tank though, so I think he's gonna be fine with that in the grand scheme of things.
If he lives, he's the king. Now he's a little bit disappointed. This is, as a Timbersaw, the point where the absolute king of the map, and dying at that high point feels bad.
Dyer's bottom
Then again,
tower is
you've
under
had the
attack.
entire enemy team
Radiant
at
are
your
scanning.
throat.
Oh, for a solid 10-15 seconds. It's almost not enough.
Oh, anti-mage went in.
Hoping for the, I was gonna say hoping for the bash, but it's, oof, it's problematic. Sniper with the ults. And, okay, yeah, that was no means good. Of course.
His Manta style. He should not die there. And hey, Diablo's back.
Silence on Nightmare, alright. Wasting a bit of time there, so they have to abandon this.
You don't have the Fiend script this time, though.
Yeah.
That makes all of the difference.
Still picking away at this tier 1 tower. To mage somewhere else entirely already, of course. Has the basher completed now. President P also pushing on mid, so they're not interested in fighting for the tier 1.
Look at how little damage they're doing.
Oh my
Dyer's middle
Transparency, you
tower
actually have to
is
click the
under
freaking. There we go. You have to click it when you
Please
die.
click the ward. Lincoln
Magnus?
is up on the Ember now. He does not fear many things. What happened?
Bane Nightmare himself.
Dyer's middle tower is under Dyer's middle tower.
It's such a low cooldown to counter spell, like it's ridiculous. How is
Yeah,
that a
it
3-second
it's very
cooldown?
stupid. I don't know, but I've played some very silly... Oh, what was I playing? It might have been like a lion or something, and I kept hexing myself.
Yeah.
It's not
You
fair.
think like, oh, he just used counterspell, it's fine, I can target him now. Nope. It's off cooldown again. Oh well. Oh, Diablo. In a bit of trouble now, he's all alone.
And the Fiend Script was available this time. That said, we've seen a full Fiend Script tank here before. Not this time.
Night Stalker with a DD. If he didn't have the DD,
Yeah,
maybe
if
it
he
takes
didn't
a
have
bit
DD,
longer.
it would've been- we might have gotten that again, but...
He also has the Spirit Vessel, by the way. I'm not sure if we talked about that.
Sir?
Spirit Vessel Night Stalker, so...
No, we haven't really discussed that yet.
Yep.
He's had that for a long time, though.
Okay. Phoenix, same thing, but of course it's
Dire's
extremely
bottom tower
necessary
is
up
under
against
attack.
the Timbersaw in particular.
Yeah,
Fencing
it was
and
not optional for
leveraging every-
THC. Whereas for the Phoenix, it's like, you better buy that as a courtesy before you get to the Dagonet Scepter. Okay. And then we can maybe excuse the fact that you're not buying Shivas here. Or like Guardian Greaves.
Alright. Agnum Scepter is the choice for Phoenix, so we're looking to do some 6 saving plays. Potentially.
Can you silence an egg?
No. An egg has
You
no
will
voice,
always
so you
say-
cannot silence it.
Deep.
Yep.
Hashtag philosophy. Hashtag life
Incidentally, it
questions.
also means that you cannot really silence the IO,
Radiant's
because there's no
bottom
mouth to
tower
speak
is
with.
under attack.
It just has hero voices. That's not good.
But does it have to scream?
Dire are
I'm so sorry, this Night Stalker just died and we're still waffling on. I can tell you, by the way, that the glow that I saw on the horizon that I was discussing during the break is not, in fact, the sun still going down. It's the sun
Radiant's
coming up
bottom
again.
tower has fallen.
Alright, it is, what, 3:30 in the morning?
Yep, 3:30 in the morning.
Welcome to Finland.
Yeah, enjoy your stay.
Yep.
So, President P
Dire's
just
top
left a
tower
remnant on
is
top
under
lane.
attack.
Diablo is going to move all the way up to this tower. And yeah, the Dire are going to have to react to this.
Radiant are scanning.
And this would be the moment, if you're planning this ahead, where
Dire's
you
top
take
tower
Roshan
is under attack.
as Radiant. But in order for that to happen, maybe your anti-mage needs to feel safe and secure and not be cut off by Ultra Magnus, once again placing his wards as deep as he can.
Dire, they have so much vision around this rush pit, and the Radiant have 1 ward up above it, which is not particularly useful.
Invisibility.
Not really.
But hey, they have the power of friendship and they have the power of Diablo, who feels strong. And yes,
Yeah.
has friends. There we go. Juggernaut, that would be a good kill if they could get it, but not enough control. He's been. Oh, there. Never mind. There it is. There's the Abyssal Blade into the Omni Slash. So that'll do some damage. Gear casting will end up dropping. But now the Supernova THC. Yeah, you're not right-clicking that. You got it once. That is not enough. Can they take advantage of that? Anyway, still working away at this Juggernaut. They finally bring it down with a big old nuke. THC actually clicking out a Phoenix here as he did not get any more help. Back on Timbersaw preventing his impact. Now President P. He was not really comfortable just mixing himself up in all of these shenanigans. At the end of the day, a 2-for-1 trade with a lot of spells being exchanged.
But it is 2 supports
Still
for the enemy character.
Yeah, that's true. It gives him the confidence. That and the fact that Nightstalk ult was used, so there's not going to be a night time for this Roshan
No
fight.
Fiend's Grip right now either. Ultra Magnus wants to peek in there, but that's dangerous proposition.
Radiant are scanning.
Now comes in.
I'm not sure you can fight this.
Is that the chain frost between 2 heroes?
Oh,
doing
beautiful.
so much work! They're just falling apart. Now the Morris. Oh god, he watched as his team died so gruesomely before he joins them in the afterlife. And
Yeah, and Juggernaut's up again
no.
now, but he has no friends.
I mean, at
Did
this
he
point,
before?
at
I
that
don't
point,
know.
you had to realize that you were never gonna contest this Roche.
No,
So you should not be anywhere near that area. Should have been pushing out mid and bottom and farm jungles and whatnot. Instead, they were
No,
kind
that's,
of lurking around the Roche pit and just opening themselves up to this. Oof.
It is like, even if you're a hero up there, all you have to do is compare the net worths of the heroes involved, and you see that you are not taking any fights there whatsoever. The Juggernaut is the only one who's even close to the anti-mage, and he's just going in again. This
He
Bane
does not
is
care. Bane is just
frozen.
dead. THC with a silence. Well, they can't really make use of that. Quick snipe.
Radiant's top
But
tower
they do
is
not
under
have a
attack.
crazy amount of tower power, so they'll have to labor through this a little bit. But just showing the fact, hey, We are powerful. We have this anti-mage with an Aegis, with an Abyssal, Manta, extra damage from the Greater Fairy Fire. Now, through to another nighttime sounds on everyone. Some Supernova again, countering it out. He would have been a target, but he survived through all of that, and now it's Mage going back in with control over on the BKB up Morris. He cannot stay in fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they'll eat through this barracks despite the repair kit. All of this farm, all of this time, all the space that this anti-mage has gotten, it's paying off right now. So moving straight up towards the top of Mars. Back up to full health. No BKB available. Nightmare over on one, Fiend's Grip on the other. Maybe can make something happen, but the Omni Slash focusing on a Timbersaw. Don't need to start to bring down anti-mage in the back, just burning the mana.
He's going in.
Fighting these strength heroes is President P. Yeah, he was looking to help. Mage already blinking away as President P. Okay, that is problematic. He does not have a remnant ready. So that'll be the end of that.
Ooh, that's rough. He saw that THC was getting low and he really wanted to get a dieback out of that Night Stalker, but you know, Night Stalker's still very tanky. Survives that attempt, and yeah, going in without a remnant there is a little bit ill-advised.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a miscommunication as well, because I believed Anti-Mage, he was in there just a moment before. Maybe they wanted to make use of the Aegis. Or kept fighting there, but instead he blinked out while Ember was in.
Not sure. This Juggernaut's in trouble though.
He is. If they see him, they do indeed. Blink forward, no mana, and you're dead. That's what I was talking about earlier. AC also finished an anti-mage. Oof. How do you deal with this guy when he's with the rest of his team?
You don't? Like, the way that they set up that defense right there with the anti-mage actually being nightmared is probably the only way that you can deal with him. Like, just get him out of the way for a couple of seconds and try to kill someone else. Anyone else. Maybe not the Timbersaw though. He has this unfortunate tendency of living.
30 reactive armor stacks, so that's 69 health regen per second. Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Feels as a Bloodstone. I normally don't like this item on Timber, but that's because Timbers often bite pretty early. This guy went for a Blade Mail, went for a bite with Insight. He's done his job. He gets to buy a fun item now.
It's just going in. He's sick of the sniper. And Glimmer Cave saves him. Alright, that's a bit annoying. No, damage is being drained. Morris actually finds a nice target. They have to abort this one.
Diablo's still in though.
Yeah, he's very deep. And there's not too many stacks here. Anti-Mage, no Fiend's Grip up. They cannot stop this here, but they also cannot do the damage to him. THC. Oh, falls out of Supernova. Anti-Mage, he's not doing anything in this fight. He's Fiend Script, Nightmare, X-Stun from the sniper. But it doesn't matter because the Morris was not ready to fight. Neither was the Juggernaut. Unable to find an angle into this fight. It's the second that Rex going down, and the Morris he just falls apart. He does have buyback. We'll have to use it immediately. But it still do not have the Night Stalker available. 50 seconds, no buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall for this one, kids. I'm confident saying it. I mean, no game's unthrowable, don't get me wrong. But this one's looking pretty hard to throw.
It is, yes. And normally I don't like to use the word throw. I like to look at, you know, how can the losing team still force out mistakes. But the problem is that the easiest way to do that is through teamfight ultimates, and specifically a big combo in, you know, the high ground choke point. But they don't have any of that.
Yeah.
The best they can hope for is like Night Stalker silence on a couple of people at once, and then a big plasma field. No, the Eye of the Storm can do damage, definitely. There's no BKBs up on these cores, for example, but that's about it, and you're not going to be able to hold people there for very long. These cores on the side of the Radiant are so mobile.
Yep. That's true, all of them are super mobile. I mean, we talked about it for President P earlier. Naturally, the Anti-Mage just blinking about on, what, 4-second cooldown? Yeah. And, of course, Timbersaw as well, 3.5 seconds, even lower on the Timber Chains. Courtesy of that quickening jump.
Ultra Magnus has this entire area where the Radiant will now play already warded up. But what good does it do for you? You can see the Nightmare already coming.
It's a bad kind of nightmare. Not the good kind.
Do you have good nightmares?
I mean, Bane certainly has good nightmares.
That's true.
Because like, yeah, other people's nightmares are his fun dreams.
Yeah, that sounds like Bane. I wanted to... Oh, Rapier on Jug.
Alright, this is a Hail Mary play.
He's going all in.
Big Omni
Or
Slash.
die.
Could turn things around.
We have seen a big Omni Slash turn this very series before.
Indeed, but you need to find the right target.
He's going in.
Breaking the link, silence coming on a couple of people here on no supernova this time. 2 heroes down for the count, both supports. And now follow-up damage here. The Morris though take quite a bit, able to get away from Anti-Mage. All 3 cores using that mobility, and stun will be dodged by Remnant. With the silence and the extra move from THC, able to stop at least the Stimulus TP, so he will get a core kill.
Meanwhile, Anti-Mage, other side of the map, drops a leveler. Casually.
Yeah, he can keep that in his back pocket. In case he ever wants to hit buildings.
Rapier Gambit works out though.
Yeah. They hold the base. They finally get some breathing space. They can push out. Can, I guess buybacks not all that important right now for Juggernaut, is it?
No.
Can look for another item.
It's completely unimportant even. If he is dead, the game is over.
Alright. We're still in it. This is the grand finals. They have everything to play for here. No reason to give up.
And both of these are really going toe-to-toe, aren't they?
Yeah. It's the kind of series that you always like, you know? I mean, first game was a bit back and forth, you know? But ultimately, the good cloud players, they did it. Could see an echo of this same type of story here in game number 3 if they do not fall off the wagon here, if they manage to maintain their balance. They've been rocked a little bit, but there's still a few team fights that they have to win on the side of Bane Mirana gangs for them to really just come back comfortably in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they smoke up right now.
Keep your
There's
Night Star.
nobody to be found. Anti-Mage assassinates an illusion.
Got him. Anti-Mage doesn't know what he wants. He has 3 neutral items. He's hogging all of them. Illusion Escape, Ninja Key, and Leveler.
And he is probably the best carrier for at least 2 of them. The Leveler and the Illusion Escape, like, what else do you want that on? That said, the Ninja Gear could be very useful for someone like President P if he goes on an assassination mission.
Yeah.
And he has a spell prism. I don't think he's unhappy.
Oh no.
Anti-Mage just blinked in.
Pretty good. Blinked indeed. He's just going ham, but Nightmare up. With the BKB, the sounds comes through. Can he control him? Well, it is daytime again. Supernova a little bit further down south, trying to buy some space for this Anti-Mage, and they do not quite have the damage ready in the front lines. Juggernaut. Very careful about how he engages here, waiting for the right moment, but a chain frost bouncing back and forth. Ultra Magnus very low, so it's the Morals, but it's actually casting and goes down first. In exchange for Bane, the Omni Slash on the President P, bring him low, but not low enough. Swift Slash now on Diablo. They'll finish the job on one of these cores. Casting buys back into the fight as Anti-Mage looking for this Juggernaut. They cannot lose this Rapier, but they do! The Rapier's on the ground. Now he has to do some inventory management to pick it up, but I get it. They get more kills. Everyone is dead. Nobody has buyback kips.
And they call it.
And they call it GG. Well played. And it is the Google Cloud players who are your CEA Dota 2 Spring Series champions. Damn.
Well
Oh.
deserved. Well
Deserved,
deserved.
yeah.
But I have to say, when I first got the news of casting this, I had no idea that I'd end up getting to like an actual grand final here. Going to 3 games, showing us rapiers both in the first as well as in the last game, and no giving up from either side. Smart plays, high level vision game from both sides as well. I have really enjoyed watching both of these teams go at it.
Yeah.
And what can I say but congratulations to Google Cloud players.
It was a very fun series to cast for sure, and a very fun tournament to cast here as we got to watch both of these teams in the semifinals beat their respective opponents. And of course, what we also got to do is do some good here, because this is a charity event. $2,000 will now go to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy for the novel coronavirus. Yes, that was a charity that the Google Cloud players are supporting. $1,000 still go towards Child's Play for the Microsoft team. So that's always nice, you know, gaming, bringing people together and helping the world in some small way. So that is amazing. Of course, also shout out to all of the other teams that have participated here. Some more teams from Google. Google Team B, very imaginative name, but there you go. There was also another one. Okay, Google Pig Techies. I'm glad that that team didn't make it further. If I'm gonna be honest. Twitch Center team. Amazon also got quite a few. One's called FTV. One High on Tangos. I'm not sure how that's possible, but maybe they have some special tangos, you know, that you can get high on. KDC, that was the Amazon team that we saw in the semifinals, and Morgan Free Farm, also a nice team from Amazon. So they've been taking part. Shopify Center team, Raytheon, and Microsoft also got Microsoft Team 2, also very imaginative. And Dota DOS, also yet the third Microsoft team, and of course Facebook, let's not forget about them. New York Jajo from the semifinals, and they also had Facebook Void, Dota from Facebook, very descriptive. And yeah, there was all 16 teams that made it to the playoff bracket, so thank you to all of them, because their entry fees from these companies, they made this prize pool possible. And yeah, just want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of them, and of course the organizers from CEA. Kips, any last words about this tournament, about these games that we've been watching?
Not really, just thank you so much for inviting me. It was a blast. And yeah, I hope you're all enjoying the sunrise in your own space soon, because I certainly am.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to a good night's sleep after this late night of Dota.
Looks like your boyfriend is also looking forward to it, so I'm not going to keep you much longer. Thank you guys very much for watching, and well, stay tuned for more news on the CEA social media channels, because this is not the last time they're going to run these tournaments. And of course, there's a lot of other games that they're organizing as well, so go check it out, join the Discord, and yeah, be a part of this. But for now, thank you and goodbye.
can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high in love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. Let's escape the gray and let the colors rain. Turn the shield